How are audio levels doing this time? Open over there, get the live chat. Oh, things are about to get rolling. We'll get the 2025 season up. Yeah, I'll bring the 5A schedule up just in case anyone mentions it. Or maybe I won't. There we go. Oh, CPU. Everything looks good. Hopefully we don't have any crashes today, so we will see. Some of that over. We're gonna go into the pool and pull both games. Obviously, we're gonna do week 1 first. And then, ooh, still unlocked. Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll start sharing the tab. That's the poll, wrong one. There it is. Perfect. So currently there's only one other team. So obviously if you look all the way at the top here, I'm obviously looking at film in 6A. I always do that. But if you look over at the side, not many other teams, at least the last few times we've taken a peek, no other team has been in here looking except all of a sudden, one is open. Anoka is actually looking through stuff. And, you know, there's all their film. Ugh, don't need to see that again. Already watched that one plenty of times. But yeah, so we'll go over to Eagan. Let's start pulling the games. So this is the playoff matchup. I guess we must already have that one. And then going back to week 1, this was the first game. I guess they're technically in our library. Not too many clips, which is nice. Eagan, you get that a lot with flexbone heavy run teams, triple option. Eagan especially, they pass maybe 2 to 4 times a game, if even. I'm just going to add them again so that it's easy to find. I'm just going to put it down in our other items, miscellaneous. And then I'm the only one that needs to see it, really. Nobody else does. And then we'll add this one as well. And I think they're unlabeled, so then I won't have to mess with trying to hide labels or anything. Not that I've ever had to, but it just makes it a little bit more fun. Because otherwise I'm like, oh, I wonder what they're running. Oh, well, it says at the top of the screen. And that kind of takes some of the suspense out of it. So this should make it a little simpler. There it is. I just want to see which one is which. So this is Edina. This has to be week 1, and then that means this one should be at Eagan. Yeah, so this is the playoff game. I'm just going to label those really fast. So rename week 10, and then we'll call this one week 1. Yeah, rare instance where you see... Although I guess we had quite a few teams that had repeat matchups last season. Obviously, Lakeville South Wyzetta happened multiple times. Eagan and Edina happened multiple times. Woodbury and Eden Prairie was a repeat matchup. That was a tough one because it was literally back-to-back. You had Woodbury play at Eden Prairie week 8 of the regular season. And then week 9, first round of the playoffs, you go right back to Eden Prairie. And I think the scores were exactly the same. What do I have pulled up here? This is 5A. Go to 6A on Minnesota scores. We'll go down to section 6. Good old EP. And you can see Woodbury, they beat him 42-13. And then next week, Woodbury beat him 42-15. So Woodbury got an extra 2-point conversion or a safety or something on the board there. So yay for the Royals. But yeah, let's go ahead and... Oh, it doesn't even have marked O or defense. There's literally nothing marked on this game film. So we're going in raw. But anyways, we're going to start with, because I said this is going to be a doubleheader, we're going to start with week 1 matchup, which was Eagan at Edina. And then once we're done analyzing that, since it's a shorter game, we're going to hop into the week 10 matchup, which was the second round of the playoffs when they played. And we're going to see a little bit more of how these teams adjusted. I want to say they were both relatively healthy. I don't think they had any major injuries. I heard it. Eagan might have lost Tate Gage at some point last season, their fullback. I don't know if that was true or not. I guess we'll see. But yeah, so that is the game plan. Let's just go ahead and dive right into Eagan versus Edina. So one of the cool things about this matchup is they're both technically option offenses. They're just different kinds of options. You have Eagan, which is a triple option flex bone. So run heavy, triple option type team. And then you have Edina, who is RPO, run pass option. So both teams are reading defenders that sometimes they leave unblocked. For the most part, they're leaving the defender unblocked. I know Eagan definitely is. But it's just so cool because the RPO is actually like the next level, I guess the evolution of the triple option. It's like going from Graveler to Golem, like making a Pokemon reference. That's the same thing. You've got your Flexbone triple option, which is your Graveler, and then you got your RPO, which is your Golem. It's funny because they're just such different styles. I want to say Lambert Brown, Coach Brown from Wyzetta, talked about this because he got his start, I want to say at Fridley. They were a triple option team. Then he was at Chaska for a little bit, a pistol triple option team. And so that's just his background. That's what he knows. And then obviously you go from triple option up to RPO, and it's just the same thing. Just instead of reading a first level gap defender, you're reading a second level gap defender, which we'll get into as we talk about Edina's offense. And then there's going to be a little bit of repeat talk about Eagan's offense. If you've seen the Shakopee stream from about a month or two ago, whenever I did Shakopee versus Hopkins, very similar, where just a lot of the same plays are going to carry over. The only difference is Shakopee doesn't really have any plays that attack the A gap. Like Belly is C gap, inside V or C, outside V or D. Counter Trey is like a B or C gap play. Rocket Toss obviously is out to the edge. So they don't really have anything that goes literally up A gap. I think they might have had a lead play, but that was more like B, C gap as well. But Eagan has zone dive in their playbook, which is a fairly common play that Flexbone teams run, and that does target the A gap. And you'll be able to tell, because you can see, we'll get to it when we look at Brooklyn Evans. You can easily tell whether they're running a triple option play or whether it's zone dive just based on where his eyes are. If he's not actively reading a first level defender, then you know it's a zone dive. Whereas if you see a first level, and obviously everyone's going to be blocked on a zone dive. Whereas like a midline, that first level B gap defender looks like he's just coming through clean because that's the point. You're letting him through clean and you're actively reading that defender. So yeah, that's just kind of the layout of the two teams. Let's get into it. For anyone that doesn't know, this is at Edina High School. Eagan is with the blue pants, white jerseys. Edina is wearing the all green. Gotta get it. Good. Is that Brooklyn Evans? I think that is. So they put their quarterback as the return man. That's pretty sweet. Decent block. Oh, he got the edge. Remember how I've always said with the kickoffs? It would have been a little bit better to reverse field, but this is actually solid because he's got blockers here. Almost looks designed that way. Nice job sealing off the edge there. Just got to make a man miss. Gets out across the 50, and they still can't tackle him. Hey, that's great field position, especially for a team like Eagan. Now you only have to go 43 yards to score while milking a ton of clock. Fantastic way to start the game. I think I might have touched on this. Evans is an absolute dog. Yes, he is. Brooklyn Evans, he is their quarterback, number 11 right here. Kid's an absolute stud. If I feel up to it, I'll show a highlight where he had an 83-yard quarterback trap or sneak against Lakeville South last year. Play still gives me nightmares, but yeah, kid's an absolute stud. So I think I mentioned this on a previous, I think it was on the Minnesota High School Football Network podcast I did with Caleb. We were talking about there's only 3 teams left in 6A that still run a 4-3 defense, Edina being one of those teams. The others are Centennial and Champlain Park. But it looks like they're actually shifted to more of a 4-4 unless this is a safety here. But obviously you have your 4-down linemen. You've got corner. I can't draw. C faces the other way. See there, your 4 defensive linemen. I'm assuming these 3 are backers just based on build. And then obviously you have a safety there. I'm assuming this is a safety stacked down. If that's not, and this is another linebacker, then they just adjusted to a 4-4 defense against Eagan. Normally you'll see teams kind of adjust out of their base defensive packages against these flexbone teams just because the way they play is so different compared to like a spread offense, like what we saw last week with Park, Cottage Grove, and Eastridge, or the week before that with Anoka Blaine. Like, you can just play either your base defense or a nickel package into those. Not always recommended just to stick to your base defense against a flexbone team, because they will run you over. Yeah, and it's all another thing I like to do with flexbone teams. You want to look at where the defense is aligned. So it looks like they called the strength to the left. So you have a 5 technique, a 5 technique. You have a shade, either a 2-eye or a 1. And you have a 3 technique. So the most important of these two would be the 3 technique and then the shade, because what option teams do is they look for triangles. So you technically have space in between those two, then you have space right here. So what that does is that tells you what plays they could potentially run. So if they did, you have a 1 technique and a 5 technique on this side. You could get a double team at the point of attack. He goes up to there, and then you have inside veer going this way, because you have a first level C-gap defender right here that you can use, and you have your pitch key out there. And then on the other side, you can't really run inside veer because you have a B-gap defender, and he's he is still in C-gap, but it's going to be harder for him to go inside right there. When they've got a B-gap defender, it's easier just to get a double team there, get another double team there, and then boom. Actually, you don't even need to block him. You can have him go out there, you go up to backer, and then you get a double team at the point of attack up to the other backer, scoop, scoop. And what's great about that is now you've got midline, because you let this D lineman run up. If he takes the dive, quarterback follows here. If you take the quarterback, pitchman's out there. And yeah, it just creates all kinds of problems. So the nice thing about that against the 4-3 defense is because of the way the defense is aligned, they can't, obviously, you couldn't run midline this way, because there's no first level B gap defender. You have an A gap defender and a C gap defender. So there's nobody to read from midline. It wouldn't work. And then going to this side, you don't want to run inside veer because you have a guy in the B gap right there. That's going to make the double team at the point of attack here and veering that guy in that much more difficult. Whereas with a 1 technique, you can easily wash him down, and if he runs up field, there's your running lane. So it's a lot easier to do with that setup. Just, it's an easy way to determine which run play they're going to go to. And knowing Eagan, I'm assuming they're going to go to inside veer first play of the game. But nope, they're going to the right. Are they really going to run inside veer to the 3 technique side? Ain't no way. They did. So see, they kind of missed the double team at the point of attack, but see how 46 comes unblocked here, and then they finally get him? You know what? I am stupid. So remember, what did I say? Watch Brooklyn Evans' eyes. He's not looking at defenders. He was looking at the handoff. So this is not a triple option play. This is that zone dive I was talking about. And if you look at the other back here, see how he does that fake like it's toss? Zone dive. Centennial doesn't have zone dive, and I don't think Shakopee does. Shakopee does that weird thing where they do like a lead, where they'll have him lead, he comes inside, and then this guy doesn't really go in motion. He just kind of goes out there like he's faking a toss. So they don't have zone dive in their playbook. Centennial, I don't think, does. They're more buck sweep, jet sweep, and they don't really need it. They can just grind you down anyway. But Eagan likes zone dive. They want to go right up the middle, and it makes sense they're running zone dive right here, because if zone dive hits the A gap, which A gap's open? He's in this A, he's in the B gap, so you have a nice little running lane right there that they want to run in between. He had to bounce it outside. I give credit to Edina's defensive front here. He does a great job holding up the guard so that gap never develops. He gets over, forces him to bounce it. Linebackers are filling. Because it's zone dive, the outside backer or the edge defender here can get away with tackling the dive because there is no active triple option. So that is a decent read by that player once he identifies, okay, my key, which is quarterback, doesn't have the ball. My front did a great job forcing him to stutter and he has to bounce. Now we can come up and make the tackle. And then Hornets are flying up to go make plays. It's pretty solid by Edina right there. So, okay, they did zone dive first. They were in 30 personnel. They were in an unbalanced look. Now they're in 31 personnel. This is classic Eagan, wing slot. You have a wing here with the tight end and the slot back, another slot over here. So wing slot, and then 31 personnel because you've got 3 running backs, 1 tight end, and our X receiver split out there. He doesn't really do a whole lot other than block. So I guess we will see what happens here. So again, you have a 1 technique this side, 3 technique is to the strong side, so you could have zone dive there, you could have inside veer over here, and now that you have a tight end, you can run the D-gap option play, which is outside veer. If there's no, like, this side, you can't run outside veer because there's no tight end. You don't have, essentially, a D-gap to use because they don't count D-gap in between or outside of the slot backs. They only count it if there's an on-the-line tight end. So they could be out, but they motion this way, can't be outside veer. Inside, they hit him. So this time they hit him right there. Another zone dive. So same play twice in a row, zone dive. And both times they've gone to the weak side. Actually, no, the first time they went to the strong side, this time they're going to the weak side. So they're trying to, I guess they figured because that B gap was kind of, or the A gap got closed really tight with the linebacker filling, now they're going to try bouncing it over to B gap on this side. A little bit more success. But again, look at how Edina comes up and fills. This is a safety, he's tracking it, and then he comes up, he makes a nice, ooh. Way to get your head in there. Normally safeties don't like to come up and hit. Eastridge's last week like to hit, but hey, love seeing that out of the Edina DBs. Way to fly around. So again, they're calling strength this way. We have our 1 technique here, 3 technique there. Notice we don't have tight end. Now he's split out wide, 30 personnel, so outside veer is off the table. No tight end, no outside veer. Motioning, nice fake. Good job by the Edina defensive line. No one jumped. They leaned forward a little bit. That's very good discipline, especially knowing the situation. 3rd and 4. That's awesome. So when Eagan needs, I guess, a big play or they want to convert, they usually go to counter option, which is come here, then go back there, and then it's essentially just midline the other way. They don't block these 2 guys. They're hoping that they just take the dive right away. QB keeps. Other guys unblocked, takes the quarterback, and then they just automatically pitch, lead block, and then boom, there's your counter option. And normally you'll see triple option teams, like I don't think Shakopee does it all that much, but yeah, Shakopee does counter options, so does Centennial not as much, but they still do it. It's just to see like, hey, is the defense going with our orbit motion? If you see like safeties, for example, are rolling down with orbit motion, then you call counter option, because now the safeties are all the way over here, but play goes back that way, and they just don't have enough time to get back to the other side. So very smart, very well designed playbook by these triple option teams. What do we got this time? Who's unblocked? It's the same play again. It's another zone dive. See how every single person is blocked? C gap defender is blocked right here. Your B gap defender right here is blocked. The only person they did, well, this is just a great play. Look at the nose guard right here. They bumped him out. It looks like he's actually in a 3, and they just gave up the A gaps, which you want to call zone dive into that if they're going to give you both A gaps. But look at the move he makes. He launches inside, almost gets the dive. Oh, but what does he do? He tries to tackle both of them. So if you're playing against triple option teams, you got to stick to your rules. Front guys, you only take the dive. Quarterback, and then these 3 have the pitch man. That's Edina's basic rules. As soon as this defensive lineman decided, I might take the quarterback, that's 1 less guy to help with the fullback, and it's not his job. So now, because of that, they still fill. So it is a great job kind of bunching it up. You can see how they're zone diving here. I got to give credit to I think this is the Will backer over here. Look at him fill. He's following. I don't know why they don't block him at all. So he missed on the nose guard. He didn't get up to backer. This is just a great job of the Edina linebacker. He made the left tackle of Eagan basically useless on this play. And he shut it down. Good fill. And then once again, is that the safety? Look at the safety coming up. Once he sees that, yep, it's dive up the middle, he's able to change course, and he's laying the wood 2 plays in a row. Forces a 4th down. Look at that Edina defense, man. 24, too. He's the edge defender. He kind of plays it slow to see if anything, or if there's a reverse, anything comes around on the backside. He sees the dive. Boom, boom, laying the wood. Nice gang tackling. Coach Potts is doing some good work over there at Edina. All right. 4th down, and they actually are going for it right away. So if they're going this way, tight ends this way, outside veers off the table, are they going to go inside veers, or are they going to be counter option back the other way? It's counter option. See how he turned like that? Like I said, when Eagan gets desperate, they need to get a conversion. Counter option is what they go to. They should be leaving unblocked. Yep. So dive. I Obviously not familiar with counter option as much. We don't have it in the playbook at Lakeville South, but I believe it's designed where you do not give the dive at all, regardless of what the first level defender does. Like you see right here, the first level defender is just upfield. He's standing and waiting. Normally, when you see that read key, you give the dive 100% of the time. But on counter option, he's just going to run at him, force him to make a play. And as soon as he does it, that forces the pitch, get blocking, get out the edge. Ooh. And Eagan makes a great play. Fantastic call. Kind of weird that maybe Edina just didn't know that. Anytime Eagan gets desperate or it's fourth down, they need to have a play and they just need like 4 or 5 yards. Counter option. It's always what they go to. But then again, you know, obviously bias from Lakeville South. We play Eagan every year, so we just kind of know that. Edina, different sections, different districts, so they don't see each other all that often. Except for the last 2 years, I guess. Yes, nice counter option. The tight end almost blows this. If you watch, he does a nice seal block, but then he lets his guy go. He does a good job engaging this half of the man, but then... Oh no, that's just nice technique. Watch the... So this is Edina's outside backer. It's probably their Sam backer fight, I guess. Look at his hands right here. Pushes the hands off, gets another hand over. That's nice hand fighting. He almost is able to get over there to make the play. Oh, there might have been a face mask. Let's watch the DB, though. DB needs to stay on the outside here. Yeah, that could have called hands to the face, potentially. He does a decent job getting over there, and then that's just the Eagan kid being a stud and being fast. Another great effort by the Edina safety, though. That kid's flying around and making some plays. He had 2 great fills on second and third down, and now he's over here flying around getting it done. So, yeah. Big play, Eagan. Oh. Now you have 2. I think they slide they bring in an extra offensive lineman, put him over here, and then put a tight end next to him. So you see unbalanced formation. You have guard tackle, you have an extra tackle, and you have a tight end over there, and then 1 wide receiver off the line. So this is an unbalanced formation. He's eligible, and then those 3 are as well. So there's your eligible receivers. This creates all kinds of weird mismatches, and so what's shocking me about this is Edina is still in that same 4-4 defense that they lined up against, but they didn't shift over at all. I guess they called an undercall here. You've got... Or did they? He looks like he's in a 2 or even a 3. He's in a 3, he's in a 5. You can see he's in a 5. Yeah, I mean, if I'm Eagan, I'm running to the strong side here, because when you see unbalanced, normally you want to take the line, slide him over that way a gap. But Edina didn't do that. So if I'm Eagan and I see that, my first thought is I've got, like, if you draw a line down the middle here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's more defenders on that side, but think about how many you have. It's 6 on, I guess you sort of have the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you throw Brooklyn Evans in there as part of the triple option threat. I mean, you got numbers for days on the strong side there, all just because and again, kind of weird that wasn't... I guess Eagan really didn't do this formation a whole lot in the 2023 season, and obviously this is week 1. You don't know what a team's going to come out in week 1 as much. Like, Wayzata was we thought Wayzata was going to do a lot more 12 personnel against us week 1 last year, and it was like all 11 personnel. We're like, oh, I guess not. So just got to be ready to adapt. We'll see if Eagan adapts in the game. And they do run strong side, so who's left unblocked? First level C-gap defender, we got an inside veer. So what does Brooklyn Evans see? Does he take the dive? He goes to the dive, Brooklyn Evans keeps. Oh, but he makes a bad read here. We miss a block. He should have pitched right there. But again, there's a little bit of a... Why are they so far? I don't like that teams do this out of, like, I-backs. They put them at 7 yards. If you're going to do triple option, scoot them up just a little bit behind the fullback. And then the angle he takes should be a little bit tighter. See how he goes out way wide? How is Brooklyn Evans going to make a pitch that wide? That's pretty, yeah. And see, as he goes in, that's even more yard. That is, what, like an 7 yard pitch? And that's just like going straight back. You figure you use the Pythagorean theorem there. It's a little bit longer of a pitch. So yeah, I definitely would like to see 20 take a little bit of a nicer angle there, because you've got a good block. You have one-on-one blocking out here. Tight end on the end does a great job getting sealing the edge. And there's your play. Like, if you're really running inside veer, the correct read here is to pitch, and then it's touchdown Eagan. And the blocking is all set up for it. Well, depending on what this receiver does out here. But yeah, if Brooklyn Evans reads this correctly, which this read he gets correct. Your first level defender, which is the read key, attacks the dive, so he keeps the ball. That is correct. Next up, pitch key. What's a pitch key doing? Either of them, they're coming right at you instead of playing the pitch. So what you need to do, pitch a ball. So yeah, inside veer could have been executed better. I still got 1 yard out of it. I mean, think about that. That one read here, if he would have taken a little bit tighter of an angle instead of going way out wide like that, and Brooklyn Evans has a chance to pitch it right here, like I said, that's touchdown Eagan. You've got block, sealed the edge, he's taken care of there because he's already playing inside, and he's your pitch key. He's out there, and then he really just has to read this. If the corner goes in, he goes out. If corner goes out, he can bounce inside of the block, and, I mean, this safety's never going to get, or corner's never going to get all the way over there. I think that's the backside corner. This is a safety up here. They're never going to make that play. So that definitely could have been touchdown Eagan, easily. But instead of a 21-yard touchdown pitch, it is a 1-yard gain. Yay. Another thing I forgot to mention is Eagan is milking the play clock. We don't have, like, Anoka was really nice. They put, like, the whole scoreboard in the bottom corner there. So we were able to see everything that was going on live. Edina does not do that. Or Eagan. This is the Eagan film, not the Edina film. Maybe I should have pulled the Edina film. It probably would have been higher quality. You'd think that Cake Eaters would have nicer cameras, but you never know. Yeah, I guess we'll see. So inside veer on first down. They're back in their regular balanced wing slot. You've got your wing, slot on the backside, X split out wide. So you're still classic flex bone. It looks like Edina is back to playing their base. You've got like a 2-eye here, you've got a 3 here, so you have a first level A gap defender. He's in C gap, so we could do inside veer this way, we can do outside veer this way, or we could do midline this way. Just based on how the defense is aligned, and then because they also have a 1 here and a 3 there, I guess like an A and then a B here, this A gap is exposed on this side, so you could also do zone dive to the opposite A gap right there. So that's pretty much all the options Eagan is looking at right now of where they can attack. You know what? Really fast, elephant in the room, because I talked about this with Hopkins and Shakopee. So one of Shakopee's biggest plays, especially if they see their opponent come out in a 4-4 defense, like they did against Hopkins, rocket toss. It's one of their 2 base plays. They're either running inside veer first, or they're going to do rocket toss first, depending on what the defense looks like. You see how both the edge defenders are in tight? Shakopee would do rocket toss right away. Eagan does have rocket toss in their playbook, but they don't use it as frequently as Shakopee does. Like, Shakopee will do it like maybe a third of the game, and then an inside veer another third, and then the last third of the game is the rest of their playbook. For Eagan, they might do it twice, if even. It's extremely rare, and they only really did it this past season, 2024. They did not rocket toss, like, at all in 2023. Which is kind of weird, because you think about it, they have plays that attack every other gap. Why not just have one that attacks the edge too? So who knows? Anyway, motion going this way. I don't think they're going to go counter option. Inside veer, C gap defender is left unblocked. This is a really good idea. So if you were a defensive coordinator and you have to play a triple option team this year, we're going to break this down and take notes, because most teams think, oh, we're facing a triple option team, we have to take away the dive, load up the A and the B gap. Well, is that really where the team is attacking? And this is where it pays to really study these teams in depth. So pretty much midline, inside veer, and outside veer, they're all essentially the same play. They're just reading a different first level defender. And then you always have a double team at the point of attack. So if we're running inside veer this way, which, spoiler, they're running inside veer to the left here. And that's kind of like what I said at the beginning, right? Inside veer here, outside veer's there, midline's here, zone dive is there. That's just the plays that Eagan has that takes advantage of how Edina's defense is aligned. So you have 1 and 5, they want to attack this triangle right there. That's their aiming point. So you're going to have a double team at the point of attack, which is against the 1 technique. You're going to wall him down, and they can get a double team to the backside backer. C-gap defender, that's your first level C-gap defender. He is going to be left unblocked intentionally. You do not block him because he is your read key. And it just makes it that much easier, because now that's one less defender we have to worry about. We're going to force him to make a bad decision. Play side tackle, he's going to create a wedge. He's going in, or I guess they're trying to veer the defense, hence the name inside veer. He's going straight to backer, and you see when they all launch out like that, it creates a running lane right there. So technically, the fullback is not diving up A gap. So if you plug up the A gap, like say, because I know that the Edina kid did this earlier, say he jumps inside here, well, they want to double team him and wash him down anyway because they want to run right there. If he dives inside or if they like crush him or pinch him, that just plays right into the hands of inside veer. Like it makes it so easy for Edina or for Eagan at that point because he crashes down there, so he's already getting to the next level. These two are getting a nice double team at the point of attack, driving the nose guard back into that backer, and then you can just scoop block, and then you don't even need to block these guys. He can just go up and go get the safety if he wants to, and then there's your touchdown block. And like I said, he's not going to get blocked. You have a block there. And then I don't know what they want to do with this kid. You can either do an arc block there. If they really wanted to like shock up, you could do a switch block and leave him unblocked and make him your pitch key. There's just so much Eagan could do out of this. Like kind of shocked that Edina won this game. Just based on how the defense is aligned, Eagan should be just like picking apart Edina. So it's inside veers. We see the C gap defenders left unblocked. They also left the pitch key unblocked. So let's break this down and see what happens. So as you see, here's the veer wall. See how they all went down there? The dive is not A gap dive. It's actually going to C gap. And if you watch any like tutorials on how to run a flex bone offense, if you look up in like how teams run inside veer, watch where the fullback's aiming point is. It's right off the guard's butt. That is his first key. That's his aiming point because the guard's going to get the double team at the point of attack, and they're expecting the tackle to get a great veer block inside. Like I know when we watched the Shakopee versus Hopkins game, Trey Boyd going to Northwestern, fantastic tackle. He did a great job doing that, and he was just so explosive off the ball, and he was just decimating kids downfield. But you see, there's our wall, aims off the guard's butt. So now we go into what are our keys. So watch Brooklyn Evans' eyes. See how he's actively reading the first level C-gap defender here? This is how you know it's not zone dive. We're not faking a toss here, and he's not watching the handoff. He's actively reading the two defenders. So we have our read key right here, then our pitch key over here. And I'm assuming he's going to go get the safety. So this is really well drawn up. I'd be surprised if Eagan didn't get a touchdown here. But first up is the read key. If the read key attacks the dive, which he does, quarterback will keep it. If this read key, who's the defensive end, runs upfield or just stays there, then the dive gets it 100% of the time because he's out here or he's up here. There's nobody left in that alley. Fullback is going to go for a touchdown, assuming that the slot back of the opposite side gets up there and hits the safety. But when he does dive in like that and takes the dive, quarterback's next read, okay, he's taking the dive, I'm keeping the ball. Next up, pitch key. What is this guy playing? Now remember, we talked about our rules earlier. His job should be the quarterback, and then these three, the DBs, should be playing the pitch man. What I don't like about this is it looks like he's trying to play both of them. Wait a minute. Why? They gave it to the dive? They gave it to the... What? Okay. Hold up. I just spent this whole time breaking down inside veer and how it works and how the correct read here is for Brooklyn Evans to keep the ball. Because what is the defensive end doing? He's attacking the dive. When first level C-gap defender attacks the dive, quarterback keeps the football. Like that is the way inside veer has been run for 100 years, right? 100 plus years at this point. I don't even know how old flexbone triple option plays are. But that's just like 101 Eagan playbook right there. The dive should not have gotten the ball there. And then the line, once again, this could have been touchdown Eagan. You have a block there, you have a block there. That leaves one defender, the outside backer, to try and play both the pitch man and the quarterback. That's an easy read for Brooklyn Evans. If the kid comes and attacks me, I pitch. If he plays in between us, I jump inside, and then I have a lane, and then touchdown Eagan. So the last two plays, if Eagan made the correct read on these inside veers to the wide side of the field, they both could have been touchdowns, like easily. But both times we did not make the correct read. Interesting. And I'm no expert. I've never coached for Eagan, but I'd like to think I know flexbone triple option playbooks at this point. Yeah, these last two plays could have been touchdown for Eagan, and instead we're at 3rd and 6. Yeah, so gotta make, and that's just, again, from making the correct read. We talk about like how RPO offenses are so difficult at the high school level because it's like, well, you're leaving the game in the hands of the decision-making skills of a teenage boy. Triple option is essentially the same thing. You just have to make that right decision. And I gotta give some credit to Edina's nose guard. If you watch in this last play, he hesitate, or I'm sorry, that's the defensive end. My bad. C gap defender. Nose guard's in the A gap. They get a good double team on the nose. You see how he hesitates a little bit right here? He's forcing Brooklyn Evans to make a decision. He knows he's gonna take the dive, but he's not fully committed to it yet. Yeah, and the tackle right here kind of went inside shoulder. He had a bad aiming point. He's supposed to be outside shoulder of that backer and turn him this way, but because he goes inside shoulder, that forces an awkward running lane here. There's no way H-back can get across his face to get to the slot back. They don't use H-back terminology in flexbone teams. There's no way he's going to get over there to block that kid, to block the safety. So it's just, yeah, the technique could easily be cleaned up. But again, you shouldn't have to worry about that block at this point because that's not what the defense is giving you. He attacks the dive. The defense is giving you a QB keep right here, and then depending on how he plays, it looks like he's in line with Brooklyn Evans. Give him the pitch, and then block. He's supposed to go up and get the safety. There's your touchdown. So, yeah. I feel like that's a whole lot to analyze in one play, but that's how complex like the triple option flexbone is. So many defensive coordinators are like, oh, it's an option team. They want to dive, plug up the A gaps. It's a little bit more kind of going on than that. So, all right, now we're back to 30 personnel, 2 receivers. Kind of weird that this one's in tighter. And think about where your defense is again. We've got B gap here, A gap there. So Eagan is like staying. They're calling strength to the left. It's down here this entire time. So thinking about that, once again, you've got no more outside veer because you don't have a tight end, but you have zone dive there, you've got midline here, and then you've got inside veer over here, just based on the first level gap defenders that you have. Rocket toss. Oh, nice. And see, this sets up counter option perfectly because see, they're like, oh, the dive's going this way against the motion. That means he might go back, and then they have counter option. Oh, it's so well set up. Look at the reach blocking, too. Not a fan that these two get the same guy. So if he does a great job sealing the edge, he doesn't need to reach. He needs to come around and get up there and get the block on rocket toss. Get a switch block. Instead, the corner, or the DB, I'm assuming he's a cornerback, does a great job. He comes up, he kind of sits a little bit and gets run over. I'd like to see him, instead of stopping right here, he breaks down, but he stops. Aim inside hip right there, instead of and he's tackling really high up. Not a fan of that either. He puts his head on the inside. You want to get your helmet on the backside here, wrap around his hips, and then you've got guys closing in on the inside to help out. So technique could have been cleaned up a little bit better. And obviously Egan's blocking scheme could have been a little better. Like I said, they do not run rocket toss a whole lot. And I guess now that I'm kind of seeing their blocking on it, I can see why. Definitely they should ask Shakopee about switch block. So switch block, instead of him going out there, they're just switching. He blocks the edge, which makes sense here because they're in a 4-4. That edge is so tight, and then he comes around and he can seal off the back there. And then boom. Now it's just a foot race of that safety having to get over there with the rocket toss, assuming he didn't fall for the fullback going back that way. There's a whole lot going on there. And even then, like, if you want to talk about a guy that can get to the safety, how about play side guard? Even the play side tackle. Because, like, if you're running rocket toss, like, look at the defensive end of Edina here. There's a 0% chance he can turn upfield and make the play. See? So you don't even really need to block that kid. You just give him a shove and then have the tackle go up to the safety. I mean, he goes up to backer, which is fine, but is that the center? That's the guard. Yeah, see, I mean, they don't even block the first level. You might as well have the guard scoop, have the guard reach across and take that backer, have the tackle go at the safety, have a switch block on the edge, and there's another touchdown, Eagan. So, yeah, last few plays, Eagan could have had touchdowns on all of them, just a few little tweaks to the blocking scheme. And maybe that is how they have the blocking drawn up. The players just got a little confused. You never know with high schoolers. But yeah, execution can be cleaned up. Instead, they leave the edge of the defense, which is the cornerback, unblocked. He doesn't have the best technique. He's tackling high, but the rest of the Hornets come and fill, and it's just a short gain. Now it's 3rd and medium. I want to say it's like 3rd and 5 or 6. Probably only 5 here. We're back in 30 personnel, wing slot, balanced. Ooh, timeout, Eagan. They didn't like what they had. It's not 4th down, is it? No. All right, well, I guess I just spoiled it. They got a 1st down. So now we're in unbalanced trips. So you see, it used to be he was over there, and then it was 30 personnel. We're still 30 personnel, but now both your X and Y receiver are on the same side of the line. And they're just trying to see where the mismatches are. For some reason, I think Edina is still calling strength this way. They've got a 1 technique, a 3 technique, 5, a 5. So again, what plays are the defense giving us just based on their alignment? I've got midline here, I've got zone dive here, and I've got inside veer over here. And if we draw a line down our center, again, 5, 6, I'm unbalanced to this side. I've got more numbers. I'm Eagan, I'm probably running to the unbalanced side because Edina's just not going to block it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw inside veer going to the top of the screen here. Wow, look at that! Who's unblocked? First level C-gap defender. They left him unblocked. Oh, they get a nice double team up to the backer here. Look at that. Look at that beautiful veer blocking. See how it just opens up that C-gap lane right there? That's what the dive on a triple option is aiming at. It's not an A-gap dive. If you play A and B gap against a flexbone team, they're going to laugh at you because that's not where they're diving anyway. That's just such a beautiful veer lane right there. I just, yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with Eagan. Their veer blocking is pretty solid. And you see, defensive end, what's he playing? He was a little bit too indecisive. Brooklyn Evans is like, okay, you're going inside. I'm going to pull it. Now, next read, we were talking about this a few plays ago. Brooklyn Evans has made the correct read, right? Your first level C-gap defender, which was the defensive end, he's left unblocked. What does he do? If he attacks the dive, quarterback keeps 100% of the time. He attacks the dive, Brooklyn Evans keeps. Next up, we've got, and again, we got one-on-one blocking from both our slot back and our receiver. So those guys are covered. Our last line of defense is the big old pitch key right here. What is he going to do? If he takes the pitch man, Brooklyn Evans keeps and we have a touchdown. If he attacks Brooklyn Evans pitches, and then I forget what number 20's name is, but then he gets a touchdown. This could be yet another touchdown Eagan. Let's see. Oh, what is with the colors? Get that crap out of here. My GPU didn't even spike. I'm looking at the specs for it, and it's, you know, it's pretty funny. It's only running at 29 degrees. The fans aren't even going on it because it's so low usage. That's oof. Love that new 5070 Ti. So where's he going? He's going after Brooklyn Evans. Brooklyn Evans makes the right read. Nice seal block there. Ew. So remember earlier I was saying I feel like Eagan's taking a little bit too wide of an orbit motion, like they're going way too far back. I think we looked on the unbalanced eye. They had that issue. And I'm feeling like the same vibe on this play here. Like, see how wide he is? If he's coming more this way instead of all the way out here, then I guess that's a little more space to work with. But look at how wide he has to get out here just to get around. And there could have been better blocking from the receiver. It's still well executed. They got a good amount of yardage on it, and they made all the correct reads. Execution from the receiver could have been a little bit better and maybe a little bit tighter on the orbit motion. But other than that, that was the correctly run inside veer. Took the third time they ran it, but they got it. And think about how few plays they've run. Inside veer has been run like 3 times. They hit us with like 2 or 3 zone dives and 1 rocket toss. Only 3 plays they've run this far. And again, if they're grinding down, they're chewing play clock this entire time. Like, this is only the first drive of the game. They might already have taken like 7 minutes off the clock by now. So now, ooh, double tight, 32 personnel. What are they going to hit us with? It looks like Edina. Ooh. I think you got a 2 or a 1, or a 2I or a 1 there. You have a 3 here. So this is where it gets a little bit messier. You have so many defenders right here in the box. If you did want to rocket toss, you could do it out that way because they're playing so tight. He's a little bit wider, so I wouldn't rocket toss to the wide side. You have an A gap here. He is still a C gap defender, so yep, we have inside veer this side. You could also do outside veer because we have a D gap defender. That way we can get a double team out here, and we get the dive going a little bit wider, wash him down, and then force these 2 goofballs to be our keys. And then going this way, we have midline out here. You have outside veer because we have a 3 technique. First level B gap defender. First level, I guess C gap. You could, you could do midline, inside veer, or outside veer on this side. But that means there's more defenders over here. If I'm Eagan, I'm looking to attack the weak side here. And they didn't do that. Is it just, yeah, so again, watch Brooklyn Evans here. What does he do? Zone dive, touchdown. That's kind of a safe play to go to, because again, Think about how many guys Eagan just has stacked in the box. I mean, they've got 10 defenders in the box, essentially, plus 1 DB that's kind of watching the toss on the wide side of the field. So it's like, all right, don't worry about leaving anyone unblocked. There's not a whole lot of field to work with. Let's just call a dive or zone dive and get it done. And, oh, go ahead of play. Might be. And this is where you kind of watch a zone dive attacks inside. You see, oh, he has to bounce a little bit because they get a double team at the point of attack. And this is just, look at Eagan's number 74. I think this is the backside tackle. He literally does nothing. He's looking around like, who's I supposed to block? And then he just... Hey, I mean, if you don't have to block anybody, that's pretty sick. He probably, and again, he cannot get to that inside backer for Edina. This kid's doing a great job scraping. Look at this. His D-line doesn't help him out, but he does a great job coming over here to the dive, and then he does get blocked. This is a great job by, it's not the slot back, I think it's the play side tackle. Yeah, play side tackle actually blocks another defender into the backer that's scraping over. That's just a great job. Is this Pee-wee football or just the coach of Pee-wee? Well, I am a midget, so I'm probably the Pee-wee. Oh, swinging gate. Edina was ready for it, so Eagan just kicks the extra point. Just like that, off of a great special teams mistake by Edina, they gave up a big kick return. Brooklyn Evans took advantage of it. And even like, so thinking in retrospect, why would you, out of any player on the Edina roster, you would kick the ball to? Like, Brooklyn Evans is the last one. That'd be like if Eagan kicked off and they're like, oh, I see Myers Sweeney's back there. Let's kick to Myers Sweeney. Like, no, don't do that. Or like, say they were going against Anoka. Oh, hey, Zach Welch is back there. Let's go kick it to Zach Welch. I don't think that's a good idea. Let's not do that. So, yeah, but hey, Eagan had some great execution, and they were able to grind down and get in the end zone. Like we said, there were a few inside veers that could have gotten them even bigger plays, potentially touchdowns. But they still were able to go down there. And again, that scoring drive had 3 plays on it. They ran inside, well, I guess 4 technically. They had inside veer, zone dive. They just ground those 2 down, and then 1 rocket toss, 1 counter option. That's it. And they converted a 4th down. I guess 4th down conversions kind of fall under special teams mistakes for me because it's a failure to get your defense off the field. Oh, where are we kicking it off to? Who picks it up? Is it out of bounds? Oh. Hello, King Lance. Well, I don't consider myself a monarch, but good to see you. Yep, penalty. So both kickoffs we've had thus far already have had kicking game mistakes. We saw it before with Edina kicking it to Brooklyn Evans and him just being a stud and taking it. And then now we've seen it with Eagan, who's like, you know what? I'm just going to kick it out of bounds. I guess on the one hand, you don't let Myers Sweeney get a great return, but now Edina only has 65 yards to go. I guess it's not as bad as being on the other side of the 50 or what he could have done. But that's pretty solid. So, yeah, hard to say. Let's see what they do. So, we talked about inside veer and a lot of triple option stuff with Eagan. Now we're going to shift over to Edina and talk about RPO. So, they're in 10 personnel here. 1 running back, no tight ends. 4 wide receivers. And they got some stud wide receivers. I think this one might be Myers Sweeney. Normally, teams like that, so it's not a fake jet. Why do we know it's not a jet sweep? Which side is he on? So they're just trying to get a mismatch with an RPO system here, potentially. Also, take note of how Eagan adjusted. They brought an outside backer to the other side. That's really strange. So, Eagan is a 3-4 defense. You know, we talked about Edina's 4-3. Eagan is 3-4 like a lot of teams. You can see here's your 3 D linemen. You have 2 inside backers. You've got your 4 DBs. I don't know if they're in a nickel package or not. He might be a nickel back. This is an outside backer, and wouldn't it be really funny if they were in a dime defense? I'm pretty sure number 9 is an outside backer. I don't think that he is involved. I do kind of like the design of this defense, though, because you figure safety can come up and be the fit on the edge here, and you still have great defense against the passes. You have him in the flat, him taking deep against their best receiver. Can I do a stream where I do some of the new 6A teams? You know, I was actually thinking about that. So Saturday night, I usually do like the big 6A games, talking about teams that have been in 6A for a while. And then Thursday are kind of my more fun, like hypothetical kind of stuff. Like we were talking about Road to the Prep Bowl when we were picking all the games, or having chat pick all the games. So if I do look at like Rogers, Moorhead, and Andover, the 3 new teams, I would probably do that on a Thursday stream. But that's definitely a good suggestion and something that I have considered doing recently. The hard part is with film. So if I just back out right away, I'm going to open a new tab here. I'll show you the 6A pool. I think we touched on this earlier. So first of all of them are closed. So none of them are watching film. But like if I just go down to them here, Andover has 3 games from, or 2 from 2016, 1 from 2017, which are not applicable. Coach DeVellis took over in 2019, I think. So why would I watch film of Andover before he was there? I don't even know if that's his system. Whereas like here, this is Andover versus St. Thomas Academy from this past season. So that is one I guess I could watch, but it's them playing a 5A team. And then Moorhead has no film in the 6A pool. Rogers, no film in the 6A pool. So I would have 0 film to pull on them. My only shot would be if I went to YouTube and I was able to find them. Moorhead, I know, does have a lot of their varsity film on YouTube. Like if I just go here, and I've watched a bunch of them. Like I think I could watch Moorhead versus Rogers. Moorhead versus Bemidji, there's one. It's all on Spuds TV. That wasn't much of a game. Oh yeah, there we go. Section championship. That's Alexandria doing it. Moorhead versus Brainerd from this past season. There it is. Moorhead Rogers. So I could hypothetically do this one. But I wouldn't be able to draw up everything like I do on Huddle here, because it's not in Huddle. And that's just because these teams haven't uploaded anything into Huddle. Rogers, I believe, if I go there, Rogers, MN Varsity Football. I think we looked at last time. They've taken all their varsity football film off. Like, here's a game from 2022 against Coon Rapids. Otherwise, there's nothing left up there. They've taken all their football film off YouTube. Kind of like, I think Sartell was another one we talked about, because I was trying to find that Sartell versus Rogers game, because that would have been a good one to go over. But it's not on YouTube anymore. Either it was made private or it was deleted. So, yay. Maybe I can use the Wayback Machine on the internet to go back to... I'll just check whenever I was at that football clinic in Atlanta, because when I was down there is when I was watching a lot of that game film, because we were with the Sartell guys. So I just say, hey, what date was I at that clinic? Type that into the Wayback Machine, go to YouTube, and there it is. So maybe I'll be able to access it again. We'll see. And then who's the other one? Andover. Like I said, Andover had some film up. They've got that game against St. Thomas, so I guess I could go over that. But yeah, maybe. We'll see. For now, though, let's get back to Eagan versus Edina. So I do like the way they have it set up. They've got 4-on-3 over here. They have 2-on-1 over here, so they're good in the pass game. He can be a run fit off the edge. He can stack and run fit, and then you've got 5 inside. So I love the defensive scheme of Eagan here. The only thing I'm not too certain of is if these are both outside backers. That's a mismatch to me, because now you have outside backers mismatched on slot receivers. I'm taking the slot receiver almost every time, unless this is just like an absolute stud, which... If you're running a 3-4 defense, your best kids on the field should be your outside backers. We'll see if that's the case here, though. So this is just a pass play. It's just hitches. There's no RPO. As you see, there's no handoff. He just comes up to pass protect. Could have had the backside. Instead, he throws it out wide. Kind of smart, because these two take the flats. It looks like they're dropping more into... almost like a cover 2, because he's kind of staying there. He's not really getting... It almost looks like cover 4, that they're all getting kind of deep. And then where did these guys go? They almost looked manned up, but again, this is kind of giving me like the Forest Lake vibes when they had the strong safety stack down and the outside backer was next to him, and they both just kind of took up the same space. There's just really no reason to do that. Like if you're playing zone here... and you kept this backer over here, then you could just have, say you stacked a safety down, he plays up more, you roll him over there, then he can drop back and cover deep, and then you have an outside backer that can play the flat out there, and then that outside hitch is gone. You have a safety that plays the flat down here, so all those hitches are gone. He's going deep if they do anything, and he's going deep, and then there's your cover 3. You've got 4 underneath. And if you want, you can even send this outside backer on a blitz now, because he doesn't need to be in the same spot as that safety that stacked down. That's a great play. Otherwise, they just kind of played max coverage, which it's fine to play max coverage against Edina, because think about how fast Mason gets the ball out here. Like, 6:45, when's a snap? So the snap was at, we'll say about 7.5 seconds. Ball's out in less than 2 seconds. Like, no kid in Minnesota high school football is going to be able to get 5 yards deep to the quarterback in less than 2 seconds. It's just not going to happen. So why bother bringing pressure against that? You might as well just have max coverage on. Wow. They got the ball out that fast. Did I miss something? Is there a big play here? I thought it was just a hitch. He caught it and he caught it and then he spun out of it? What happened? Is there a play? There's a play missing here. I'm gonna see if Edina has it on their YouTube channel. Some big play got removed, and I'm not happy about that. Edina, Hornets, football. Please have a live stream, Edina. I know I've seen it before. That's a playoff game, Eagan versus Edina. That was last year, Eagan versus Edina. Gerd, do they not have it? Edina Maple Grove. What does that on? That's CCX. You know what? I think I might have it on my interactive season here. If I go to overview, I think I have it. Oh, pay-per-view cake crap. Yeah, you have to pay for their live stream. Oh, Edina, why are you doing this to me? So there's some big play that got downfield here that Edina, I'm assuming Edina or Eagan has. Well, this is the Eagan film, so that's weird that Eagan took their big play out. But I guess because they got exposed. So either way, something happened in between the two plays where Edina gained like 60 yards. Anyways, let's get on with this play. So now we might actually have an RPO. So what do we have? We have 12 personnel. We have Trey closed. So you have H back with 2 receivers, and then it's closed because instead of a tight or instead of a wideout out here, Y is up there. I drew an X, but Y is up here on the line. Then you've got X out there. You've got your Z, and then here's your H. And there's our running back next to Mason West. So just based on the alignment, and this makes it super easy with RPOs, a little bit harder with Moorhead out of pistol, but you can just tell right away if it's a run play, the run's going to go that way, and then the RPO is going to be up on this side. And if they are doing more of an outside read, all you have to do is find your first level D-gap defender, second level D-gap defender, which is that Wildcat right there. So depending on what he does, determines what kind of play we're going to get here. If it's an RPO. So the run play is GH counter. We talked about this a lot with Mounds View a few weeks ago. GH counter is guard, H-back counter. Guard's coming around and do a kick out. H-back is coming down inside. You get a nice double team at the point of attack. Another double team there. Ooh, this is really well blocked. And then he can get up to backer. Are we going to get the kick out, though? Boom, boom, yes. So now we got to watch. Where's Mason West eyes? What does he see? So even though he's coming up to play the run game, he's got man coverage up on the outside, and it looks like it's not even an RPO, because look at what the receivers are doing. They're both blocking. So this is not an RPO. This is just GH counter. And again, like stuff like this is obvious to me pre-snap. The H-back and the running back are on the same side. It's going to be counter going that way, just based on your H and running back alignment. And like I said, if there was an RPO, it'd be on that side. That's just easy to me. Boom, gets upfield. Oh, there's decent blocking, but who's able to come across and make this play? Take a backer. The backside defensive end? Oh, how... Effort, gentlemen. Tackle does a good job getting a seal block here so that the end doesn't follow the pulling guard. But he just lets go of him and stops playing. Like, Mr. Bjorgaard's not past him yet, and that's a pretty good running back. I talked about previously how I'm like, well, I don't think Edina got their run game going as much last season, because, 2 years ago when they had John Morpinski, kid was a stud. Apparently Mr. Bjorgaard was only a junior last year. He's coming back as a senior. He's going to be one of the top running backs in the state. So, yeah, Edina will have a good run game, and he's going to get it done. So definitely something to watch for. All because we didn't block that back. If we block that backside tackle, then it's just Mr. Bjorgaard versus a defensive back to get to the end zone, and he's going to win that. Look at how the rest of the blocking is just super nice from Eagan. We got 2 double teams at the point of attack. We release and we get up to backer. We have 2 guys get us up to backer. Our H-back comes around and takes the safety because we do a good job getting the backer. Well, maybe not. He fights through. Oh, actually, we're going to give the Eagan kid some credit here. See how he's got a double team? Look at how he's getting his foot in between the double team. He turns sideways. He gets in between it. He actually fights off a double team and helps make the tackle with that defensive end. So that's a great effort by Eagan right there. Edina might need to work on our double teaming, especially from the H-back. Tackle does a good job aiming inside, but actually that's not H-back, that's tight end. He sort of aims outside shoulder, needs to get his hips in a little bit more. You want to be butt to butt on double teams. It's a little bit too much space. The Eagan kid sees it, and he does a great job fighting in between the double team here, getting his hips in between, uses his hands to get through, and then wraps up and helps make the tackle. And now we got Wildcats going to the football. Pretty solid play from these two teams thus far. I like it. So we're still in 12 personnel. Now we're in wing twins. Wing over there because you have your tight end and your H-back on the same side. And then you have your two receivers, X and Z, split out here. So this is wing twins. Wing twins. Easy name. So what do we want to note about H-back, running back positioning? H-back and running back on the same side. So if they do have a run play, it's going to be counter going this way. What's weird about that is if it is counter going that way, how would you read an RPO coming this way? It's kind of difficult. Unless they're looking at reading him, your second level B gap, I'm sorry, not him, second level B gap defender on a tight end pop pass off a GH counter, which is very possible. I guess we'll see what they have dialed up here, but yeah, it's just a straight up pass play. Roll out, oh, wide open. Make the throw, touchdown. Is this a crossing pattern? Yes. So this is just sticks. We called this sticks at Jefferson. He goes up. Actually, no. I don't think that's how. Yeah, that's how we did it. He does the fade, and then the guy underneath does the 5 and out. It's pretty much the same concept here. And if it's a smaller receiver, well, in this case, it's a tight end, but he's matched up on an outside linebacker. So he gets a little bit of a push off, but he still does a great job getting out into space. He's wide open. That's an easy pass for Mason. That kid's one of the best quarterbacks in the state. He can easily make, we were talking about, I don't remember if it was Hopkins or which team. I think it might have been Eastridge too. Cedric Tomes. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was Park was having issues throwing the ball on the run. A kid like Mason West. See how his feet don't really move all that much? He stays nice and upright. Nice job throwing on the run instead of like swinging all over the place. That's fantastic. And then a twist like that is a great play to call against man coverage. As you see, manned up, and then these two guys just kind of scraping. Anything that twists against man coverage down at the goal line works very well. Like, say you got a slant and then a corner, that works. Like we said, there, and then an out after that. That's switching positions. Anything like that kills man coverage in the goal line, or at the goal line, in the red zone. Well, however you want to word it. I know Coach Holcomb at Rochester Mayo takes advantage of that. He really took advantage against us at Lakeville South this past season. Ooh, nice kick. Whoa, where did that thing go? Look at this. Go so high up it went off screen. Dang. Okay. So now, tied 7-7. It's still the first quarter. I'm surprised Eagan didn't chew up more play clock. But see, that's the thing about like a matchup like this. Eagan wants to chew up play clock, but kind of like we saw with Edina versus Centennial, which, funny enough, was actually the last game of the season prior to this game right here. Edina came back against Centennial. Even though Centennial was chewing up play clock, Edina's a quick strike offense. If you let him get back in it, then that makes it hard to play. And like we saw against with Edina against Eden Prairie the week before that in the 2023 state semifinals, if they use their quick strike offense and get out to a big lead in front of a team that wants to dominate time of possession, like an Eden Prairie, a Centennial, or an Eagan, those teams have so much trouble playing from behind. Like you saw Eagan's offense. It's meant to chew up like 4 yards, snap, and just drain play clock and wear down the defenders. It is not made to rip off like 50-yard plays, kind of like Edina is. So yeah, there's that portion of it. It's really difficult for those teams to play from behind. It forces them to play a game they're not comfortable with. They can't dominate time of possession if time's working against them and they have to get down the field fast. They're just not designed to get down the field fast. Oh, special teams mistake. Now look at all the defenders that are down here, and we have to get the ball because it's in bounds. That is a solid kick from Edina. This is a... Oh no, they're still dropping it. Dude. 3 kickoffs. 3 kicking game mistakes already. Oh, We had, what was it on the first one? The first one, Brooklyn Evans made a great play getting out to the edge after running up the middle and got across midfield. Second one, Eagan kicks it out of bounds. Edina gets good field position. Third one, Eagan fumbles it and then lets it bounce and then still lets it bounce. And then they just have to fall in it all the way back at the, where are they going to give it? The 18-yard line? Oh, yeah, they both are marking at the 18. So this is also a problem for a team like Eagan. Now they have to go 82 yards to score with these like little dink and doink run plays. It's going to be quite the challenge. I mean, if they are able to get all the way downfield as possible, they're really going to wear Edina's defense down. But as is, that's pretty tricky. Are we unbalanced? We're in 12 personnel. So we've got Trey closed from Edina here, which is really weird. So looking at their defense, now we kind of get a little bit better of an idea of where they're lined up. It looks like they called an under front here against the tight end. No, they didn't. I'm stupid. You have a 3 technique here. He looks like he's playing a 2-eye. So we have A gap defender, we have a B gap defender, and he is C. You see that he is actually D. So we've got midline this way, we've got outside veer this way, we've got inside veer this way, and if they wanted to zone dive's right there. So those are all the points where Eagan could attack on this play. Let's see what they decide to do. Inside veer this way is a little bit tricky though, because what are you missing? Your pitch man. So my guess is this is probably going to be an outside. I know Centennial, whenever they get into their double tight and there's no pitch man, they just call outside veer and they run it without a pitch man, and they're just reading the edge defender. And what do they go with? They did go with inside veer. Interesting. Nope, I'm stupid. It's not inside veer because he's not faking out there. They just called zone dive. It's so hard to see. I mean, it looks like he's reading him, but look, see how he just steps back and watches? If it was an inside veer, he'd be faking it out that way. Good job by Edina. What happens with the nose guard? Why did they not... Huh? Why did nobody block the nose guard on a zone dive? You want the double team at the point of attack. If it's a zone dive, double, and then if you don't want to block the edge defender, you can have either him crash the nose guard, he goes right up to backer, he can just fill and kick him out. There's your double up to backer. There's your zone dive right there. And there's your alley. But instead, watch Eagan. Neither of them, I'll play it in slow motion. Both the center and the guard missed the nose guard. Now, the nose guard just kind of dives in. I would have liked to see him. He gets through. Maintain your gap. Don't pinch in so hard. Maybe if he was lined up like in a shade technique instead of a... I think he's like head up in a 2 because he hit the guard a little bit. And then just break down. Don't keep flying upfield. Once you get right here, you're at the heels of the O-line. Break down. You can even do, like, if you want, shuffle step and attack, side step and attack. You don't just run upfield because then, look, now you're stuck in the wash. You have to try and reach across here. And you figure a kid like Tate Gage running, that's potential to rip your pectoral right there because he's just pulling against your arm. Could rip your arm out of your socket. Just not safe football. Yeah, I mean, I like the speed. Backer comes up and fills hard. Really liking the way that the backers fill. And then the defensive end is just... I think the blocking assignment was a little bit missed here. Eagan either didn't know it was a zone dive or they thought it was... I mean, why would you leave the first level A-gap defender unblocked? I don't think there's a single play in a triple option playbook where you don't block that first level A-gap defender. Midline's a first level B, inside veer's first level C, outside veer's first level D. Zone dive, you're supposed to block everybody. You don't just not block the A-gap defender. That's the point of attack. You gotta block him. Yeah, that one mystifies me. That looks like that was definitely a blocking breakdown. A double B, we'll call that. Unbalanced trips. Now we're in 30 personnel. And again, if we draw our line down, you have your 1, you have your 3 tech, or 1/2I or 2, 3 technique, 6 and 5. If I'm Eagan, I see I got numbers to the unbalanced side. I want to run that way. See if they do it. Yep. Inside veer, yes. C-gap defender is left unblocked. He arcs out there. Oh, why? What are you doing? So we've got a good block here. It looks like he's supposed to go with the safety, and he doesn't. And then you have your read key, your pitch key, and then we don't need to worry about any of this other crap. That's all taken care of. So that's essentially where our triple option play is right here. What does Brooklyn Evans see? What is he doing? He attacks the dive, so he pulls. We have a correct read. Gold star Brooklyn Evans. We're going to get the safety. What is the outside backer doing? Outside back. Ooh, I would have liked to see him run up a little bit close. He's pitching it early. Come up a little bit more to get that outside backer. Just like, ooh, I'm about to get me a mouthful of Brooklyn Evans. That's some tasty meat right there. And then you go ahead and pitch. Because then these guys will all be up here and it's harder. Now they can take a little bit of an angle. The hurdle. And what do I always say about receiver blocking? Receiver blocking makes big plays. This Eagan receiver is not blocking. Look at the Edina defensive back here. Look, they start like 5 yards deep off the line of scrimmage. Look at him driving the legs, pushing him back. And then, oh, well, he gets hurdled, but, I mean, that's just enough to slow the kid down. The rest of the defense is pursuing. And again, that backer should not have been able to take an angle to go get the pitch man. That just comes down to execution. If Mr. Evans runs it a little bit tighter, gets a little bit closer to the backer before he pitches, and then the pitch man comes a little bit tighter there as opposed to going so wide and out there, could have been a little bit more effective. Like, it's there for Eagan. They had inside veer there all day. It's just a little bit of the execution cleaned up and could have been a much bigger play. So minor details thus far with Eagan. And like I said, first down, I have no idea what play they called first down. It looked like it was more of a zone dive out of that 12 personnel, but strange play call to say the least. Now we're in 31 wing slot, classic Eagan up here, tight ends, balanced formation. Looks like they actually called the strength up there. You have your 3 technique, you've got him up there. So again, you've got midline and outside veer there. We've got inside veer down here, and then you've got zone dive going there. So, but then again, it's 3rd and 7. Is Eagan really going to be running the ball on 3rd and 7? Yeah. And what do they call? What? Was this zone? This can't be zone dive. It is because, look, everybody's blocked. Double team, he fills him there. I'm so confused. Is this zone dive or is this inside veer? Because you block the C-gap defender. If it's supposed to be veer, shouldn't he be going out to get him? Because there's veer blocking up front here. He blocks the wrong guy. He looks like he's trying to read him. He's like, oh, I have nothing to read. There's your running lane for inside veer. This could have been a great inside veer. Like, I don't know why they didn't just call inside veer. They probably could have got a first down out of it. He goes up and he hits the safety. And then if he runs upfield, you just give the dive. That's 6 yards right there. It may not get you a first, but it'll give you 4th and 1. Maybe you can just do a zone dive off of that. Eagan can easily get 1 yard on 4th and 1, even at their own 28. But and look at where he dove. He opens this way, but he bounces it back to the weak side against the veer blocking. I don't know. Like, it seems like maybe Eagan's kids are getting confused with the play call. Because it's not like Edina is moving their defense around. They have lined up in the exact same 4-4 defense the entire game. And, like, I've shown you every play. Like, we draw it up. Where, like, what plays are the defense giving Eagan? And it just seems like it's execution with Eagan. Minor details. Veer blocking's there. Dive should have gone there. I don't know why we're blocking him. You should have gone to safety. If it is inside veer, something looked weird with the handoff there. The fullback went to the weak side instead of following the veer blocks if it is an inside veer. And if it's zone dive, he jumps back into the 1 technique instead of going to the open A gap. Who did the center take? That might be a big clue here. The center scooped this way and hit the 3 technique. Or I'm sorry, hit the 2 technique here. There's 3 techniques up here. So if you're double teaming there, you do have an A gap right there to cut into. I guess that is where he goes. Yeah, so I guess that's zone dive. I don't know why we're calling zone dive on 3rd and 7. That's an interesting choice. Personally, I would have gone with inside veer this way, because if you leave him, like I said, I've drawn this up so many times. Block there. If your nice veer block, read key, pitch key, and then just do it a little bit tighter instead of going all the way out there like that. And then receiver, we need to work on receiver blocking over at Eagan. Receivers need to block. Edina DBs, you're doing a great job fighting off blocks. Eagan receivers need a little bit more sauce on blocking. Yeah, strange play call to say the least. What happened here? Did Edina jump off sides? Are they going to call a false start? Or are they going to say that it was encroachment? Whoa, okay. Another special teams mistake. Edina jumped offside or encroach because, dude, this is so smart on Egan's part. They shift from like a modern punt formation to your traditional one with your two slot backs over there. Two wings, I guess, if you want to call him a wing back. Yeah, and oh, poor Edina kid. He knows. He knows. Hands are on the helmet. Head up, looking at the sky, hands on the helmet. That's rough. Hey, that's all right, man. You flush it, move on to the next play. We're lifelong learners, either in the classroom or on the football field, or even as a coach. Always have to be a lifelong learner. Flush it, next play. Mental toughness. So now, first down, Egan, we get right back to it. So we're in that unbound. This is a balanced I formation. We've got tight end over here. You've got wide out over there, slot back. So if they do something, I'm assuming they can do outside veer here. You've got inside veer here. Actually, no, you don't. They called an underfront into this. It looks like this is a nose guard, and then he is a 3 technique. So you have, and you don't have outside veer there. You've got midline here. We don't have a tight end, so no outside veer to the top. There's no, I guess there is a D-gap defender, the outside backer, so you could do inside veer or outside veer this way, and then zone dive would run right through there. So that's where Egan's going to try and attack. Those are the 4 possible plays. I doubt they'd go rocket toss because they've got nobody to lead out there. That'd just be an odd choice. And is this midline? They're attacking the 3 technique. Ooh, this is tough. They ran inside, unless I'm dumb. I think I'm dumb because where did the guy on the top go? He went into A gap, so yeah. I think that's actually the nose guard, and he's supposed to be a 3 technique. So yeah, they do have inside veer to the weak side, so you have a 1 and a 5. Who do they leave unblocked? The 5 technique. See how we actually leave him unblocked this time? Now you can see it's inside veer. Where's Brooklyn Evans' eyes? He's reading him. What does he do? He went upfield to take the quarterback. That's an easy read to the dive. We need a little bit better veer blocking, but that is the correct read. Now let's check the veer blocking here. So we want to double team at the point of attack from these 2 up to backer. You go straight up to backer. Do we get that? He does a great job getting to backer. I think the issue here is with our play side, or with the center. If we watch our center, yep. I'd say this play is probably on the center for making a mistake. So like I said, inside veer, midline, outside veer, you always have to have a double team at the point of attack. The point of attack is right here. We're letting him decide, and that's our veer running lane right there. So the guard and the center should be, and then you scoop on the backside. Scoop, scoop, go get whoever. This should be the double team at the point of attack, and then you drive him, double team him to backer. He goes to backer, and then there's your running lane. What the center does is he ignores the nose guard. We've already seen he's a pretty good nose guard. He's getting in there, he's making plays. The center abandons him and goes right to backer. And then see how the nose guard just creates chaos in the backfield here? That guard isn't able to get a good push against him. And he's actually making the tackle right there. Look at him. He's just staying low. He does a great job fighting through. Wraps him up. I think that's the... Yeah, the guard is like trying to tackle him as he's tackling the fullback. It's the right play call. I will give Egan's, whoever's there, I don't know if Coach Johnson's also the OC. I don't know if he's an offensive or defensive-minded guy, but this is the correct play call. Edina is 100% giving you inside veer on that side. Love the play call. Problems in the execution, specifically the double team at the point of attack. If you double team that nose guard up to the Mike backer, you've got a big play. But if we watch a Shakopee inside veer, you know what? Yeah, what are we on? 23. Remember, we're on 23. If I go to a Shakopee inside veer really fast, we'll say against Hopkins, sure. No, you know, Hopkins is a bad choice because they're not a normal defense. I want Mounds View. They're a 3-4. So if we just go to, here, inside veer. This is off of wing open. Wing open? I think that's labeled incorrectly. Oh, no. What? Yeah, that's a weird formation. I don't want to watch that one. It's a strange formation. Rocket toss. Unbalanced wing slot. There we go. Here's a Centennial play. So if we watch, this is against more of an, oh no, they're playing a 4-man front. So again, 3 technique, 1 technique. I think it's inside. It's weird they're running it to the right because the defense is giving you inside veer this way. Because you've got a C-gap defender right there. So... yeah, I don't know about that one, Shako. Maybe consider which way you're running your veer. But you should have a double team at the point of attack. Yeah, they leave him unblocked. There's got to be a better example. Okay, we got a bunch of inside veers here. Maybe we'll get a decent one. This is inside veer to the right. So again, this makes it smart. They're playing their 3-man, so you have a nose guard. So we should have him going up to backer. He goes out there. We leave C-gap defender unblocked, and we get a double team at the point of attack and drive him to the opposite backer. That's what should happen. And look at that. See how the double team pushes him back? And then there you go. Mr. Clark runs right behind it. Now, I think this time it was the tackle that missed his assignment. That's Trey Boyd, too. No. They called tackle over. I think that's Trey Boyd over here. That's gotta be, because that's a way bigger kid. Why is he not... Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Shakapi's doing some weird stuff, man. Ooh, nice shift. 4-4. So now think about it. You've got a 1 technique here. You've got a C-gap defender there. D-gap there. You've got inside veer to the left. And sure enough, that's what they run. Although, do they? Because you blocked him. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like some of these labels are incorrect. Or Shakapi is just messing up the rules just the same way Eagan is. Hard to say. That stuff's there, though. You know, I wonder if, because like all the stuff I've said is like wide open. I wonder if like Eagan, Centennial, and Shakapi. I don't think Shako does. You figure like an Eagan or a Centennial, if they, like, I'm pretty sure Dalen Cummings and Centennial did this in 2023 against us. They were able to see like, okay, this is how South's aligning. We can call this play to this side. Like, you know what? Before we get back to play 23 here, let me actually go back to that. The Centennial definitely hit us with inside veer. Now, again, I didn't label any of this, so I doubt that any of this is going to be all that accurately labeled. Oh, lucky for me, their plays aren't labeled. So I think this is a jet. No, it's just a... They pull. That's just a lead. That's another lead. That's more like a counter type lead. Yeah, classic Centennial. I don't want to see that again. Pass play. What do we got for run play here? Nope. Fake dive off. Was that belly? I don't think they pulled a guard. Did they? Did he pull a kick out? No, it's that same lead again. Here we go. This is a great example of an inside veer. Found one. Thank you, Centennial. So you see, what are we playing? We've got C gap. We have B gap. Weak side A, weak side C. So, what are we giving them? There's a nice, beautiful triangle right there that they want to take advantage of. You've got, just based on how we were aligned, you have inside veer here. You've got midline here. You could even run inside veer this way if you wanted to. It's a little bit tougher to get that double team at the point of attack on a 3 technique, so maybe not as much on that inside veer. And you've got outside veer because we have a tight end. You have a D-gap defender out there. But again, they're in an unbalanced formation. And if you draw straight down the line, 4 on this side, 6 on this side, 1 deep safety. Obviously, they're going to want to run at the weak side if with a triple option play, because then you don't have to block 2 of the guys over there. So what do? See the double team at the point of attack? You know, this isn't even the best double team, but then again, our nose guard just goes down. He's kind of small. And they're able to release to backer right away. They actually get a double team on this linebacker, which is kind of weird. I would have thought he would have gone over there. He gets there. And then, also strange that he's blocking down. It seems like he should probably be trying to get in between the two, which he sort of does. He wants to get to the safety, though. And then, if you read 83 here, what's he doing? He's just standing there, and you can see Dalen Cummings' eyes. Or Dalen Cummings, not Dalen Cummings' eyes. He's reading. He sees he ran upfield, or he sits there. Maverick Harper gets the ball 100% of the time. It's a dive. And then there's your veer block. And again, think about this. We have our A-gap plugged, right? Because this is old school thinking. Oh, we have A-gap plugged. How can they dive against us with the triple option? Well, the triple option dive doesn't go to A-gap. It goes to C-gap. Because that's what inside veer actually is, not dive up the A-gap. See if we get a decent end zone view here. See that? See how his aiming point? This is probably the best view. Remember how I said earlier in the Eagan film, the fullback's aiming point is off the guard's butt? Look at where he's aiming, right off the guard's butt. And then watch what the tackle does here to wash down the inside backer. That is what veer blocking is. And that's how you see the dive of a triple option isn't actually going up the A gap, which is right there. There's your A gap. Here's your B gap. You got a nice double team. And there's your C gap. That's where inside veer goes. Stop loading A and B gaps against triple option teams. That they will laugh at you if you do that, because you're giving them inside veer all day. And then the rest of that, I mean, again, those are just two physical teams going at it, so you're going to have, like, bumps and bruises here in that play. It's not going to get off perfectly clean. That was such a fun game, too. I was actually doing all the scouting back then, because that was before I got to do all that. Maybe things might have gone a little bit differently, but, yeah, who knows? That's just speculation. And I didn't really know all that much about the flex bone back then. All I knew was, just kind of playing your rules. The front five have to take the dive, your outside edge defenders take the QB, and then your DBs take the pitch man. If you mostly stick to that, you'll be mostly successful, but you also have to consider that, okay, if they're just more physical than us, they have different ways to attack us. They could push us around quite a bit. So a little bit more going on than that. And like I said, depending on where you align your defense determines what plays they might run or where they want to attack. It's kind of like they're going up to the buffet and they're like, ooh, what's on the buffet today? I got chicken wings here. I got sliders over here. Ooh, I got steamed broccoli over there. Don't want that. I don't want the defense to give me steamed broccoli. Ooh, we got sushi over there. I got pad thai there. It's all about what the defense is giving you on the buffet. The defense gives you inside veer on the buffet. You make the right read. We just got to block better. We're into the second quarter. Wait a minute. Was that the yard line? Yeah, they were at the 30 and they got a few yards, so. We got like 7 yards off of that. I think I said this was the correct read, though. Because, yeah, he ran upfield. And this is just a good job pushing. There must have been another penalty that I missed, like a 5-yarder. Or is there another... There's another play missing. Because this was first down. And then if we go to the next play... Yeah, where's play 24? So this time a play was actually taken out. Is it all the way at the end, hidden somewhere? No. This is straight up plays missing. I think 106. No, 106 is in there. Why are we missing big plays? All right, we're gonna take a quick detour back to the 6A pool. Or you know what? I'm an idiot. I got it open over here. I'm gonna go to Edina, and we're gonna pull Edina's film on this because, for whatever reason, the Eagan film is just looking a little bit sus. So it's the week 1 man. No, I don't want to see Stillwater. Is that a EP? There it is. That's what I want. Other items, miscellaneous. No, I don't want to share it with the other coaches. I don't think Coach Burke needs to see that. He's like, Lance, why is there Eagan versus Edina on our huddle now? Where did I just put it? I gotta refresh probably. There it is. So maybe I can see that big pass play that yeah, see? Okay. What the? There's 153 plays in here. The Eagan, look, 150. This is the same game, by the way. Week 1, Eagan versus Edina. The Edina film, 153 plays. The Eagan film, 117 plays. Eagan, where's the game footage? And also, I think I made a joke earlier about the camera quality. Frame rate's a little bit slower. I think we're only running at 30 FPS here, based on some of the movements. Maybe they spent a little bit too much money on cake. Don't have enough money for a 60 FPS camera. Looks a lot crisper than the Eagan film, though. So, yeah, we'll just quickly go through, because there were some big plays that were just missing out of the Eagan film that I want to see. I think here's their 4th down. This was the counter option, if I remember correctly. They got that off. Yeah. Ooh, they're getting zooms in. Yeah, I'm liking this film way better. I think we're going to stick with the Edina one. I might do that again, at least with Eagan for the playoff game, the next matchup. I know that one was recorded using their huddle cam. They have a huddle cam built into their stadium over at Eagan, which is pretty cool. And if there's anything missing, I can just go to the Eagan TV stream and we can watch it there. Is that a midline? No, that was another inside veer. Cause they see now. Look at how crisp it is to watch the inside veer. C-gap defender unblocked. This is the one where I was saying 20 needed to come more like. Oh, not that's a bad angle. More like that instead of like that for the pitch because Brooklyn Evans can't pitch it to him out there. Making the correct reads and eventually they scored. Yeah. Oh, we even have a scoreboard. So it was only 5 minutes off the clock for and that was only to go 40 yards. 40 yards in 5 minutes. That's just how Eagan wants to play, man. Way to give him the sauce. So there was something on the kick return. Oh, yeah, it went out of bounds. So I think this was the play they called hitches after the motion here. They motion outside backer to the opposite side. Yep. He's tackled. This is the play that was missing. So I want to know if this is an RPO. So we're in 11 personnel here. You have your H-back, 2 receivers. It's kind of weird. I think this is Myers-Sweeney out here instead of up there. Normally you want to put your X receiver on the side of the H-back because he's your sole receiver. There's got to be some method to Coach Potts putting him out here, though. I think they just want him in space. Get your best guy in space. Also, take note. You can't run GH counter because running back is on the opposite side of the H-back. It'd be really weird to have them pull around and him take a handoff because he's going to get the handoff way faster than H-back can get over there. So that's off the menu. What they are probably going to do, though, is because they're on opposite sides, is they're going to run inside zone, but with a split. So what is the difference? Split is when you have an H-back, slash across to the backside C-gap, and then you still have zone blocking the rest of the way over. Whereas regular inside zone, and I think, I don't know if Wyzetta calls it split zone. I think they just call it inside zone regardless. If it's to the H-back, he slashes across. If it's away from the H-back, so running back goes this way, zone, 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 zone. Well, it doesn't make sense for him to slash across. He's already in the opposite C-gap of the run. He just fills backside there. And that's how Wyzetta does it. Well, with split zone, he slashes across the back. And then, if you ever watched, like, the LA Rams, Sean McVay loves that. He'll run split zone here, and then he can run like a levels concept coming back here with different pass stuff. Yeah, it was drawn up poorly. He would have a backside post, and you get Myers-Sweeney going. You've got 10 yards, then you slash across, then you've got the flat. And there you go. There's your play action off of split zone. They motion him. So, they motion him. They're on the same side. Now they can't run split zone. If they do run zone, he'll just fill the backside, or they're going to run GH counter, and handoff is going to be on this side, so your RPO is going to be to Myers-Sweeney and whoever your slot receiver is. That's interesting. Also, why is Eagan in man coverage against it? Because look, he's up on the H-back. H-back goes over. He can't exchange him. He has to go with him because they're in man coverage. You're playing man coverage against Edina High School. That is risky. Oh, they ran power. Look, guard skip pulls. You get a double team at the point. Double teams at the point of attack. That's what offenses do. Whether you're a flex bone triple option team or you're a spread offense, power T, power I, doesn't matter. Everyone does double teams at the point of attack. That's what. As a former nose guard myself, I can tell you it sucks. That's why you got to work on half a man. Which he sort of does here. I like to see the nose guard get his hip more in between, but this is a really good job by Edina's left guard. Play side guard. Look at him turning his shoulders and just opening a hole. Backside guard gets a good pop there. That's the H-back. That's the H-back leading through. Nice. So was there an RPO here? I don't think so, because if you look at Mason's eyes, this might have been a pre-snap RPO. He sees that it's man coverage, so he's not calling it. It's not a post-snap RPO. It was pre, most likely. Ooh, who came through to make the tackle there? Backside inside linebacker, number 27 here. Does a good job, fills, and then boom. Nice. I think that's Bennett. I don't know who the other inside backer is, but Bennett something or another, I think is that inside backer. I wonder if 27 was, I'm blanking on his name. Eagan had a kid that was an absolute stud for an Olympic weightlifter. Kid was breaking all kinds of records. Yeah, fantastic to watch. I'm totally blanking on his name. He's also a swimmer and dive. If someone knows, let me know. Because, yeah, I apologize again. I'm blanking on it. All right, we had GH counter. We had 11 personnel. Slot trips open. Slot backs in motion again. And he split to a wide out. So remember, I think I talked about this with Blaine and Mound's view. It's so annoying as a defensive guy when your 10 and 11 personnel packages are the same. Because he could be a slot receiver or an H-back. It's like, how do I play that? I literally don't know. It could go either way. It is so annoying. Because then, like, say our DC's like, Coach Lance, are they in 10 or 11 personnel? I don't know. Like, up in the box, it honestly could be either. So, yeah. That's what makes this so irritating. Because they started in 11 personnel, and they broke out to 10. Which is interesting to note. I don't think they're playing man coverage anymore. It looks like they shifted to zone versus 3x1. He backed off as soon as they went to 10. So you kind of see you've got 3 there, 3 there. So it looks like you could have cover 4 potentially. And then flat, flat, hook to curl, hook to curl. That's just what I'm seeing from Eagan right now. They blitzed one. Okay, so they basically blitzed one, but they're still running cover 4. So they have 4 deep, and then they have 3 at the second level. Was this an RPO, though? No, it's just a straight-up pass play. Oh, and there we go. There's sticks again. See how you have kind of more... It's more of a post and then an out instead of a fade in and out. But again, talk about mismatches. You're in 10 personnel, and Egan's just playing their base defense. I don't think this kid's a safety. Maybe he's a DB. We know he's an outside backer. I guess they could be in a dime package, but that's pretty rare. I doubt they'd be doing that. But again, 7 was also up there at the sticks. He's at the sticks. 7 probably is a little bit of a better read. He probably just threw this side because... And even look at where they're aligned. See how he's backing up? Mason probably didn't see that. He's worried about the snap. But you got a guy backing up. You easily have the flat out there. And that's right at the sticks. There's your first down. This one's a little bit trickier because he could have jumped underneath and gotten the pick. Thankfully, kid's not as athletic, but he's there. Way to hold on to that ball. He's wrapped around. He's trying to knock the ball loose. Edina receiver makes a great job. And again, if they're going to play tight coverage like that, do twisting stuff. I mean, it's just like being back at Jefferson. Edina's playbook is essentially the same as Jefferson's, just with RPOs slapped on top of it. And they actually know how to run GH counter. They were not very open to that when I was there. I'm like, hey, how about we throw in... I think we finally did counter, at least a variation of it, with Daniel Freitag in our Wildcat package. But instead of pulling... Because we had a tight end, ironically, we didn't use the H-back then. So instead of guard H-back counter, it was guard running back counter. Still blocking the same way. We had backside guard do the kick out, everyone else block down, double team at the point of attack, and then the running back would be the one that would come through and look at the linebacker. Most of the time, both linebackers went with the jet motion, at least with Hastings, because they saw the week before, anytime we ran Daniel Freitag off that fake jet motion, it was to the strong side. So I'm like, let's have something that counters back to the weak side. And I think Jackson Donnelly played running back, or I guess fullback for us out of that set. And the first time we ran it, Daniel scores a touchdown, gets called back for holding. So we call the same play again. Again, it goes for a touchdown. Poor Donnelly has nobody to block. He's like, I literally had nobody to block. Like, there was nobody left. Everyone was already blocked. And it got called back for holding a second time. Third time's a charm. We call the same play a third time, got another touchdown. So we scored 3 touchdowns in a row running counter out of our Wildcat package. And the third time it finally counted. So, yeah, kind of funny that Hastings didn't adapt to that. But, I mean, Daniel Freitag's a stud, man. Absolutely loved having him as a player. All right, we're in 11 personnel. We're slot trips open. We got the Trey look here. Myers-Sweeney by himself. You know, maybe it's that now that I'm looking at this, I don't think Edina plays where they always put their X receiver on the back side. I think they do. I think Wyzetta did this a little bit. They just have receiver on the right and receiver on the left. And then I don't think they call them X and Y. They might do what some spread offenses do, where they call it a 7 and an 8. So your 70 series passes would go to this side, your 80 series passes would go to the right. And if you call the 90 series pass play, it goes to both sides. So that might be what Edina has cooking here. This can't be GH counter. How? The running back's on the wrong side. See what I was saying earlier about... Like, if they got this handoff off properly, he'd already be here, but that doesn't give them enough time to get over there to block. The GH counters block nicely. I can't believe that was a positive play. Oh. Mr. Bjerregaard's a stud. Yeah, we're going to have to watch out for him when we play Edina Week 6. Him and Mason West both coming back. Ooh, that's going to be scary. This is a great GH counter. Actually, it's not, because watch what the play side tackle does. He looks like he's trying to get inside. He's not blocking the defensive end. This is a decent job by Egan's D-end holding him up. He can't get up to backer. Double team look at the double team at the point of attack on the nose guard. That's... Oh. Well, I'm going to play this slowly because the detail on this is awesome. Center engages him. See how the center switches over to this side of him and the guard helps seal him off and now they have him turned? What a double team by Edina. And they don't even need to push him back. Now that you have him turned upfield, he's not making that play. He's in the wash. And then you get up and you block the next backer. You can get another backer coming from the... I think that's a play side tackle coming over to get a backer now. And I think I talked about this with Eastridge and Park Cottage Grove. Remember how I said that if there's a kick-out block, if the H-back doesn't have anybody to get, you just come around and get the next available guy? That's what they do here. The outside backer jumps inside. The guard ends up kicking out the wrong guy. H-back adjusts and takes the next guy. And now look at that. There's a beautiful lane right there. Oh, that is so well done. You can tell Edina definitely reps GH counter, whereas Park of Cottage Grove and Eastridge, not so much. I think the biggest issue is the double teams at the point of attack. I think I talked about that with Blaine when they ran like quarterback GH counter. Their double team at the point of attack was not there. Definitely watch that Edina footage and coach that up for quarterback GH. If they would have done that when they had Sam Shaughnessy, oh, maybe they would have given Minnetonka more of a game. But dang, was that nice. Geez, there were a lot of plays missing off this drive. Also, that Eagan kid's lined up off sides. Is that encroachment? No. Ooh, do we have an actual RPO here? What is the D-gap? Actually, I think we do. So they rotate over. Where's our D-gap defender now? He's out here. What does he do? Watch the eyes. He stays out there. He's not playing the run. He's playing the pass. So that makes it a run play. So we call, and then I'm going to say this is power here. We call power. It's kind of a wide power. There's got to be a different name for this. So you know how the first power, they had a double team down here and it was more of like a dive? Maybe they call that dive, and true power, they got the double team here and they pull them all the way around. Hard to say. Those have to be two different plays, though. That's more of a kick out play. We'll call this kick. Kick. I know Lakeville North calls it blast when they have their play side guard kick out the edge defender. Shakopee calls it belly. At Jefferson, we called it belly. I don't know if Shaco calls it belly. I'm sorry, it's triple option Centennial. They're the ones that I think actually call it belly. Same concept, just with the play side guard instead of the backside guard. It's actually more of a trap almost. They're trapping the edge defender with the backside guard. This is like what I was saying earlier. We did at Jefferson when we called trap out of the Daniel free tag package. We'd have the trap there, and then running back would lead. I mean, think about this. If the running back leads here, and then Daniel free tag follows, running back could take the safety. That's a touchdown right there. So, yeah, that's why we did that specific play, and Hastings could not figure that out for that game. But either way, this is a great job. Ooh, kind of weird. So you notice how when I was talking about the Edina safeties earlier, they came up and they actually were hitting and filling? This is just kind of a dive and then a shoulder turn aimed at the helmet. You're not really wrapping up and going in for a tackle. So I'm not a fan of that play. Are we shifting to 11 personnel? We did. Shift from 10 to 11 personnel pre-snap. I didn't know there was this much of a drive here. I thought we were just missing one big play. This is like Edina's entire first drive right here that was just completely cut out of the film. Like, what, Eagan, what are we doing? This is belly. So see how the play side guard jumps out? And again, look at the beautiful double team at the point of attack here. The center does a great job shifting over to take down the nose guard who just cuts. The play side tackle and the H-back do a great job double teaming right here. He kicks out. And then look at that nice running. Oh, what did we mess up though? Double team. You got a double team at the point of attack. He gets the kick out. He's supposed to reach across. So actually the spin move by Eagan kind of worked out here because you didn't get to make the play, but what you did do, defensive end, by spinning, is now the guy that's supposed to get up to your linebacker, number 27, is not able to. So he comes up and he wraps up, but he missed. That's just execution. Oh! Oh! Okay. Yeah. Like I said, Chase Bjorgard is going to be dangerous. Is his first name Chase? I think it is. Mr. Bjorgard, you're dangerous. Dang. That's just a nice belly play right there. Get the kick out. Even with the missed double team at the point of attack. And look, the Edina kids are just kind of standing around. They don't know what's going on. Eagan is just missing tackle. This dude must have like slaughtered himself in butter or something before the game. How are we missing that many tackles? Where was number 84? Where was he playing? Is he a D-end? Yeah, he was the D-end. He had to chase him all the way down. That's a defensive end. Okay. I was giving Mr. Bjorgard credit. Fast kid, way to keep running. A defensive end should not be chasing you down 20 yards down the field. That was a great play, though. Are we finally down here? Is this where we continued? Was this actually on Eagan film? Oh, they iced them. This is like what I was saying why Zeta does, where they come up, they do the fake snap after emotion and everything, but there's no actual play. This is allowing, I think that might be Coach Potts down there. It allows them to see what the defense is doing so they can get a nice play call up from the box. Like, hey, they're lined up like this. This is what I want to order now. Let me get this entree run play with this side dish pass play. He called something there. 11 cross. Well, I don't know what cross is, and he's doing it to the left side of his body. What if that means counter? Ain't no way they're doing counter to the right. No, I'm stupid. I guess it means hitch fade. Hitch, I don't know. Who knows? Tight end, but they do all hitches, and they just did a backside fade to your best player. Oh, Mr. Sweeney got to keep going. Did he throw a flag, though? Oh. Pass interference defense. Well, I guess I missed it because it's not on camera, but they did something to Mr. Sweeney. And again, Eagan. That is a D1 wide receiver going to the University of California. Why are we leaving a cornerback on an island against him out there? Where's the help? And they manned him up. There's got to be a safety over the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's nobody deep. There is no. If there is, they have 12 men on the field, and that's another penalty. What? Why is... Are they in a 4-3 defense? Is this a 4-4 defense? You call the 4-4 defense into 11 personnel? What? Eagan, I need help. I don't understand the defense of this play. Why are we playing press man coverage against arguably the best wide receiver in the state? What is happening? Why are we in 4-4 against 11 personnel? What? There's so much about that I just do not understand. Are we staying in 4-4? Is it just because it was like red zone? They're like, oh, we got to play 4-4 in red zone. This makes a little more sense. Now they're in 12 personnel. Well, they went back to a base 3-4. What? Why were they in 4-4 in that last play? What happened? Something had to have happened. I know Eagan would not just go into a 4-4 defense for no reason against 11 personnel. Something was up there that we missed on film. Or just wasn't recorded on film. Maybe it's on a live stream, but again, I'm not gonna go pay for Eagan or for Edina's live stream. Do what Eagan does. Eagan's got one of the best live streams on YouTube out there. They have great commentary. They're always super entertaining. The cameras do a great job capturing everything. Like, same with Forest Lake. They do a good job. Forest Lake, the one thing I will give them, though, that they could improve on, and I think Caleb Costa talked about this, they like to say RPO a lot. Even though they don't play teams that run RPOs. Why is that is the one time they could say it, but Forest Lake does not do post-snap RPOs. GH counter. Okay, this is the play we saw, just the straight-up GH counter. Nice running. I think we talked about the missed blocking. That was a missed double team, or a missed double team at the point of attack. And this is the crossing, the out route. Yep, wide open against man coverage. It's great calls. Did they ice them here? No. Yeah, it's just a great job. It took Mason a little while to see that, but, you know, made a great throw. On the run, too. Nice kick. And I think this is the one that Eagan was, like, fumbling about. Yeah. All good. We're almost caught up to where we were now. We're almost 2 hours in, and maybe we're not going to get to the second game. Or if we do, I'm just going to go until, like, 3 in the morning. I think we talked about that one. That was the weird one where I couldn't tell if it was zone dive or veer. Like, they missed the A-gap defender. It was just a very strange play. Inside veer. Brooklyn Evans keeps. He should pitch. Like I said, he should have pitched a little bit closer. That way, 38 doesn't have a chance to chase him down. Backer should not be able to chase down. Quarterback needs to get a little bit closer to him. Because, see, as soon as you do that, now he's able to adjust his angle and get out there. Whereas if you're up here, sure, you might take a little bit of a hit, but it's guaranteed to get you big yardage because now he's not able to make the play. And also, Eagan receiver. Oh, I didn't notice this in the Eagan film. He literally just gives up right as the ball carrier. Look at it, he just stands there. My guy. Not only did he choose not to block, but then he just stands there afterwards. That is a rough gig. If you're going to play wide receiver, like I said earlier, you have to be able to block. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Kind of get a better view here. I want to say that might be the one technique. This is the 3. No, he's more of a 2. So We get a nice double team at the point of attack. Much better this time. Brooklyn Evans falls over. Maybe Tate Gage was just a little bit too excited to take that. Oh, that's right. This is the one where I was questioning, like, is this zone dive or inside veer? Because the veer is right there if they're doing that, but I don't think it is, because I think this is a 3 technique, and it's zone dive through the A gap right there. That's at least what it looks like to me, but, yeah, I don't know. The tackle must have forgotten what to do on this play. Well, he goes up and he gets backer. Ooh, see how he's getting a little high? You gotta stay low. A little bit too high. Get lower and take on half a man. And see, the other weird part about that, now that I'm watching that back, so go back to that block. See how he attacks the outside shoulder? That's what makes me think this was supposed to be a veer, because he's sealing him off this way. If it was supposed to be zone dive, you should be aiming to the other shoulder and turning him out, because the running lane's there. That play just makes no sense to me. And then I think we talked about this. Linebacker encroached. Shake it off, next play. Now we're back. Inside veer to the left, I think we talked about was this play. Yep. They missed, yep, because we talked about it. They missed the double team at the point of attack. The center does not double team. He goes right up to backer for some reason, and the guy he was supposed to double team ends up making the play, and the guard's tackling the nose guard who's tackling the running back. I guess the fullback. So, yeah, missed assignment. And we're finally into the second quarter after 2 hours. Yeesh. If only Eagan would have included all 150 plays in the film, maybe it would have gone a little smoother. But like I said, we missed the entire Edina first drive. It was just gone off the Eagan film. So, yeah, I don't know. That was a little bit weird. Oh, we got our unbalanced I formation. This time we got 4 up here. Geez, this lead. Yeah, you've got 7 men on the line. You've got 4, 2. That's 6 plus 1 is 7. So it's legal. 3 in the back. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I had to count for a second. It's a weird unbalanced I. So I'm assuming if they do a triple option play, it's going to be this way. They don't have a D gap defender, because if you look, A gap, covered, B gap, nobody. He might be C. He's more of a D gap defender. So yeah, you got outside veer to the top. Let's see if they run it. Nope, they run inside veer. Or am I dumb? A gap. B gap. Yeah, it's inside veer because he's a C gap defender. See, look at, and you can tell that it's inside veer. If you're a defensive end and you see them leave you like that, get up there and attack the Is it zone dive? See, this is why it's so hard. It looks like it's supposed to be inside veer because they leave the first level C gap defender unblocked. But then what happens to the point of attack here? I think this is just the defensive tackle of Edina being a stud. But again, you talk about double teams at the point of attack. Eagan missed it yet again. They tried to have the center come across and help with the 3 technique. That's a nose guard, might be. They called under into this. They're not playing over there because the 3 techniques back here, he's a 2. So that's my bad. But again, why isn't the double team at the point of attack right there? Why are you instead doing this? Huh? Let's think about this. If he's going, he's kicking out, he's going out there. So he's there, we don't want to block him. If you double team there, he can just go straight up to backer. These 2 work up to that backer. You know, it's actually weird that the tackle's going out. If you really want to think about this, you shouldn't need to block him. That should be your pitch key, right? Go there. You go around to backer, you 2 double team to backer, and then the center, actually you don't even need to double team to backer, you could double team up to the safety almost, you can scoop the other backer, or they can get him off because that backer does a good job filling, and you 2 can just cut on the backside. Neither of them are going to make the play. And then here's your read key, there's your pitch key, it's all there, like, it just, yeah. From what it seemed, it just seems like the Eagan kids were a little bit confused about the blocking scheme. Or we just need to talk about who's actually supposed to be doing the double teams. I mean, it's still a decent play. Give credit. He stays there, so it should be a dive. That is the correct read for Brooklyn Evans. But it's so hard because, again, the double team is at the wrong point of attack. Unless, was this intended to be a zone dive? It almost looks like it was, so maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe they didn't call inside veer. Maybe they're just like, no, we're going to call inside veer and we're just not going to block the 3 technique, or the C-gap defender, first level C-gap defender. I don't know. But then if it is, why isn't... See, this is why it's so weird. If it is, why isn't he helping out over there? I gotta give credit to the Edina defensive lineman. They might be playing both two techniques, and then they slant to the left because he gets there and he crashes inside hard. I mean, they're doing a great job taking away the inside. Yeah, I don't know. Nice little trash talking after the play there. I'm a little bit confused by Egan's run scheme. Or I'm sorry, their blocking scheme. Especially like we said with how clean like Shakopee's, well, Shakopee didn't have it the cleanest on that last example, but like the Centennial one I showed earlier, that was beautiful. So that's just a motion, trying to draw him off sides. The coach up here did something with his hands and called some kind of audible. So what are they giving him? It looks like this guy is an actual shader, a 2 this time. He's more of a 3. So we have inside veer to the top side again. They're in an undercall. Do we get the... So it looks like... What does the center do this time? Does he actually go up? Yes! No, that's what they did last time. Where the center double teamed. And he just went straight to backer again. And then... What? Okay, this is a great job by the 3 technique. He takes the dive. Well, he's a little bit late to the dive, but... Is this the same play? Am I stupid? Did I go off the play? Yeah, I lost myself there. I think it was this one. It was the one I was just looking at. Did the fake, call it up. It looks like it's supposed to be inside veer, but it's blocked the exact same way. Again, we're not getting a double team at the point of attack. He's actively pushing. And again... Veer blocking, you're supposed to crash these guys down to open a lane right there. If the center is pushing him that way, you're pushing the defender into where you want to run. Huh? That's just mind-boggling to me. Have the tackle crash backer. Tight end go down there. These 2 double team point of attack up to backer. Or have them double team up to a defensive back since there's more guys back there. Have the center scoop to the backer. That's where your veer is. And then instead of having him get him, have him go out there. Boom. Now you have your read key right there, your pitch key right there. You have a double team at the point of attack. He can aim off the guard's butt, and there's his running lane. I don't understand pushing the nose guard, who we've seen is pretty solid, into where you want to run the ball. I mean, they're still getting like a few yards, but it's just, Egan could be chewing up huge yardage here if they just had like a little bit more refined blocking scheme. I think that's a good word for it. Yeah, because the double teams at the point of attack are just non-existent. And if you look at all the Edina defenders, well, I guess more of these guys, the veer blocking, it's not like a clear wall, like coming down like that. It's a little bit more horizontal. You want nice vertical walls for veer blocking, like Shakopee does. So that definitely, and again, I think that just comes down to who has the double team at the point of attack. Clean that up, and Egan could be so potent on offense. And then we talked about this earlier out of this I formation. He's going, look at him, he's going straight down the line here, the 30-yard line. You gotta come in close. Look, Brooklyn Evans can never make that pitch. That is such a long ways to go. And did he make the right read to keep here? What does a C-gap defender do? He closes inside and he takes the dive. So that is the correct read. Give Mr. Evans credit. Why didn't we block the backer? Who? Nope. What? Did he miss him? It looks like 78 missed him, because then he turns around and he does nothing on the play. Yeah, see, the reoccurring theme is that Egan does not seem to know who they're blocking, but their play calling is immaculate. They are taking exactly what Edina is giving them, and they're calling it to the correct side every time. That is fantastic coaching. I think the technique and the blocking scheme itself just needs to be cleaned up, and Egan can be super potent. All right, unbalanced trips. Take note of where everybody is. You've got A-gap defender, C-gap. You can do inside veer to the top. Are they shifted over to the unbalanced? No. Can't do outside veer. You could do inside veer this way, or you could do midline here, and then zone dive is also there. That's what we're looking at. Oh, that's a penalty. 2 guys in motion. Did they call it? Where's the penalty? Where's the... All right, I don't know. We don't talk about penalties. Like I said, control the controllables. But you can only have 1 man moving in motion at a time. If you have more than 2, they have to get to a different position and be set for a full second before snapping the ball. So this is inside veer. You can see our C-gap defenders left unblocked. Why do they have the center doing all these double teams at the point of attack against... I guess he's the nose guard. He's got to do a better job getting across. Our double teams at the point of attack really aren't working. Brooklyn keeps. Correct read. So, what does C-gap defender do? He attacks the dive. Mr. Evans pulls it. Look at the precise footwork here. Right step, left step. And then he floats with it, hand still on the ball, pulls. That's nicely done. And we've got a tighter angle. Oh, keep running with him. We got a tighter angle. Where'd the outside backer go? So remember how I said earlier, this is the whole trick of the triple option and the flex bone. If you stick to your jobs, they get 0 yards. If you mess up your job even once, you get exposed. So... what is the edge defender's responsibility? The quarterback. So he should be coming up to take Brooklyn Evans. What does he do? He attacks the dive. Brooklyn Evans sees that. He's like, okay, the pitch key is attacking the dive. I just get to keep the ball and run. Oh. Eagan receiver blocking. We need improvement. Oh, that could have been a touchdown. You're getting the ball in space to the arguably the fastest kid on the field. If these two get their blocks right there, he's not going to outrun Brooklyn Evans at an angle. Brooklyn's gone. That's a touchdown. Eagan, right guard, is a straight-up dog. Is that what that just said? Eagan's right guard has been pretty solid. I think he was a state wrestling champion, but it's more so Eagan's blocking scheme that isn't quite working for them. Did I go and play ahead? I was looking at something else in the chat. Might be. Yeah, that one randomly didn't load for me for a second, so... I think this is the play. Yeah, this is the trips open I was just complaining about where they missed the edge blocking. Dude, what's sad is, again, Eagan has the correct play call. Edina made a mistake. That should have been touchdown Eagan, but it's just those minor details. The double teams at the point of attack. Receiver blocking downfield. Like, it's just those minor things that if Eagan cleans up... they could have scored on like 8 plays by now, easily, based on what Edina's playing or how Edina's defending them. It's like shocking that because it's not like they run that many plays. Like, what does Eagan run this far? Inside veer. They did 1 counter option, a rocket toss, and zone dive. Like, if you only practice those plays, how are you missing this many blocking assignments on them? I'm shocked. So once again, they love inside veer. They're going right back to it. He's going to be left unblocked. No, why did they try and block him? Oh, because it's counter option. That's why. I'm the idiot. I got bamboozled. So counter option here. Boom, come around. And again, on counter option, you leave these guys unblocked intentionally. The dive is never getting the ball, and you automatic... Why did the dive get the ball? Why? What is he doing? Mr. Evans, what are we reading? He's looking right at him. He's coming to play the dive. What? Okay, so this might be a missed read. This should have been a keep and then a pitch right away. And then again, you got block there. You got block there. There's another potential Eagan touchdown if we make the correct read. The wrong read was made. First key, which is the read key, attacks the dive. And, I mean, it's kind of hard when you have Mr. Is that Cole Will? Was that his name? I forget. Right guard for Eagan. Kid's an absolute stud. Was a state wrestling champ. He just hits the nose guard. He's trying to get off the nose guard. You can see he dips his shoulder. He's trying to rip underneath, but he's just so strong that he accidentally, like, rips the nose guard with him. Dang, what a stud. And I don't like that he tackled his own man instead of getting up to backer. If this is counter option, he ought to be getting up to the backside backer, place side. I guess he likes tackling his own guy instead. But again, that was the wrong read. That should have been right here. It's a keep, and then right there, it's a pitch, quick pitch. And I would have probably liked to see a switch block on this. That would have been better. He would have just gone to safety, and then he can come around and take him, do an actual switch block. That would have been nicer. And then that could have been touchdown Eagan again. Again, Eagan play calling, fantastic. Eagan execution needs a little improvement. Oh, that that was close to Edina nose guard. Ooh, I think he's like half an inch off. Dangerous. We have inside again, inside veer. How many different plays have we seen? 4. We have a double team at the point of attack. Yes, we do. We getting up to backer. No, we missed the inside backer. Again, minor execution. The H back is, or the slot back is going up to hit the bat. Why? Then who takes the, what? And again, it's not like Edina's changed their defense. The blocking rules of Eagan are randomly changing. I'd much rather see scoop to backer, double team at the point of attack, up to backer to wall him off. There's so much other, or, you know, you can double team the, he can go to backer. He needs to get across more and get to opposite backer. You need to trade off so he can get to opposite shoulder and you two wash him down. I'm surprised that Cole Will's not able to wash this kid down more. That's okay. Right as I say that, he does a great job walling him off. And then he gets up to backer. So Eagan right guard, that was a fantastic job right here. Double team at the point of attack. And then gets up to the next level, takes the next man he's supposed to. That's fantastic. What does the tackle do, though? Oh, wait, no, that's not the guard. That's the tackle that does that. Where did the guard go? What's he doing? He gets hung up. And the tackle blocks the wrong backer. Dude. Again, Eagan, gotta clean up the blocking rules. He should be the first inside backer, double team at the point of attack, up to backer. He can cut or scoop. He cuts or scoop. And you can see the scoop blocking. Scoop, scoop, scoop to double team at the point of attack, double to backer. You get to backer, read key, pitch key, and then you can either do it straight up like Shakopee does, or if you want to do, you want to do a switch block, have him go get safety, him arc out and go take him, and there you go. Like, so many of these plays could be touchdown Eagan, but none of them are ending up as touchdown Eagan, just because of little details that could be cleaned up. That's wild. So we're in 30, wing slot again, classic Shakopee. I kind of get a better look at where they're lined up. Looks like this guy's more of a 2. That means he might be the 3. I don't know. It's so hard to see from this angle. They could both be in 2s. He looks like, based on his hands, more of a 3 technique. He might be the 1. And they love inside veer. It looks like they're running inside veer up to the top again. Nope, counter option. I'm wrong. It's rocket toss. But again, see how those plays set each other up? He opens up this way, rocket toss goes that way, and they can just go up and block the next level, because those two guys are never going to make the play. But the receiver blocking, again. There's got to be better ways to block this. Or if they do like what I said with the switch blocking, if he goes out there and then he takes him, and if they're going to maintain the edge like that and keep working outside, which they are, you can tell Edina's kids are very well coached just by the way they're using technique, driving back. 20 gets a good block here. The slot back, he's pushing that DB and he's like, I want a first down, get out of my way. But wide receiver blocking for Eagan might be the biggest issue other than the double team at the point of attack. If they clean up those two things, they could have won this game. They would easily be scoring almost every play. I don't want to say they could have won this game necessarily because we saw Edina's offense on that first drive. Cut out of the Eagan film, but in the Edina film, ooh, was that nasty. Okay, we can see this is a 1 technique, and this is probably a better look at, you know, what I was talking about, the triangle concept that is that Coach Johnson? That's not Coach Johnson, is it? What just happened? Huh? What in the world am I... Wait, what? Okay, there's something going on here that I have no clue. What is happening right now? He didn't call a timeout. He's looking at the ref. He's excited about something. Maybe they just announced $1 chicken tenders. Maybe they're serving Chick-fil-A sandwiches at concessions and they just marked them down to only 50 cents each. I mean, I'd be happy about that. Or if you get like Popeye's chicken sandwich at one of the Edina. Ooh, you know what? Edina, week 6. Please get Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich at your concession stand. Coach Lance will buy several. Maybe he's excited about that. I don't know. Something weird happened here. They didn't even run a play. But going back really fast, I was going to mention the triangle thing and just talking more about what the defense gives you. You have a 3 technique here, but he's tight as a 5, so you could run midline and leave those 2 unblocked. It's a little bit trickier. But look at all this space right there. That's what I mean by triangle. You have a 1 technique, you have a 5 technique that's wide as a C gap. He's actually more of a 7. And that's why Eagan keeps calling inside veer, because that's what Edina is giving them based on their alignment. They did finally stack another guy down in the box, but I mean, that's not going to help. The blocking rules are there for it. You get a double team at the point of attack right there, up to him. Tackle gets up there. He's unblocked. Slot back and him. Block these 2. You can either do it straight up. You can do Bob. I'm sorry, that's an arc. You can do Bob. You can do arc. Or you can do what Shako does. You can do switch. And that's there. And then just read these 2 NPCs right here. Dive, pitch, quarterback keep. And it's all there. Like, Eagan has their plays. They could easily run it. You know what? I forgot. They're playing it at Edina. Maybe the coach saw a cake along the sideline. He's like, right here. They have cake! Oh no, look at the cake! They have cake! I want cake! I want cake! And he's like, sorry, I got hungry. What happened? I have no idea what happened there. Yeesh. 46 plays out of, what was it, 153? Not even a third of the way through this, man. There's been so much to talk about. And again, when you have 2, like, totally opposite teams, it's exciting for me, though, because I have a lot to discuss. I think they're playing 2s this time. Bros dissing on the cake eaters. Hey, I mean, if they want to have cake at their concessions when Lakeville South plays Edina week 6, I will gladly buy some Edina concession cake. Or if they want to serve, like I said, Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich, I will gladly buy a few of those. Support Edina Public Schools, sure. 2 techniques are a little bit more difficult because you don't necessarily know which way they're going to go, so you don't know what you're going to have as a first level defender. That's a little bit better. Oh, all right. I'm giving the Edina nose guard a little credit here. See how he's diving? So there's a proper way to do this. He's aiming more at the legs, which is awesome because then their helmets can't fall on your head and you're getting your head in between their legs. And you're wrapping up around their knees here so their knees can't fall on your helmet. If you are going to dive as a defensive lineman, that is the correct way to do it. So Edina D line coach, that's some good technique you're coaching over there. You get a gold star for that. And like we talked about, double team at the point of attack with inside veer. Actually, this isn't inside veer. This looks more like counter option. No, it's a pass play. Oh, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I look at the down and distance? It's literally 4th and 8. Like, okay. Yeah, stupid coach Lance. That's my B. I didn't look at it situationally. But so counter option sets up. Is it post wheel? Yep. And they throw the wheel. Dude, how many pass plays do the triple option teams in 6A have? Like, if you think, like, Shakopee has waggle, post wheel, and then maybe, like, a quick slant. That's it. You look at Centennial. Veer pass, counter pass, waggle, and post wheel. You look at Eagan. They've got their play action boot, post wheel, and I assume they have waggle. I don't know because they never use it, but maybe. But yeah, wheel right out of the backfield. I mean, that's almost like classic Prior Lake there. It's like, ooh, I'm going to send my Z or my H in motion out of the backfield or across the formation, and Edina played man coverage into it. Post wheels are deadly in high school, man. For some reason, if you don't play exchange coverage, kids just cannot figure it out. That corner almost always will go with the post and leave the wheel route unprotected. But you know what? That's 2 times Edina has converted on Eagan has converted on 4th down, and Edina's kind of choked on that. That really plays into Eagan's strategy. It keeps the drive going. Edina's defense stays on the field. So far, I like what Eagan's doing. Their game plan and their play calling, double thumbs up. What we like to see. Issue execution and the blocking, especially at the double team at the point of attack, and receiver blocking. Not enough sauce. I was reading a little bit of the thesis on building a program. What are my thoughts on it? I really liked a lot of what... so for those that don't know, we're talking about Coach Rick Frickland, Park of Cottage Grove. He had that 154-page master's thesis that he did for his Master of Education degree. And he was talking about how to build an elite football program. I really liked a lot of what he was talking about, because he talks about the community support that you need around it. The only thing I don't know if he mentioned or not, I'd have to go back and read it a little closer, was if he mentioned the strength and conditioning program. I think that's a big piece that's missing. And honestly, I have no idea what Park Cottage Grove's strength and conditioning program is even like. But maybe that's telling that I've never heard of it. Like, I've heard of Shakopees, you hear of Centennials. Obviously, everyone knows Lakeville South. I know Egan's got a great one. Rosemount has an awesome one. Minnetonka, underrated one. I know that I think 2023 they got caught up doing a little bit too much mobility stuff, and so they suffered from a lot of injuries because they weren't as much like functional focused and kind of building that body armor. That's always the hard part. Whenever you go into like a strength program and you want your kids doing a ton of mobility stuff, that's awesome. But they need that body armor on their ankles and knees before you have them doing all that hard cutting and motion stuff. Because if you go right into that with no body armor, you're talking about torn meniscuses, torn menisci, whatever the plural is, torn ACLs. You're talking about potential Achilles injuries. You're talking about ankle injuries, rolled ankles, sprained ankles. It's just, you want to strengthen all of that before you do mobility work. But ironically, speaking of torn ACLs, who tore their ACL from Minnetonka 2023? They're starting running back. Didn't they lose like 5 starters that year? And you know what? You want to talk about another one? Lakeville North 2024. They were 7-1 still, but they were absolutely decimated with injuries. If they did not have all the injuries, one, I think they would have actually beat Eastridge week 7. They would have not only beat Champlin 17-14. That would have been a much bigger margin of victory for them in the second round of the playoffs. And then they would have scored more than 7 points against Anoka. I mean, they made Anoka throw 4 picks and still lost 10-7. But yeah, I guess to answer the question, I kind of went off on a tangent there. I'd have to read a little bit more because I don't think he talked about the strength program aspect of it. And then I think he talked mostly about the culture, and I do like a lot of what he says there. Culture is such an underrated part of building a football program. Like, if you go back and look at that Anoka stream I did, that's a perfect example of 2 teams with and without culture. Anoka had a ton, and you could tell. Kids are celebrating with each other after they make plays. They're coming up to each other. Zach Welch is talking to his teammates on the sideline. Coach Wastrick is talking to all the kids. Like, that program was dialed in. And you compare that to Blaine, who was just kind of looking around, kind of going through the motions. They were standing around watching in between play, or like, say it was a run play, receivers would be standing around watching. Like, Anoka never did any of that stuff. So that's just kind of the minor details with culture that coaches have to build up. So yeah, I'm probably gonna lean towards those being my thoughts on that thing. Like I said, maybe I'll give it more of a read if I get more free time. We'll see. Coach Dean just gave me the full list of all of our defensive installs for Lakeville South for the summer, and all the Scout O plays he wants drawn against it. So I have a lot of work to do coming up, which I guess is helpful because, you know, inside veer of Eagan, I wonder if we're gonna have to rep against that. It's not like that's like 90% of Eagan's play calls thus far. Speaking of which, it's inside veer again here. Again, they like the triangle that they're getting right there. You have a A-gap defender that they're not reading. They're getting a double team on him. First level C-gap defender that they should be leaving untouched. Oh, this is a nice arc block. See how they arc around him? You can easily see. Here's your read key. There's your pitch key. Or that's supposed to be a P, not an R. There's your pitch key. We'll play this in slow motion. And look at how bang bang it is. Much better double team. You get up to backer and see how you get a nice veer right there. That's why so many teams get confused on how to defend the triple option, because it's not an A-gap dive. Inside veer is a C-gap dive play. See how it goes there? Ooh, who's that gets turned around? Is that the tackle? Well, the guard falls down. Who's the tackle end up blocking? Yeah, the tackle gets spun around. Give credit to the Edina inside line. Look at his arms. Look, he's hand fighting. He is ripping through. Fantastic. Look at that technique. He rips through, fights off, and gets the tackle. Best teams that run inside veer, Centennial. 100% Centennial. There's not many teams in 6A that do it. Rosemount does a lot more midline. They rarely ever go to inside veer. That, you know, with such a huge playbook, it's hard to. Forest Lake has an okay inside veer. Again, they have a much bigger playbook. They do a lot more than just inside veer. I'd say the team that does the best, though, is Centennial. What play are we on? We're on 47. All right, remember 47. I'm actually going to pin that in chat so I can remember to come back to that. Otherwise, I will probably forget. But if you want to see a really good inside veer, I think I was showing it earlier. Centennial versus Lakeville South from 2023. Yeah, easily Centennial has the best inside veer. Oh, no, it's offense. I don't want you to see your... I mean, not like anyone doesn't know what Lakeville South does on offense. It's like, I wonder if they're going to run the ball out of the power T. Well, duh. All right, let's go to play 6. It's kind of the end. We'll get a nice view here because we'll get an end zone view. I think this is another belly, or that's another lead. This might be inside veer right here. Yeah. No, it's not either. Ooh. Cameras must have been acting up this game. This one's the inside veer. So if you watch, double team at the point of attack right here, and you can see it pre-snap, right? Just based on how we're aligned. There's that triangle we're talking about. You have an A-gap defender, you have first level C-gap defender, nobody in the B-gap, so they want to exploit that. And look at how tight they are up here. That's a beautiful hole. Centennial, Coach Littlefield, and Coach Diggins Sr. saw that, and they're like, we want that. And then you can see right away, he should be the read key, he should be the pitch key. And this was not really a good defensive game plan by us, because you draw that line right down the middle. These two are in line. There's 3 defenders on this side, and what is that? 6 over there. I wonder which side Centennial's going to choose to run to. Like, yeah, definitely not the brightest moment for us. But just watching it right here, we'll play it slowly. See how, even though Maverick Harper is still running upfield, you can watch. See how the lane opens up? So even though it is a dive, he's not diving to the A gap, he's diving into the C gap. And you get a nice double team at the point of attack right there. He gets up to backer. So the center could have done a little bit of a better job here. The center's supposed to get across, and then he gets there, and then they double team up to that backer. He does a great job just getting right up to the backer, and he look, see how he, oh. I'm going to glaze the left tackle for Centennial a little bit here. Watch how he aims outside shoulder and then turns him inside so Maverick Harper can run right behind him. That is a fantastic veer block. I think the H-back or the slot back here is the one that messed up. If he arced out and went to hit the safety there, this would have been touchdown Centennial, because you've got Reed right here. He's just kind of sitting, and you can see Dalen Cummings is reading that first-level C-gap defender. He sits, so the dive gets the ball. Otherwise, if he goes out and blocks there, he takes the dive, he keeps. If 19 attacks him, he gets the pitch. Let me find one of their touchdowns. If you want to see an outside veer, both their, well, they had that deep touchdown pass, but both of their run plays against us were outside veer. So what's the difference? Inside veer, no tight end, goes to the C gap. Outside veer, tight end goes to the D gap. So you'll watch it right here. So I think that's outside veer to the left, top of the screen up here. You'll see they're going to leave this defender unblocked, our outside backer, and they're making him make a decision. So see how you get a great double team at the point of attack? You actually get 2 double teams right here. Center is able to trade off. Beautiful double team up there. Another double team up to the other backer. And now outside backer, because there's both those double teams, is put in such a bind. His job is supposed to be the quarterback, but there's nobody left of the dive men to take the quarterback because Centennial's blocking scheme is so awesome. So he takes the dive. Dalen Cummings reads it like a book. He's like, all right, you're going to make a bad choice. I'm going to profit off of it. Oh, that's a great lead. Oh, dude, Marcus Whiting was a stud. Look at this lead block right here. He's like, all right, boom. Oh. Ooh. All right, I'm sorry. I hate watching my own kids get hit, but, oh. Dang. And then the DBs trip over each other, and he gets in. Let's see if we get an end zone view. All right, this next one I know we have an end zone view of. Again, outside veer, same thing. You have a double team at the point of attack, double team up there. They get to backer, they can get to backer. He blocks there. That leaves one guy to try and take the dive, the quarterback, and the pitch man. So, yeah, this is definitely not a very good defensive scheme to run against a triple option team. I would not recommend it. And with outside veer, you need a first-level D-gap defender, which is our outside backer over here. Here's our dive. And once again, look, Dalen Cummings is reading him like a book. What does he do? He attacks the dive. And Dalen's like, all right, you want to take the dive? I'll walk in for a touchdown. And he could have pitched the ball too. See how there's nobody to take the pitch, man? There were so many ways Centennial could have scored. Here, we'll get the end zone view here. So this is where it's just awesome. You get to see how great their blocking scheme is. So you have a double team at the point of attack up to backer. You have another double team here. You scoop, you scoop, you scoop. And then you've got the dive goes off the butt to the C gap out there. Marcus Whiting comes around. Dalen Cummings opens this way. And then you're just reading him right there. There's no pitch key to read, so he can pitch it whenever he wants to. If he's like, hey, Marcus, you want a free touchdown? Here you go. So watch these double teams. Look at just how beautiful those are. See how not just one, but two double teams at the point of attack, and then they drive him. Yeah, they could have got up to number 43 a little bit better. You know what's funny? I think Dalen Cummings actually gets hit in the face right here. Look, see? He actually bonks. I'll play it in slow motion. Our outside backer didn't know what to do. He goes in between them. He actually bonks Dalen Cummings with his helmet and is like, wait, who has the football? Oh, he does. Touchdown Centennial. So yeah, best team in 6A that runs inside veer. My vote would probably be Centennial. You know what? Actually, I'm going to look it up really fast. I think that Coach Diggins might actually still have a tutorial. Michael Diggins, football. I hope he didn't take the playlist down. Oh, he still has it. So if anyone ever wants to watch it, Centennial has a playlist for how to run all of their base run plays. It's a Centennial Youth Football instructional videos thing. Can I download this? I might have to download all these videos before Coach Diggins sees this. Just so, yeah. And then you can see they run a bunch of their clips here. There's their buck sweep, inside veer, outside veer, waggle. They have a ton of those. And then you talk about, like, back stances and everything. Huh? Do I not have ad block? Do we see ad block? Why am I getting ad?
Not again.
YouTube, I will cry. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, he talks about... I don't think that's him. That might be Coach Littlefield. I honestly don't know. But they talk about how quarterbacks take the handoff. They talk about their reads and everything. They talk about quarterback footwork. They talk about the fullback's aiming point off the guard's butt. See, here's a fullback, Centennial, and where is he aiming? Side view. They talk about stances and everything. First step. Here's the mesh. This is probably the best way of reading it. See how they're going to ride it, and his aiming point is off the guard's butt. This is why I was saying, like, it makes no sense that teams want to defend the flex bone by, like, oh, we're just going to crush the A-gaps or pinch the A-gaps. Well, look at the running back's alignment. He can go to A-gap. And if you think about it, he's blocking down. The tackle's blocking down hard. It's essentially a C-gap run play that just looks like it's going up the middle because they just do such a good job. Like, they're the Great Wall of China, just whoosh, cutting down those Mongols. Yeah, so my vote would probably be Centennial does the best inside veer in 6A. Whew. Eagan could be good, though. Eagan has the building blocks there, and they definitely have the play calling. Like I said, Coach John, I don't know if Coach Johnson's the one calling the O. Whoever is like, locked in. They're making the correct play call based on what the defense is giving them. Like, I drew that triangle earlier for Centennial against Lakeville South, and I've been doing the same thing against Edina. Like, right here, you get that same exact triangle concept, just like you saw. I gotta watch here. Was this the correct read? So inside veer. He's attacking the dive. Brooklyn Evans keeps. So that is the correct read. So once again, we're running inside veer. Double team at the point of attack could be better. Nose guard gets a gold star. He prevents from getting up to the next backer. Brooklyn Evans does a good job keeping. This is where it starts to get a little muddy. Edina, why is he playing both the quarterback and the pitch man? That's only one defender. He can't play two. Have him hit the quarterback right away. I guess you kind of have to when you're playing a 4-4 defense. I don't like playing a 4-4 defense against, like, Edina. I'm sorry, against, what do you call him? So what I would do, Eagan, that's it. So here you go, you got wing slot. This is what they like to do, and this is like that 4-4. You have a safety stacked up, so a better way to do it, keep your safeties up high. So you have end. Yeah, this is a 4-man front. So I'm going to do it against a 3-4, because I like 3-4s better. Playing against at least Eagan and Shakopee. Centennial's a little bit different. You got to adjust to their unbalanced stuff. Let's say I got 31 wing slot. Let me see if it autofills for me. Yes. There we go. Beautiful. So way I like to do it, nose and say we're in a 3-4 defense. Our backers are in 30 techniques. And then you have outside backers just out there. And then corner, we can put safety stack there because it's a 2x2, corner, and then safety. So it looks like just a base 3-4 defense. I want both my outside backers up on the line because I have a tight end / H-back. I have a tight end / H-back. And then normally they put them out there on freshman team. For some reason, they put them inside like Shako does. But this is normally how they would align. And so where do they want to run inside veers? They want to run it to the weak side. What would I recommend for those who are trying to get into coaching but are still trying to figure out learning football plays? I would say so do you have experience with playing football? That'd be the first one. And if you want to just learn more, I'd highly recommend just kind of reaching out to any 6A coach, like, or even just any coach in Minnesota for that matter. They all love talking about football. And just say, hey, you know, Coach so-and-so, my name is whatever, I really wanted to get into coaching. I think there still might be teams looking for like lower level coaches. That's the best way to start. I got my start at freshman football and I've just like taken off since then. It's like, it just gives you such an opportunity to grow. I think Anoka was looking for coaches. Andover was looking for lower level coaches. Forest Lake was another one. So, you know, if you happen to be around like the North, either West or Eastern Metro, both of those teams, or all three of those teams, were all looking for lower level coaches. I think at Lakeville South, we might still be looking for, I think, a 9th grade running back coach. If you want to come coach on the South side, we got opportunities down here. But yeah, honestly, just talking to any kind of coach will help you, or even finding like tutorial videos. Like, say you want to learn about RPO offenses. Well, let me see. I hope Coach Brown didn't take it out. Oh yeah, look at that. Coach Lance is live. Go figure. Wyzetta RPO football. It might still be up, please. Yes.
Hey guys, welcome to Chief Picks.
Beautiful. You can just honestly look up teams and their systems, and there you go. Here's all your Wyzetta stuff. Y inside zone, and he actually draws up. Yeah, guard, gap, fat man, second level. Remember how I was talking about Blaine needs to take all these rules for zone blocking? There it all is. They don't even have to go talk to Coach Brown. They just go watch his YouTube video on it. But just finding stuff like that is super helpful. And I think if you want to talk about like flexbone stuff, there's a whole series on YouTube about flexbone teams. Like, there's just so much information out there. And you know what? If you want to be really lazy, you can even ask AI. Like, just go to ChatGPT. Hey, tell me about like different types of offenses and defenses in football. And maybe say at the high school level, and it'll be able to do it. So yeah, there's a ton of ways. And honestly, the best way to start, just go and coach 9th grade football. You've got all the varsity and most likely sophomore level coaches there to help support you. It's one of the best experiences I've ever had. Highly recommend. And normally, like, if you are going to go coach football, a lot of programs are just starved for lower level coaches. How do I even find so much information from other schools? You know, it honestly just depends. A lot of it, like, I mean, there's stuff out on the internet. If you just, like, search for things on the internet, you'll likely come across something. Some teams have it a little better hidden than others. It all just depends. And honestly, it just depends on who wants to put in the effort to find it. I don't think a lot of other 6A schools, or anyone for that matter, does that much effort. At least not, like, the kind of stuff we do. Unless you're Bo Wasterick or, I'm forgetting his name. Rochester Mayo, Donnie Holcomb. They do an absolute, like, insane amount of work studying other teams. But what was I just thinking of? Like, I think I used the example of Buffalo MN football. Or you know what? Whose YouTube channel was it? Nick Kelvey. Here we go. I think I talked about this, how this guy recorded every single Buffalo football game from I think it was the 2023 season. And if you watch, he has all of their offensive hand signals and play calls. So there's the formation. He put it all on YouTube, and any team can go watch this. If your parents are out there recording football games, ask them not to put it on the internet. Because like I said, obviously I don't coach for Woodbury or Buffalo, but hey, if I have to play these two teams, I can just go and watch this. Now, obviously, Minnesota State High School regulation and rules. It would be against their rules for me to go to that game with a camera myself and record that, not being a member of either of the schools. That would be against the rules. Or if you do what Connor Stallions did and pay someone to go and record it, that's probably also a violation. I don't think there's anything specifically written about it, but I imagine that would probably be frowned upon. But say this is just like a neutral thing, like a parent decides to post the game on the internet, then, I mean, it's just there for people to use. I didn't record this. I don't know who Nick Kelvey is, but I'm thankful that he put all these games on YouTube because, we didn't end up playing Buffalo, but suppose we did. I could have just gone and watched this. I could have got all their offensive hand signals. I don't know what they're calling, but I'm assuming that's probably running back on the right side, so that's correct. Running back to the right side. And then these two are calling the play. So that's the formation, running back right side, something coming down the middle, and he's clapping. So that might be the cadence. That might be the actual play. Watch it be like a quarterback power or something up the middle. No, it's just a pass play. Oh, well, goes. Duh. So, yeah. Just all depends. What's another one? Prior Lake Wyzetta. This is another one that I watched a lot of. Some random Prior Lake parent. Oh, that's... where did they put it? Wyzetta football. I hope the parent didn't take it down, because they had... There it is. Dennis Taylor. So, I watched this game a ton preparing for our Wyzetta game, because he got a bunch of Wyzetta's hand signals while, during the game. This is how I got their ice call and their, rugby punt play call. Let me see if I can't go to some of their offense here. Hey, Prior Lake actually scored a touchdown. Was it a wheel route or was it a toss? It was belly. They pulled a Shakopee. They didn't pull anybody because, Prior Lake doesn't know how to pull, but they did something. And then, yeah, I mean, that's Prior Lake's MO. Get fast kid into space. Fast kid, run behind big kid. And who'd they run behind? Left tackle, Ethan Beckman. Big kid, and he doesn't even push. He just kind of washes the kid out. Fast kid, run behind big kid. Go score. That's Prior Lake in a nutshell. Oh, dang, this parent, Mr. Taylor, is very nice. He even throws replays into his stuff. But, yeah, again, not a wise thing to do this because now I legally have film on both Prior Lake and Wyzetta, including sideline stuff. So if we go to, Wyzetta's offense here, first down, not so much because they actually huddle up for first down. But look, I've got all their offensive play calling coaches right there in view. Motion across. Zone. Oh, no. GH counter. Look at that. Ooh. Nice GH counter. But if we get up to second down, if we pan the camera up, please. See it? All their coaches are calling hand signals. You can see all of it. And I know this is H-back motion across. H-back left side. He goes across and comes back. And then I think that's inside zone that he's calling there. There's your H-back motion. And there's, well, they fumbled it, but it was inside zone. So yeah, I mean, you can easily pick up stuff like that, and I didn't even have to do anything. Some parent just decided to put it out on the internet. Yay for parents. That would have been a good play, though. I think they changed. They call, yep, they're switching from 12 over to 11 personnel here. Make the change. Bring a tight end out. Now what are we going to get? H-back, so they're calling slot twins. They're calling H-back this side, twin receivers over here. So that's the formation. Should be H here, twin over here. I'm forgetting what the China eat 'em up play is. This might be flood right, if I remember correctly. Oh, I got the formation correct. Okay, it was flood left. My B. I said flood right. It was actually flood left. I get them mixed up with Mayo because Mayo calls play signals like if it's on this side, it's to the right, and if it's on this side, it's to the left. Wyzetta is the opposite. This side's the left, and this side's the right from the quarterback's perspective instead of from the coach's perspective. But yeah, it's literally that easy to pick up on stuff. And then they punt. Prior Lake gets the ball back, and I think Prior Lake just gives it right back to him. There's caveman offense again. Fast kid, run behind big kid. Toss. Prior late, and then what do they do? He's cutting it up. I think that might be Levi Eider. Is that 29? No. 23. Maybe it isn't. He changed numbers. Who knows? But yeah, it's Prior Lake's MO. Fast kid, run behind big kid. Attack. Oh, this is a weird bubble. Oh no, it was a dive. Yeah, they thought they could trick them into a weird bubble, but you still have 4 down linemen. Like, someone for Prior Lake's got to be able to see that and say, oh, they didn't adjust to our formation. Maybe we should change the play call. Nope. Prior Lake punt, 3 and out. All right, Wyzetta back on O. You never see the first down, so you don't know what they're doing. But then, like, the next play here, again, there's their offensive play calling coaches. What do we got dialed up? They make sure they're in the correct order. H-back motion again. H-back starts on the right side. And then inside zone out to the left. Actually, no, I'm wrong. So, this is what I messed up in our play. Well, I didn't mess this up, but I got this in our playoff game. But by this time, like, I think a third string defense was in against YZ's backups. That is tunnel. They're calling a tunnel screen. Yeah, this is tunnel screen. Either choo-choo is tunnel weak side. I think this might be tunnel wide side. I don't know if it's left or right, but I do know that hand signals tunnel. And they did the motion, like I said, with that. Yep, and there's tunnel. It's that easy to pick up on stuff. All because some Prior Lake parent decided to put it out on the internet. What do we got this time? Changing to 11 personnel. I saw the hand signal, so 11 personnel. All right. That's the personnel group. Now we're going to get formation and then the play call. H back on the right side. I forget what down here is. I honestly don't know what this one was. Smashed. I'm assuming it's some kind of pass play because it's 3rd and a mile. And it's not the tunnel screen. Oh. I guess it's tight end screen out of the backfield. And then this is another one he's saying, get up to the line. That might be Coach Brown up there. I can tell because he's got pretty nice shoulders. I'd love to hit shoulder press with Coach Brown from YZ one of these days. That might be him over there. Look at that broad pectorals and the broad shoulders. Love to hit upper body with Coach Brown. Trying to get a player out there, get the right personnel grouping. Calling 12. I want to say that was Hitches. Yeah. H-back tucked down here. And then this is Hitches. Or was that an RPO? Am I stupid? Yeah, I'm dumb. And they called inside zone RPO hitch. And you can watch. See how he's looking over to the wide side here? Tony Lay. And he's reading Tony Lay. He sees the D-gap defender sits. So he doesn't throw it. And then it's an inside zone. That's an example of an RPO. It's cropped out, so I can't quite see what they're doing. I see that there's H-back motion, so they're going to do that. I don't know what the rest of it is. It might be a slant. I know that this is RPO slant when they do that. They have both guys do that. Is it an RPO slant? Motion across. GH counter. Oh, no, this is GH counter coming back this way. That's what that was. So you can tell guard's back a little bit. He pulls out. He's going to come inside, and there's your GH counter. Boom. And there's the RPO off of it, right? We call GH counter with the RPOs. And there's your RPOs off of it. That's YZ in a nutshell. So yeah, even though it sounds scary, like, ooh, big RPO team, it's all like just ordering off a buffet. They gave me a run play, so here's my cheeseburger, and then here's my pass play that goes with it. Beautiful. H-back stayed down. Some kind of bubble thing. Oh, RPO slants. Yeah, he's doing that. That's the RPO slants here. Watch this. So motion again. RPO slant. You know it's going to be coming here because that's the running back handoff side. There's your RPO slant. D-gap defender stays down there. And, oh, duh. Oh, outside zone. I think they call it outside zone instead of stretch. What do they give me this time? H stay. Okay, this is the big one that we got him. Hands on the helmet. Anytime hands like that over the headset, it's their ice call. There's no play. Yep, see how they all do it? He's going to come up, clap, and there's no play call. Watch. See? Boom. It was one of the biggest ones. And that, you know what? You want to go and talk about... So what am I on? I'm still on play 47. You want to talk about practicality of using that? I want to say it was YZ. This was week 9 when we played them in the playoffs. And we were able to spot this. This was actually so cool when we got this defensive style. I want to say it was on 4th. I think this is labeled incorrectly. This is our goal line. It was here in the 3rd quarter. That's weird that these are labeled 3rd. Yeah, this is 3rd quarter. It was down a bit of a ways. They got to a key 4th down. This might have been it right here. Yeah. These last 2 plays, I think we actually knew what they were doing. If I go and rewind, let me go past this, please. There we go. So they did their ice call. They did hands on the helmet, which is why you see we didn't jump off sides. We were able to call that from the sideline. Said, hey, there's no play, there's no play. What are they calling? So that trumpet motion was inside zone and right hand. It's going to the right. It's coming down this way. So yeah, inside zone coming down here. And there it is. Simple. And like we said, I think I was talking about this earlier with YZ about their zone blocking rules, how he fills in the backside C gap when the zone goes away from him, so it's inside zone right. We called it. We did not do a good job executing against it, but we knew what play was coming. It's 4th down, and then what do? They call, I don't know if it'll show up, it looks like they're just out of frame here, but they literally did the exact same hand signals 2 plays in a row. They iced us at first, and we're like, hey, don't jump, there's no play. And so what do? We don't jump. See, I mean, you see, we did not even budge, right? It's because we knew there was no play called. Look at our D line. Nothing. Cold as ice because they knew there's no play. And you can see we're telling them that. So now what are we saying? I think Coach Dean's down here. I'm telling him, like, hey, they called inside zone again to the right. It's the same play. And you see he's yelling it right here. He's saying, hey, inside zone, inside zone. Brett hears it. He comes up. Well, he doesn't make the best job. Actually, I think it's not Brett. I'm going to say our inside backer here is the better job. That might have been Freuza. Yeah, it's Freuza. And boom. There's an example of all because a Prior Lake parent decided to put game film up on YouTube. I was able to pick that up, and there it is. That's a key 4th down stop. And what do we do the next play after that? I don't know if it was the very next play. It might have been 2 plays later. It was play 101. But it was still like a 1-possession game at this point. Play 102. That's play 101. Did a nice job. We knew it was inside zone. We stopped them. And then the very next play, or not the next play, we tried to trap right off it. Here we go. We're like, all right, toss it. And then we go for a touchdown. So, I mean, that's how, all because a Prior Lake parent decided to put game film from 2023 up on YouTube, I was able to pick up 2 crucial hand signals from YZ that ended up being the turning point of a playoff game. Like, yeah. So that's why if you want to put in the effort to really get good at stuff, it's all out there for you to find. It's just, make sure you do it ethically. Like I said, if I went to like a Prior Lake YZ game and recorded it, totally not okay. Cannot do that. But if some random parent that I don't know happens to post a full game on YouTube, or say like the school itself, like Eagan does a live stream on YouTube and puts the full game up there, anyone can go and watch that. So, you know, more power to you. Anyways, maybe we're not going to get to the playoff game tonight. We'll see. If we do, it'll be a long, long night. Let's get back to some Eagan versus Edina. So I think we talked. This is inside veer. There was a bad double team at the point of attack. Brooklyn Evans makes the right read. He's supposed to pitch here, but it's hard because Edina is not playing the best defense. They're having their outside backer play both these guys instead of having him play the quarterback. And if he pitches, you have a corner to go play it, and you have a safety to go attack the pitch man. So, yeah, not the most sound rules. And, yeah, that made it tough. Honestly, if if Brooklyn Evans really wanted to, give him a little fake pitch, tuck it back in. You can actually do that in college football 25. Hit him with a fake pitch off the flex bone and then keep it in. Especially if you do that in online against other players. No one on college football 25 understands the flex bone. It is so easy for me just to run that and just run through the ranks and online play. People just have no clue. Unbalanced wing slot. We have Centennials. We have inside veer up here because they have a C-gap defender. They're just calling zone dive, though, because they're blocking him. There's a 1 technique here. We have an undercall, so you have a 3 technique, 1 technique, so we have A-gap, and you have C-gap. So we could run inside veer here. We could do midline this way. We have a guy out there. We could technically do outside veer or inside veer this way if we wanted to. That's what we're getting right here, or zone dive back that way. Oh, that was a fumble. I want to say this was zone dive because he looks like he's just going out there for no reason. He looks like he's expecting the ball, but it's dropped. That's not Tate Gage. That's their backup fullback. Gotta get the snap down, man. That's weird because Egan's only under center snapping. They don't do any shotgun stuff, so kind of surprised they're fumbling a snap like that. What's up, Coach Lance? Not much. Just gone on a lot of tangents tonight. We're going on 3 hours. I'm only a third of the way through the first game. So, yeah, this one's going on for a while. We have another inside veer here. Watch the C-gap defender. Goes right through unblocked. Double team at the point of attack again. Not the best for Eagan. I don't know. Maybe they need to get the tackle helping out there and working him up to backer. You see inside veer. He takes the... Nope. Ooh. Edina's playing this kind of well. See how he hesitates for a second? Oh, this is what I was saying I don't like. See how your whole arm's extended? The kid's running that way. It's pulling your arm that way. You could easily rip your pectoral or pull your arm out of its socket. That's not what you want to do. What you should have done is just gone straight into the dive. Your job's not the quarterback. His job's the quarterback. And I don't know why he's going in. Come around, go hit the quarterback. Force him to make the pitch. If you force Brooklyn Evans to make the pitch, say he keeps, then he has to make the pitch right there because you're right there to whack him. He's 5 yards in the backfield. He's not all the way out there. That gives your safety plenty of time to come up here. Your corner fills up there, and if he wants to cut back in, there's the rest of your defense in the wash. Defending the triple option can be simple, but a lot of coaches overthink it. Oh, nice job reaching for the football and attacking there. Good job by the Hornets filling. Edina plays solid defense. Most of this is Eagan execution, though. The play calling for Eagan, fantastic. They're calling inside veer to the correct side every single time. I just want them to fix their double team at the point of attack. I think if they redid that a little bit and adjusted the scoop blocking from the center, maybe have center needs to do a better job scooping, guard needs to do a better job passing it off to the center, tackle especially needs to, or maybe you just have these two double team up to backer and have the center scoop the backside backer. There's so many other things you could be doing to make this more effective, and they just aren't. I think a lot of it comes down to the center. Yeah, see how he just double teams by stepping in there? And again, they get a decent double team, but there's no pressure at the point of attack. Also, this is counter option, so it doesn't matter as much. He takes the dive. He should have pulled. Why didn't we pull? Mr. Evans, what's he doing? He's attacking the dive. We pull. Then there's a guy coming right after you. We pitch. Then you get around both of them. You got blocking there, block out here, pitch man. That could have been another touchdown, Eagan. How many times have I said, like in this stream, that could have been another touchdown, Eagan? And that was on 4th down, too. I should have seen that coming. What play does Eagan like to go to on 4th downs? Counter option. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, Edina gets the ball back. It's a great 4th down stop. 10 personnel, number 7 could be an H-back or a slot receiver, so that makes it tricky. So this is kind of the nice thing about sidecar RPO teams. Like I was saying, when Wyzetta went sidecar, it was easy to tell which side they RPO. With Moorhead, when they do it out of pistol back here, so hard to tell because you don't know. Like pre-snap, I can tell you if it is an RPO, this is the side he's RPOing. Whereas with Moorhead, when he's pistol, I can't tell pre-snap. I don't know until the ball snapped and the running back picks a direction. Then I know which way is being RPO'd, but by that point, I already have to read the play. I can't just look at that pre-snap and say, okay, RPO's on this side. So then if you know the RPO's on this side, and he's doing a second-level D-gap defender read, there's your read key. Have him sit there, and it's going to be inside zone that way. That's how simple Edina's defense or offense can be. Well, okay, power, not inside zone. But same concept. And again, why is this not? Oh, this is just a run play. This isn't an RPO. They just called power. Good job. And they do a decent job running it. Goodness. I gotta find more RPOs. Come on, Edina. So again, 11 personnel. He's over here on this side. Ain't no dads here. I do not have any children. It's that kick out play or that power play. And again, look at which side the handoff's on. Handoff's over here. Where are his eyes? He's reading the second level D-gap defender, which is this outside backer. This is a great RPO right here. They have a tunnel screen called. He's looking right at that D-gap defender. D-gap defender's going out here to cover the tunnel, so that means we're going to have a run play. Just by doing that, you can manipulate whether it's a run or pass play from Edina. He stays out there. Mason West sees it. He gives the handoff. And see, he went up and played the tunnel. Now he's not there to make the tackle on the run play. That's why Edina's offense is so potent. If you don't understand how their RPOs work, then yeah, you're going to struggle. But if you do understand, like number 22 probably has no idea, and I'm sure the coaches probably didn't know either. If he literally just stands right here, it's going to be a run play. Mason West is looking right at him. If he just sits there, it's a guaranteed run play. But because after that, he starts charging after the tunnel instead of reading the mesh, he's having a lot of trouble, and he gets caught in conflict here. And it's weird that he's looking at a man. He should be looking at his zone. Eyes at the quarterback, shuffle out here to the flat, force Mason West to make a decision. Once you see it's a run play, then you're not out here. You're scraped in here. Then you can attack. That's how you stop RPO teams. And again, that's probably more of a coaching point. That's why it pays to study other teams. Like, if you don't know how Edina's RPO works, you're probably just going to say, oh, just go play defense against them. Well, how does their offense run? What makes them tick? Like, yeah. Okay, motion over here. So if there is a handoff, keep in mind, you've got one receiver. Yeah, I think they don't flip receivers. I'm guessing they probably do like a 70, 80 series, and then 90 goes to both side. Then they have a passing tree that they use to call their RPOs. So power, is this an RPO? No, because there's no route here. And see, it can't be a pass play over there because which side is the handoff on? Handoff's over here. Mason West may be pretty awesome, but he's not an owl. He can't hand off here and turn his head like, he's not about to do that. It's impossible for him to turn his head to look over there. So it's just a run play, no RPO. What is RPO? RPO is an acronym for run pass option. It's a type of offense. And Edina is one of 3 teams in 6A that runs the run pass option offense. The others being at least post-snap run pass option. The other 2 are Wyzetta, who we just kind of talked about earlier. They were the blue and gold on YouTube. And then Moorhead is the other one. Well, that's a good job by the Eagan. Is that defensive end or outside backer? That's the outside backer. He takes on the lead block, forces it to bounce. Oh, nice job. Then is that the other inside backer that scrapes over? It is. That's pretty solid play for. Oh, but they miss. Dude, Eagan is in the right spot. Like, their scrapes and their run fits are in the correct spot. Again, it's just the execution with Eagan. They're so close. I got to give Eagan's scheme gets a check mark, both offense and defense. Their play calling is right there. It's more so just the execution with them that's keeping them from being a top-tier team. Oh, again, they're reaching with that potential pectoral tear. Break down and make the tackle. Oh, that could have been a TFL. Oh, dude. Again, Chase Bjorgard, stud. Cannot leave him unblocked. That's crazy. Oh, Eagan, what are we doing? A TFL just turned into like a 30-yard run or 25-yard run. Chase Bjorgard, man, if he can find space, he's going to get a touchdown. All right, which side is he on? They're motioning over here. Is he H? So, if I'm pre-snap, I'm thinking GH counter this way with an RPO up here. Let's see it. Nope, just a straight-up pass. Coach Lance wrong. Me stupid. Oh, well, you don't need RPOs. Is this the same thing where they just have a single man on the backside? Yes, because they stacked a safety down. You have your 7 in the box. You stacked safeties. He drops in the flat, but then that means, okay, so if you're playing cover 3 here, there, and the other corner's dropping deep, he's in the flat. How does the receiver get past your corner if it's cover 3? If you're cover 3 and you have a deep zone, this should not be a touchdown. He should be back here, taking that away. But instead it's touchdown. Yeah, that, again, correct play call, and I like the scheme from Eagan. The execution was not there. And maybe that comes down to, all right, we'll look at this before the kid moves across. He's only 5 yards back. And same thing with up here. If you're playing a cover 3, what are you doing so close? Are they in man? They are. That's my B. They're not playing cover 3. They're playing cover 1. That's the problem. And he gets beat man to man. Well, so I get credit to Edina. They probably saw this pre-snap before the motion. They're like, hey, they're giving us cover 1. Let's get a fade going because we trust our receiver to beat their DB, especially if he's within 5 yards of them. And he does. Eagan, cover 3 there, not cover 1. If we were in cover 3, no touchdown. Great. Jason Potts is an offensive-minded coach. That was great offensive play calling by Edina right there. Not such good execution on the ensuing PAT. Oh boy, that was a wild one. But interesting. Also, 4x6 kickoff. Did Brooklyn Evans take it? Did we kick it? We kicked it to Brooklyn Evans again. Why are we kicking to Brooklyn Evans? Oh, that's a nice job fighting off the block. Number 14 is about to get props. He fights off of a double team both times, and he stays with Brooklyn Evans. He may not have gotten the tackle, but he fought off a double team and forced him out of bounds. Now Eagan only gets the ball at the 24-yard line. That was a great individual effort. Now Eagan has to go 76 yards to score. That's not all that likely. Fantastic play from Edina special teams. That kid made a great play. Okay, back to flexbone triple option. Once again, we have and you can see kind of right here, he's more of a 2 pinching in. It's going to be inside veer this way. There it is. Why? Huh? Why did you go backward? Why? What are you doing? It's not counter option. Why did you go the wrong way? It's, like I said, execution with Eagan is really the only thing holding them back. Double team at the point of attack is there. Look at the veer lane. Look at the veer lane. It's there. But you need him going that way so he bites on that. Brooklyn Evans does a great job selling out the read key, but the pitch key is right there to make the tackle. Because number 20 went the wrong. Why did you turn around? Why did he turn around? Why are we turning around? If you keep going this way, he's with you, he's with him. Big run play on inside veer, but no. The guy that's supposed to be playing the pitch man ends up making the tackle. Oh. Why did we do it looked, and again, maybe this comes down to the naming convention, or the players are getting confused. Because the slot back here looks like he's running counter option. Meanwhile, everybody else is running inside veer to the left. So maybe this is a question for Eagan. When you're in wing slot like that, do you just call inside veer left or right? Do you use a numbering scheme? Like, for example, Lakeville North, 31-32 dive when they're in their I formation. Or, like, I'm trying to think of another one. I don't know how Shock P calls plays. Or do you call, instead of like left and right, do you call it strong or weak? Like inside veer weak because you want to run it to the weak side. I don't know. I know how the flexbone plays work, but I don't know the naming scheme for them other than just like the generic name, like an inside veer or a midline. I don't know what else they use to call the plays. It's there. The O-line did a good job veer blocking, but again, minor details. The pitchman went the wrong way. That allowed another defender not to have to worry about an assignment because the assignment he has to play isn't there, so he can come play the dive. I mean, again, it's still a 4-yard gain, but that could have been a 20-yard gain or like a 15-yard gain had that one kid just kept going and carrying out his fake. No, why? Dude, deja vu. Like, you're still getting 6 yards, but again, it could have been a much bigger play. Why is he countering back the other way? Is it because the safety is rolling with him? No, it's not, because here's the safety coming this way. The only guy that's going with him is the edge defender there, but he's in the wash anyway. He's never going to make the tackle on an inside veer. I'm like, what? Look, again, you've got great... Now you're actually getting multiple double teams at the point of attack. The veer is there. Brooklyn Evans makes the correct read. The defensive end comes up and plays quarterback. So he gives the dive. Fantastic read. I don't know why, if that is that kid, the number 20, if he's doing that himself, or if one of the coaches told him to do that, but stop that. That is not good. If he keeps running this way, he goes with him. Now there's nobody but a free safety. And if that free safety comes up, and you have an H-back or a slot back that's going to hit him anyway, slot back's assigned to hit the safety. He's taken. If 38's not there, again, that could have been touchdown Eagan. But no, why did he curl around instead of going with? Oh my goodness. Oh, dude. Again, Eagan gets a gold star for the play call. They are taking exactly what Edina is giving them, and Edina is not playing the triple option well. Also, I think that's Cole Will right there. Dude loses his helmet and his mouth guard, and he's still blocking downfield. Look at that. No. Yeah, that's Egan's right guard. Crash out, game over. Dude, look at that. Cole Will is an absolute stud. He pushes one guy. Or no, that's the tackle, I think. It's hard to tell who's who down there. I think that might be the center. Boom, push. Helmet's gone, mouth guard's gone. Crash out, game over. Yeah, I'm getting heated over this stuff. Again, it's like frustrating to me because like I see how great of a job Coach Johnson and his staff are doing. Like their play calling is like darn near perfect, and Edina's defense is not playing the triple option well. It's just like minor execution details. Eagan easily could have beaten Edina both games well, I don't know so much on the defensive end. That, question marks there, but offensively they should have been like scoring left and right on Edina based on what I'm seeing here. Inside veer again. He should be keeping. No. So what does 58 do? 58 kind of sits and runs upfield. So actually that's not a bad idea to hand off there. But the tackle fails to get to backer. That forces him to get there. Was this actually a zone dive and I'm stupid? No, because they leave... They're not trying to block him, and they're not blocking him. This is an inside veer. He just kind of gets in the way. He needs to get outside a little bit more to get up to his safety. And he's forced to take the inside backer, because again, tackle completely whiffed on who he's supposed to get. How did he sneak through here? Oh, you know why? Because these two do a great job. You can talk about double team at the point of attack. The center finally got across. The guard helps him. And it also helps that these two, if they're supposed to double team at the point of attack and get to backer and he gets to backer, they are consistently failing to get to that backer. And Edina linebacker, you do a great job scraping over there with the dive. You're ready to attack, but you miss. I mean, he's in the right position. He's just got to execute. And don't wait. Run up and fill. Go fit. Holes open. Run forward. Don't wait for him. Attack. No waiting on attack. And Edina's swarming to the ball. That's called, you want to talk about culture right there? See how all of Edina's defense are swarming to the ball instead of giving up? Look, they're all running to the ball to get over there. That's culture. Gold star for Coach Potts right there. And Eagan has a good play call again. It's just minor execution. Not getting up to the backer. H-back or the slot back wasn't able to get up to safety. Again, that could have been another touchdown Eagan if the block scheme was a little bit more sound. Which is weird, because again, how many times have we seen them run inside veer? That's been like, out of the 30 plays they've run on offense, that's been 20 of them. It was inside veer. Maybe even more than that. Maybe like 24 of them have been inside veer. Alright, some kind of fake. They're in their unbalanced slot. Nose guards on this side. I mean, they could just run inside veer to the left again. They're giving them inside veer. There's your triangle. Why fix it if it's not broken? Just keep running the same play. Although, what happened this time? Why is he not getting the safety? No, what? We missed. Was this supposed to be midline? You can't run midline. That's an A-gap defender. You need a B-gap defender to run midline. Midline would have to go this way. You have midline this way. I drew that too long. You've got midline this way to B gap. You have inside veer here to C gap, and there's no outside veer because there's no defender. And if you do run zone dive, it'd be there because there's your 3. This is your 1. There's your open A gap. So it's like, why are we... it looks like the O-line is running midline, but then he's also unblocked. Again, it looks like a weird mix of midline and inside veer. And I guess that makes sense because if you look, there was no play call. Now Brooklyn Evans has to call an audible. Or maybe the O-line forgot what the play is. Maybe they didn't know what the audible call was. There's a few questions here. But yeah, it looks like a mix of inside veer and midline. But again, if they called inside veer, that's the correct play. It's just 73 comes unblocked. He's not supposed to. This guy's running upfield, so the dive is the correct read. They were just supposed to block 73. There's supposed to be a double team here to 73 up to there. He goes up to there, and since he runs upfield, there's your dive. You go get the safety. You can go hit a corner, whoever you hit him. And then there's another... Once again, that could have been touchdown Eagan. I mean, yeah, 3rd and 1. They're still driving on them, but it's like all these plays could be like huge plays if they just ironed out some of their blocking. And I get it. Gaps adjust and everything. But, man, you gotta work on some of this. Oh, no, it's the... Why? Why are we doing that weird flip out motion? So this looks more like the lead that Shakopee runs. But if that's the case, why are you leaving the C-gap defender unblocked again? And he plays the dive. If you're just calling a zone dive, why aren't you blocking him? Like there's so much I'm confused about with Eagan. Because it looks like he's unblocked because 40's going up to the next level. If that's the case, that should be an inside veer, but then you don't have a pitch man, and he's not... Look at Brooklyn Evans' eyes here. I gotta watch this. He's reading the C-gap defender, so it looks like it should be an inside veer, but he's attacking down, so why does he give the handoff? I don't know. Either way, it's first down Eagan, but yeah, some of the flexbone stuff is confusing me. So now they're in their unbalanced I formation. Ooh, look at that. This is another detail I love about Eagan and Centennial. 4-point stances. Minor detail. This is probably the best of the stance you want, and you can watch this in those Coach Diggins tutorial videos. You want the butt above the shoulders. So this is a great stance. It's harder for the center. The center probably needs to watch his tutorial video on how to snap the ball. When they're in gun, they do it like this, but you still want butt up, and he would actually have his other hand on the ground. So if you watch 64, all right, 64, type it in chat. Let's go back to Centennial versus Lakeville South. I want to say that Centennial, their center is in a 4-point stance, because I know that he's coached. Yep, see how he's got, they're all in their 4-point stances, but see how the center is also able to have his butt up and look across the board. Flat back, butt up. Flat back. This one not as good, but the center, flat back, butt up. That one not as good, but these two, fantastic. That's how you're supposed to do flex bone O-line stuff. And then you look at the center, 4-point stance under center. He's got his other hand down so that he's able to launch out just as fast. That is fantastic right there. But then going back to Eagan, if you look at Eagan's center, we're on play 64. See the difference? See how he looks more like a traditional center? 3-point stance. All of his weight is back on his butt. He doesn't have his hand down like all of his teammates. You know, how many times have I said the double team at the point of attack hasn't been good? How much do you want to bet? Like, the main thing holding Eagan back, ironically, is the stance of their center. All because he's in 3-point instead of 4-point. If he would just get more weight down, get that hand down, then he probably has a better chance of being able to take that first step out and help with the double team at the point of attack. I mean, he does a decent job, but he's playing high. He'd be able to come out more, play lower, and then get up to backer faster. That might be one of my notes for Eagan. Clean up double teams at the point of attack. Center needs to be in a 4-point stance. If you need specifics on it, Coach Mike Diggins of Centennial has a video on it. In fact, I'll do him a solid. Where's my YouTube? Do I still have it up? Michael Diggins Football. And there you go. Here's his YouTube channel, full playlist, and they talk about youth football O-line techniques. And they literally will go, and you know what? I'll even show it right here for a little bit. It's their first thing they talk about, center stance.
We're We're first going to look at if the quarterback was under center. Our center's in a balanced 4-point stance. His back is flat. He goes to a 3-point stance if the quarterback was in the pistol and the stance doesn't change. Our center should be able to step and snap simultaneously. He should be taking a 6-inch step. In this video, the center takes too large of a step.
There you go. Eagan changes that, and they might be pretty darn dangerous. I think that could definitely improve their double teams to the point of attack. And it's funny because they're still like getting good plays. And that's because they have good O-linemen. Like the culture there is working. Could be better though. What do we have here? We have inside veer, C-gap defender. Brooklyn Evans makes the correct read. C-gap defender runs upfield. Dive gets the ball. There's our veer blocking. And again, so many teams, like Edina's probably thinking, oh, we're pinching into A-gap here. We got this taken care of. But it's not going to A-gap. It goes out to C-gap. And then Eagan just does a great job. Eagan does a great job blocking. This is like what I said could be happening earlier. What really gets this off, though, is the tackle finally gets up to the backer. Yes, tackle gets to backer. What about the double team at the point of attack? Double team works, then they also get to backer. When all of those double teams work at the point of attack, that is the result. Like you see Shakopee doing that almost every play. It's because they are like the kings of getting those double teams at the point of attack. Same thing with Centennial. I showed the clips of Centennial versus Lakeville South. Their double teams at the point of attack are awesome. Timeout. Oh, unbalanced. Yep, unbalanced eye again. They're going to give him another inside veer. Oh, they're playing an underfront this time. You have a 3 technique here. So, yeah, no wonder they're running inside veer. So we talked about those triangles earlier. Look at that beautiful triangle they're giving you. Oh, boy. And sure enough, inside veer again. It's the same play. He runs upfield. Look at the dive. Ooh, this time, what do we fail to get up to? Failed to get up to backer. Tackle. Tackle. Wrong shoulder. Edina, great job. Backers both scrape out that way. It made it that much more difficult for the Eagan tackle to be able to get to you because now he's taking the wrong shoulder and you're able to get inside as long as he doesn't turn you out. He does a good job with his hands fighting off. He doesn't quite get the tackle, but he's able to make enough of a mess so that his teammates can come up and fill. So that was decently played. Again, Eagan tackle. Got to work to the other shoulder and then turn him inside. Watch some Shakopee film. They do a great job of that on inside veer. So same thing. We got that unbalanced eye. It looks like Edina is still playing. I can't tell if they're in an underfront this time. No, they're in an overfront because you have a 3 technique up here. This is the nose guard down here. So they should be running midline this way. It's a little bit harder to run inside veer, which is what they are running. When you have a 3 technique, it's tough to run inside veer because see how it's got to be bounced so much? Oh, well... I mean, it helps if you don't tackle Brooklyn Evans. That kid is a stud. So let's break this down. Is this a correct read? So he's sitting there playing the dive. He does a good job keeping. Yep, goes for the dive. Now, what's the mistake here? They're attacking him. And this is why I was saying, like, the pitch man was going way too wide. Why is the pitch man going straight that way instead of actually, like, hooking with him? Because if he's a little bit closer, he can make the pitch. These two bid on it. And it's a much easier touchdown, and then your quarterback doesn't have to try and fight off 2 guys, and then a third. This is just bad execution. This is arm tackling. You gotta break down, aim for inside hip. Instead, you're aiming for his like chest. That's never gonna work. Aim for his inside leg, and then touchdown Eagan. That's just Brooklyn Evans being a stud. So keeping it was the correct read, but then the correct read after that, right here, would have been to pitch right... There, pitch the ball, and then easy walk-in touchdown. They still got the job done, but it was a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. Say you don't have Brooklyn Evans at quarterback, like they won't this coming season because Brooklyn Evans graduated, then you probably want your quarterback to make the pitch there so that systematically it's sound. Also, Eagan's up 14-0 going into 14-13 going into halftime. There's 30 seconds left. it should be a lot more. Eagan should be, like, smacking them. Because Edina really doesn't know how to, like, defend the triple option. And Eagan has no clue how to defend the RPO offense that Edina's slinging at him. And they don't have the defensive backs to, match up with the skill positions from Eagan. I don't think I like the call of a squib kick here. It's not like there were 2 seconds left. There were 30 seconds left. Now Edina only has to go 64 yards to score in 30 seconds. With Mason West as a quarterback, that's very doable. They may not get in field goal range. They may be putting up 6 here. Let's see what happens. 10 personnel. I don't even think they're going to bother RPO. Maybe they'll just run the clock out. No. Hitch, get out of bounds. Oh, he dropped it. That's Myers Sweeney, too. Maybe he just knew that, yeah, I'm going to get tackled right away, and we don't... How many timeouts do they have left? I guess they have 2 timeouts, but we don't want to burn one there, so it's probably better just not to waste a timeout on only 5 yards. So 2nd down, what do we do? Oh, he wanted the fade. Oh, you got sticks. This is classic Bloomington Jefferson sticks. You got fade, 5 and out, and then you've got, like, the little slower out. Classic. No, he did more of a whip route, actually. So, my bad. Instead of coming across, that's probably just to do a little bit more spacing. If you really want to run a whip route properly, watch the footwork. Plant right there on that foot. 1 step, and then 2 steps in. Then you plant off this foot, open this way with your left foot. Swing left foot around and open that way. And there's your whip route. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he takes a lot of extra false steps there that don't need to be there. I gotta give Eagan credit. They're in the passing lane. They got pretty good coverage. Did they come down with that? Ain't no way. Yeah, I didn't think so. So, Eagan, pretty good coverage. But again, is that an outside backer or are they in a nickel package? If they are, they're in a 3-3 nickel. They might even be playing dime, because see, it looks like man, and then 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's 9, and then you have 2 high safeties. Are they really playing a dime defense, or is number 9 an outside backer flipping sides? That's just bizarre. I mean, it works in this situation, because obviously Edina's not running the ball. And it looks like man coverage, see? They're both manned up. He goes deep, and then you have a safety over the top to help. I think it was the same thing on the back side here. He's manned up, and then there's another safety over the top to help there. And you have another one over here. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, so they're just playing 2-man under. Okay. That's breaking out the classic Madden playbook right there. You know what's funny? 2-man under was like the meta in Madden in the old school days. This is actually why they took create a play out of the old Madden games. Because if you called, like, how do you beat that man coverage? What did Edina do with the gold line? They called a crossing pattern, right? If you cross that, you get those men to cross, you have a wide open touchdown. Well, players did that in, I think it was like Madden 07 and 08. I still do it when I play those games. It's a good tactic. If you're going to call man coverage, I'm going to take advantage of that. You want to stop it, then I call cover 2 or something. Adjust to it. But Madden players were actually too stupid to adjust to it. They only would call 2-man under. And so other players were just taking advantage. All right, you're going to call 2-man under, crossing pattern, touchdown, easy. And that's why EA took Create a Play out of the Madden series, which is awful. All because, ironically, football fans were too stupid to understand football. It's heartbreaking. Taking it deep. Ooh. This is why I said I liked having the safety over the top. That's good. If they are playing a dime defense, and again, they're still manned up. 2-man under, right? Here's your man under. He's probably taking there, and he's going to blitz. So you can blitz for man, 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 man. Deep safety, deep safety. 2-man under. See, I'm surprised. Maybe Edina doesn't know they're in 2-man under, because they're not really calling anything to beat it. And then they have to punt? Well, okay, they're going to take a knee. There's no way that... I guess I should have watched the punt to see if Eagan actually got yards off of it. I doubt it. Yeah, there's nobody returning. I think Eagan was playing their base defense here because they were so worried. Yeah, they are. They're not playing a punt return. They're playing their defense. They didn't want to get caught off guard. That's smart. I give a whole lot of credit to Egan's coaching staff. They're definitely doing a great job. Just some of those minor details if they cleaned up. And they were winning at halftime. Eagan is winning this football game right now. That's crazy. But, you know, Edina's not playing the triple option well. I do not understand how Eagan lost this football game. Like, Edina's physical. Yeah, that's a good kickoff. I thought that was offsides down here for a second, but whatever. We don't need to call that in high school. This is going to go out of bounds. No, nice kick, but he picked it up in stride, follows his blocker. Good job by number 6, forcing him out of bounds and taking on the block. We've got good special teams again. All right, so the bright side of this is that Edina does get the ball back. Eagan just stopped him. Egan's defense has been on the field for, well, I got the 3 and outs. They must be feeling real good right now. 10 personnel. Shift across. Okay, so if you're looking at it, that's still man coverage. I think there's still, yeah, because there's 5 here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we're still getting 2 man under from Edina. They call power. If it is man coverage, where's he going? Yeah, see, this is how you can tell it's man. Where's the running back going? That way. 27's going that way right away. And he's staying with the H-back. Where all the DB's eyes, they're watching their men. Safeties are coming to fit. Oh, safeties. Look at this angle. He's doing decent. Why are you running up? You should be coming here, because if you force him back inside, look at all the Wildcats coming to defend, and you need to be fighting out there. Force that back inside. Oof. Yeah, great call for Edina. And again, they called power. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? We have 2 double teams at the point of attack. Double team to backer. Double team to backer. He comes and he gets there. It's not the cleanest, and he has to bounce it outside. And receiver blocking could have made that a bigger play. I mean, it was a 15-yard run, but could have been a touchdown if we had receiver blocking out here. Once he gets out here, if you take outside work him there, if you fight outside work there, we already saw the safety's taking a bad angle. If these 2 get those blocks, Chase Bjorgard touchdown. Right there. Oh, number 1. What is this? You fight the wrong side of him. Yikes. You touch his inside shoulder and then you let him go right away. He didn't make the tackle, but he disrupted the runner, forced him inside, and then the pursuing defense was able to make the play, which is what he's supposed to do. Disrupt it, force him inside, rest of the defense can clean up. So Eagan eventually got there. Edina, I've been saying Eagan could have had a touchdown there. Now it's time to flip it. Hornets. That could have been a touchdown. So what do we got this time? Opposite sides. Now he's over there. Ooh, we could have an RPO here. It could be GH counter to the top of the screen with the handoff there and then RPO down here. We do have... Is that Myers Sweeney down there? I think it is. He didn't jump. He didn't jump. He stayed in the neutral zone. Nice try, Mr. West. Nice try. You gonna give me an RPO? What do we got? I'm assuming when they ice them like that, they're probably dialing up an RPO because they see the coverage. But it's man coverage. How do you call RPOs against that? Also, I think it's funny that 52 goes up and makes it like an even front. That's pretty funny. That messes with the O-line. There's GH counters at an RPO. I don't think so because he's just watching the handoff. I think it's just, yeah. Oh. It is. Look who he's reading. Boom. Eyes. He sees man coverage and then it's not going to be open. Run play. GH counter. Oh, Chase Bjorgard. See, what's the blocking here? So even though they shifted over at the last second, center does a great job. Do we get a double team at the point of attack? Yes. So here's how we adjust. See how he wasn't able to get a kick out block? That might have been holding there. So yeah, this is where we have issues. And this is why when you run GH counter, like with that Wyzetta, I think I talked about this last week with Eastridge, get your butt down the line. If you look at the angle he takes, I want him going there. Instead, he's going there. See the difference? If he comes down the line, he kicks this kid out that way. H-back goes up and hooks. There's your running lane, receiver blocked. Now it's just Chase Bjorgard against the safety back there. Thankfully, Chase Bjerregaard's a stud. He just runs around all that. And the number 7, H-back, underrated player. He's getting some nice block. Oh, yeah, throwing kids out of the way. No, that's not him. Might be, that's the tackle. Solid. Yeah, the H-back doesn't end up blocking anybody. So, Edina, heads up. Guard, take a little bit tighter line to the butts of the O-line. Don't go so wide on GH counter. Are we manned up? We look like we're manned up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, are we? 1, 2, 3. Single high safety. No. Because if there's a safety here, there can't be one down here. They're scooting over for something. Okay, now he's rotating back. So that is a safety. They must be in a nickel package then if number 9's a safety. But if it's 10 personnel, that means it's a dime. Because I don't know if he's an outside backer or another DB. If it is a nickel package, Edina, keep running the football. Like you got, and stay in 11 personnel or 10 personnel like this is the same kid, number 7. He's either your H-back or a slot receiver. Like, Eagan totally has the mismatch here. And they can still pass against the nickel package because they have studs. Ooh, Mason West is not the fastest kid on the football field. That is noteworthy. It's definitely not Sam Shaughnessy. Oh, dude, that's just backyard football here. I think they called a comeback to the sticks. That's technically there. Mason must have been looking for the deep shot. And then this is just, number 1, just kind of feeling what his quarterback needs. After your quarterback scrambles, if you're running an inward route, DB comes up to take him, you just start running vertical, and there it is. That's pretty solid backyard football. Oh, and then Eagan missed like 3 tackles. Eagan missing tackles seems to be a common theme. They've got decent defenses called, and they're in the right spot. It's just got to clean up tackling. How much you want to bet is GH counter to the bottom here? Nope, he's coming across. Oop, passed him off. Now we went from 11 to 10. You got, don't have numbers in the box. This is probably a pass. Tunnel. Oh, so I like this design for tunnel. I was talking about this with, remember how with Hopkins, they were kind of leading all the backers to the tunnel with their motion and everything? This is actually a smart way to run tunnel. So even though they motion out, they send the running back swing out there, and who's watching him? The inside backers. Well, your inside backers can't come to attack the tunnel if they're going the other way. And then by that point, you already have O-lineman downfield. We just don't get the catch. And it's a great creative way to get the ball to your best player, Myers Sweeney. Love the play call and design from Edina. Again, the little detail, a difference sending that back out there on a swing makes. These two guys are out there, they hesitate, and by the time they realize what's happening, Edina's O-line is downfield ready to block them. Super well designed. Just got to execute and be able to catch that. Ball was a little bit high. I think Mason was under pressure, right? Who came after? Was it the end? No, it's the outside backer on this side. Gotta get a little more sauce on him, and then 92 is just a tall kid. Remember how we were talking about like Forest Lake versus Prior Lake? The screens that Forest Lake called didn't work because I think it's Skylar Werner is number 99 or 90, whatever the kid's number was for Prior Lake. Just absolute like 9-foot tall behemoth of a man. He just does that, and then your screen doesn't exist. You can't get it over him. That might be what happened here. Looked like Mason didn't want that DN to get the pick, so he threw it a little bit high. All right, they did a clap. Check what he's doing. Slot trips open. It's open because he's not attached. So 11 personnel. We could have GH. Nope, it can't be GH counter going that way. That'd be weird. And it's not. It's power coming this. See how easy it is? Opposite side. H back there. Running back there. Run threats there. QB keep would be back the other way. So easy. And you know what? A lot of colleges, like I know Georgia, whenever University of Georgia, Kirby Smart talks about it. He talks about high gear defender versus low gear defender. That's not an L. That's upside down. Low gear defender. Running backs opposite of you. You are the run threat. You get to attack. You get high gear. If you're on the backside, you are, or if you're on the same side as the running back, you are low gear and you're playing the quarterback because the run threat is going the other way. So yeah, fun little things you can do to kind of mess with these sidecar spread teams. Oh, how do we lose the edge here? What happens to... He steps inside. Why? Edge defender. And you know he's the edge, because see how the defensive end takes the double team? He goes in the B gap. That means you have the edge. If you're the outside defender, why are you stepping inside? You take yourself out of the play. Why? I give Chase Bjerregaard a lot of credit for getting yards here with how fast he is. Also, Edina guard, looking for first guy inside. Decent job, but if they're not able to make it, go hit the little safety. Still, 55 did a great job there. Lead blocking. Chase Bjerregaard followed his blocker. That's probably the best trait of Chase Bjerregaard through all this. He's doing a fantastic job following his blockers. He may not be the fastest, but he is fast, but very patient runner. Always stays behind his blockers. Look at his eyes. He's just right behind the guard. He sees it, and then he comes right off it. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I was talking. I think it was a buddy of mine, coaches. I think he's an assistant over at Minnetonka. We were talking about Edina running back. He's like, "Hey, you got to watch out for that running back that's coming back, Bjerregaard." And I was like, "Who?" But now that I'm actually watching it, totally right. I see what you mean. I should have listened in the first place because obviously Edina plays Minnetonka, so they have that first-hand experience. Pass play. They taking a fade. Oh, another post. So, this is why you have to have multiple coverages at the goal line. We at Lakeville South got caught against this, against Rochester Mayo. We were only playing man coverage at the goal line. Coach Holcomb knew about that, and he took advantage of it. What is Eagan doing at the goal line? Cover one. Man with one deep safety. And they were pressing, right? He's only 5 yards off. Corner's only 5 yards off. The first one of the touchdowns you gave up, Eagan, was because you were in cover one and Edina threw a fade because they know their receiver's a better player than your DB and you're leaving your DB on an island. So, fool you once, shame on them. Fool you twice, shame on you. And look, they're not even blitzing. Look at how slow he's playing that. And he's taking a wide angle on the outside. What in the world? Yeah, I don't understand this. Again, this is just great play calling from Edina. They knew exactly what defense Eagan was going to be in. They threw a route to take advantage of it, and now we got to go for two because we're got to get that extra point back. Again, this is what I was saying Forest Lake should do. Wyzetta does this, and now I see that Edina does this. They do fake play calls where they just come up and ice the defense because they want to see how the defense is aligning. If you really want to mess with teams that do that, change your coverage. Be like, all right, hey, they called like Wyzetta. They called ice. They did that. Soon as we would just line up in cover 4, they call this. All right, now they're calling their offense. Change to cover 3. What are they going to do? Change their hand signals mid-hand signal? The kids are going to get confused if they do that, or they'll burn a timeout. Or if they just go through with what they called, now we have a different look against it. Now we have the upper hand. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts that have to fit together for you to be able to pull that off, but I think we do decent with that at Lakeville South. Ooh, we're in wing twins, so 12 personnel. You have tight end, H-back, there's your wing. Here's your twins, running backs opposite. We could have power out that way. We could do a toss this way like Champlin does. Maybe they pull both guards around and do a sweep. Like, who does that? Champlin does that, and Moorhead actually likes to run sweep with double guard pull. But it's just power. It's not an RPO, is it? Nope. Chase Bjerregaard. Once again, look, what a patient runner following his blockers. It's more of a trap. It's a great kick-out block. He sees the Eagan defender spinning, so he sees the hole. He takes it. He's following butts. He gets the end zone, and he keeps churning. Chase Bjerregaard is underrated, man. Wow. I'm super impressed with that running back. Very patient, follows his blockers. Doesn't try to force big plays. And remember, I think it was Prior Lake I was saying, they're always bouncing it outside. Or Blaine never follows their blockers, and their blockers would just miss blocks constantly. You don't have that issue with Edina. Edina's hitting their blocks. Their blockers are able to adjust, like we saw 55 on that one power play coming down here. He's like, oh, there's nobody to kick out. Turn, next man inside. Chase Bjerregaard just follows his butt off the edge and is like, all right, thanks, buddy. I'm following you. Beautiful. Wow. Super impressed with Eagan's offense. I'm sorry, Edina's offense. Too many E's. Might as well throw Eastview and Eden Prairie on the field, which, that is a matchup. I think week 7 they play. Poor Lightning. I don't know what they did to deserve that. Do we have an undercall or we have an overcall? Looks like we have a 1. This might be a 3 over here. So we have midline here. We have a tight end, outside veer here, inside veer there, zone dive there. What are we picking? No. Stop this madness. How many times have I talked about this? Again, he has nothing to play, so he can come up here and get involved in the run game. Why are we running an inside veer? And it's not even an inside veer. This looks more like a zone dive. Because he's leading. Is he, though? What does the slot back here do? He misses. But it looks like he's still trying to block that guy. What? Eagan. Is it zone dive or is it veer? I think it's zone dive, but then why is it going so wide? And if it's belly, shouldn't it be a kick out? Like, if you had block down, and then he comes and kicks out, I could sort of see it. And then you get another double team there up to backer. And it's like, go to my drawing really fast. So you could have double team there to up to that backer. You get, oh, he's pulling around. He's got the kick out. You have another double team here, up to backer. The center can scoop to back. Actually, you don't even need a double team. Scoop, and you just go straight to backer. And then there's your running lane. And the D safety, he can come up and make the tackle, but by that point, you're already right there. I don't understand that. It's not an inside veer. It's not quite a zone dive. It's like some weird hybrid in between. I don't know if the kids are getting confused, if it's not drawn up the best. I don't know. Counter option. Counter option. What's he doing? He ran upfield. Oh, nice. We've got a nice wall. Look at the veer. No. No. All right, we were talking about reads. Counter option. Quarterback sides are on the unblocked defender. What's he doing? He's upfield. Who should get the ball? The veer. Look at the lane. Look at the running lane. Oh, look at the running lane. I mean, Eagan does a great job with the veer block here on their counter option. I mean, it's beautiful, but then we keep it. And even if we do keep it, because Edina doesn't know how to play the option, block here, another lead blocker coming around. Once again, it comes down to execution. Oh, boy. That could have been there. Hi, Gaming Bros. How are we doing? Oh, that could have been the again, it's execution with Eagan. If you give the dive there, it's gone. And then if you do decide to pitch, you got to have a good pitch. And again, I don't think that was the correct read here, because what's he doing? He ran upfield. He's coming around upfield to the quarterback. Give the dive. Oh, the dive would still be running right now. Instead, it's a negative play Eagan. That was not a good play on Edina's part. Eagan just messed up again. Now it's 3rd and a mile for Eagan. They've shot themselves in the foot twice. First down, they had no clue what their play call was. Either inside veer or zone dive. It was some kind of hybrid between the two. At least that's what the blocking looked like. Second down, you get a counter option, which you go to when you get desperate, and quarterback makes the wrong read. And then, as a result, after that, he also makes a bad pitch because the guy who he was reading for the dive read incorrectly, which, you know, obviously, like we said with option teams, you're leaving the fate of your offense in the decision-making skills of a teenage boy. So whether it's RPO or triple option, it's always kind of a gamble. Well, obviously they're going to try and pass, right? They're not going to run on 3rd and 14 unless they just give up, or they're going to fumble the snap. That works too. Oh, dude. So, was this Eagan's first drive of the second half? I don't remember if they had a drive earlier than that, or if Edina just like meticulously went down. I think Edina just meticulously went down and scored. But you've got a hybrid inside veer zone dive on the first play that did not work. You had a misread on counter option, and then you fumbled the snap on 3rd and 14. So oof. Yeah, that is. And again, that's not that Edina did anything correctly there. Eagan just really struggled. Oh, and now you give... Oh, boy. I think I see why Edina took over the game in the set. Because remember, Eagan was winning 14-13 at halftime. Edina made some... It's not like Edina even needed to make adjustments. Their defense still is not playing the triple option very well. Eagan is just shooting themselves in the foot at this point. And Edina's offense, like, as we've seen, Eagan has not been able to stop them thus far. They're playing either 2-man under or cover 1. Yep, see, there it is again. He calls out, oh, I've got H back. Nickel takes the... They're still playing it. Man, 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 man. Safety, safety. And then probably a quarterback spy, and then one of them has the running back. He goes across, so it's man. And dude, look, Mason West sees it right away. He's like, oh yeah, man coverage, coach. I gotcha. Like, dude. So normally when you get a short field like this, how much you want to bet they just take a shot deep right here? The conservative thing would be just run play on first down, but yeah, they go conservative. Also, outside zone or stretch, you see the reach block here. Guards get up to the next level. Ooh, that's a nice scoop block by the backside. Look at him reach all the way across the nose guard. Nice job. Dude, 55 for Edina. Oof, loving. The pulls have been fantastic on power. GH counter's been good. And now outside zone is good. Think about that. That's all these different plays, and he knows all of it. Whereas Eagan, they struggle with just inside veer and zone dive. 2 plays. Only 2 plays. Meanwhile, over here, Edina's like, oh yeah, power, stretch, split zone, GH counter. We do it all. Really impressed with Edina. Oh! Okay, that was filthy. First of all, guard... What should happen here is... Tackle does a good job reaching the end. Guard, you should be trying to overcome the defensive end so that the tackle can hand him off, and then tackle gets up to outside backer. Instead of guard just releasing, because look, guard's never going to get that angle. If he does, he tries to kick him out, and there's the running lane. But guard does not do a good job kicking him out. And I'm not a fan of what Mr. Bjorgard does here. He can't really cut back in the wash because that kid's right there. If he cuts back, there's your tackle. So he hits him with a spin move, then plants, cuts back. Now he's back in the wash after the defense over pursued. Look at it. I mean, this dude's like Michael Vick out here running. Ooh, not a fan of leading with the shoulder right there and attacking the... I don't like that. No ninja the kid, but yeah, really impressed with Mr. Bjorgard. And again, watch him follow his blockers here. Boom, go off. And he sees all the butts. His linemen are going that way. He cuts it back. And then he sees... Look at the read right here. He sees number 7's butt. Sees number 7 turn and block the kid. Cuts up field. He's got 73 there blocking. He probably should have taken an angle more out there. Also, Edina wide receiver. Initially he stopped and he's like, oh, I have to keep playing. And then eventually continued blocking. Wow. Am I halfway through this yet? 153. All right, we're like 60% of the way through this game. We got verts. Nope. Stick. Oh! It's there. These passes are there every time. And again, this time they stacked a safety down, so there's no deep safety over there. Or is there? You've got 5 on the inside, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then he's your high safety. Does he go back this way? Yeah, he goes all the way across. No, why doesn't he take that? Oh, it was a bad read. So remember what I was talking about? I think I touched on the verticals against the cover 3 with, what's it called? Prior Lake, when they were going against the cover 3 of Forest Lake, and how their quarterback was like, nope, I'm just taking the swing pass. Instead of reading that deep safety in the cover 3, whichever way the safety goes, throw to the opposite seam, touchdown Lakers. But they chose not to do that because we like to play on hard mode sometimes at Prior Lake. Okay. But here you have a cover 1. So again, fantastic play calling from Edina. You get 2 verticals going. You have 1 up the seam, 1 out wide with a fade. And essentially Mason's just reading the deep safety. Whichever one the deep safety goes with, he throws opposite. He makes the right read. It's just a little bit too far for Mr. Sweeney. Dang. That again, fantastic play call. Great read. Just clean up the execution. That could have been 6 points Edina. Wow. Edina's scary, man. Dang. Kind of want to watch the Edina Minnetonka game at some point. I know another doubleheader I was thinking of is Maple Grove and Minnetonka. Getting that doubleheader, week 8 and the state title game. All right, iced them on 3rd and short. Or are they behind the sticks? No, it's 3rd and short. And you know what? That was a great time to attack. You got a big run play on 1st down. It's 2nd and short. What should you do on 2nd and short? Take a shot, and that's what they did. Edina is, I don't want to say they're predictable because their execution's very good, but they kind of follow the rules of offensive play calling. 2nd and short, go deep. 1st and 10, gain some yardage. Behind the sticks, screen. But the way they design all of those things is fantastic. So it's easy for the kids to execute. Even though it can be predictable, the way they get it off, awesome. Makes it harder to defend. What do we got this time? We're in 11 personnel, H-back, Myers-Sweeney, same side, twin receivers at the top. So we have slot twins. Running back is a little bit offset to this side. Oh, I went back to the previous play. I'm dumb. We're going to just do GH counter. Oh, yes. Oh, see how the guard's still coming. All right, I think I talked about this with Eastridge, right? Minnetonka does this, and why is that? It does a good job with GH counter. See how the kick-out man is diving inside, so the pulling guard overtakes him and drives him inside. H-back follows. And now there's your running lane. Chase Bjorgard sees it. We got good downfield blocking, and he just follows his blockers. Yeah, incredibly smart running back. Kid's got to have like a 4.0 GPA. He doesn't bounce it outside. He's like, he only makes moves that make sense. It is like fantastic watching him. Kind of gives me like Zach Welch-esque vibes. Okay, stretch again. You can tell because look at Mason West's footwork. See how his back foot swings around like that. Wise is the same way. Anytime they run stretch or outside zone, that's the footwork they use. And what did we talk about before? Now you have an H-back to help. I'm still not a fan of the tackle. So the guard does a better job this time. This time it's the tackle's fault. He does a good job reaching there, but what should happen is he should reach there, the tackle. Guard's ready like, hey man, hand him off to me. You go get backer. You block there, then he's freed up to go to the safety. He's coming to the other backer, and there you go. That'd be a touchdown. Instead, he has to come. Who's he kicking out? The other backer. That's who the tackle was supposed to get up to. Now you have a wonky double team that doesn't work. Chase Bjorgard does a good job, though. He's like, hey, I see the way my blocks are going. Here's my running lane. I'm going to take it. I'm going to get hit, though, but hey, I still got yards. Yeah. Very smart running back. Very smart running back. He sees the lanes, and he's patient. If you're going to do a zone running scheme, you have to have a running back that's patient and knows how to read the blocks. And as we saw with Blaine, you have to know what your blocking scheme is if you're going to run inside zone, which their O-line did not know what their inside zone scheme was. 11 personnel, slot twins again, H-back, receiver to the top, twin receivers to the bottom. Can't be a GH counter. If it is, it's the same side. Nope, power. Ooh, did we get an RPO here? I don't know if that's RPO or design tunnel. Ooh, good job by Eagan. If this is an RPO, this is a bad read. Because your D-gap defenders, your nickel out here, what's he doing? He's sitting. If it's an RPO and he's sitting, then it should be a run play. And if this is a pre-snap RPO, I think what they're reading is, okay, there's 6 men in the box. They put an extra man down here. But you should see that you're manned up. And again, it's weird to call a tunnel screen against man coverage. Because what has Eagan been in this whole game? They've been in man 2 under, or I'm sorry, 2 man under, or cover 1, which is all man with 1 single high safety. So why you would tunnel into that? And the first tunnel worked because it was to the backside and it was against the cover 1. So there was nobody else out there with Myers-Sweeney. He was able to come inside. It was out of 10 personnel and they motioned. So they were able to mess with them. And like I said, the running back was to the opposite side and they flared him out there. So all the backers went that way with him. As it is here, you just don't have the space to do it. See how... Yeah, I get they're trying to set the play action off it. The backers go that way a little bit. But the defensive end, fantastic job there. He sees it, and he plays it pretty well. That kid does a great job making this play. Dude. Right as I give him credit, what does Mason West do? Look at the shovel pass. Flip. It goes in between two defenders. And that's Bennett, whatever his name is. That kid was a stud for linebacker. I think he was on an all-metro team or all-conference. Something. Great linebacker. Flip it, and now you have the ball to your best player in space. Oh, he's still... Oh! Also, you want to talk about downfield receiver blocking? That's not blocking. That's O-lineman. That's a great effort. Take that little safety. He wants to come play. Push him all the way into the end zone. Keep driving him. Say, yep, that's all right. I don't want to block you in the back. I just want to make sure that if my guy makes it to the end zone, I'm going to make you embarrassed. Also, look at the celebration. Who's the celebrating? Was that Myers after that? Oh, yeah, he's hyped up. I would be too if I'm able to just run over Eagan defenders. Yeah, Eagan's tackling has not been there. Iced him again. We're in 12 personnel. We got wing twins, wing to the top side with your tight end and your H-back. Twin receivers to the bottom of the screen. Mr. Bjorgaard's on this side, so it could be GH counter to the bottom of the screen here. GH counter left. Oh, beautiful. That's okay. I don't know that I'm a fan of the design of this. So look at this. Remember how I said earlier Mason West isn't an owl? He can't turn his head all the way over. This is an RPO. Look, he's reading the D-gap defender out here for what to do, which is weird because what does the D-gap defender do? He attacks in, but man coverage makes it a little bit tough. He's seeing the man coverage. He's like, well, I can't call that. But then they also have an outside or an edge defender coming up to play the counter. But nice kick out block. 55's like, okay, we're not able to open up a lane, so I'm going to work to turn him and work half a man. Oh, that's a beautiful block, 55. Chase Bjorgaard reads it, goes outside of him, sees a cutback lane. Yeah, he's smart. You see those lanes open up, and he's taking them. And this is culture. Look at all the Edina play. Like, Edina's O-line is like, hey, we'll just keep pushing you in, man. We'll block for you. You do a great job following us. They got some great cohesion on offense up there at Edina. I'm really impressed. This is probably just like an inside zone. No, it's out. They're not reaching, but I also, if it's supposed to be inside zone, not a fan of the footwork here. So if it's inside zone, this foot should be opening up here, and he gets more vertical. He's taking an outside zone step where this foot swings around and the handoff's more out there. Whereas if he opened here, then you get a more vertical handoff. If you want to see more of that, go watch some YZ film. Their quarterback's footwork gives away whether it's inside zone or outside zone, just based on which foot opens. And he dives in. Again, this is just Edina lining up and saying, hey, we're going to run inside zone. We're going to get better blocks. Good double teams the point of attack. Their O-line stays low. And Eagan's defense just looks defeated. That 3 and out really hurt Eagan. And again, I think I've mentioned this a few times. Teams like Eden Prairie, Centennial, and Eagan cannot play from behind. You are now behind by 14 points with only 12. I can't count. 17 minutes left in this game. I mean, there's still time, but that's pretty rough. And your defense has not been able to get a stop just yet, and they've been on the field. What Eagan need, and it's kind of hard. You're down 2 possessions. If you go on a big, long drive right now to rest them, well, are you gonna have enough time to have another touchdown drive? Because you can't get down the field quickly. And on top of that, your defense would still have to get at least one more stop, which so far they've gotten 0, and they haven't adjusted out of their cover 1 or 2 man under. So I don't know. Eagan's in a bit of a bind. And a touchback, so they have to go 80 yards. Ooh, that's rough. So what do we got? We're in a regular over front. Your 3's up here, midline that way, inside veer there. Do we have a tight end? We do. Outside veers over there. I'm assuming they're going to call motion that way, and then they're going to inside veer this way. That'd be my guess. No motion? They called lead? But he kept. It's not outside. What? Okay, remember how last time I was complaining that it looked like Eagan was running a hybrid like veer, inside veer and zone dive, I think we might be experiencing the same thing here. Because look, if you look across the front, everyone is blocked head for head. So it's not an... But then again, he pulls it. But who's he reading? If you look at his eyes, he's reading the C-gap defender. So it makes me think it was supposed to be an inside veer. But if it is, why are we blocking the C-gap defender? He's not supposed to be blocked on inside veer. So he keeps it. But then who's your pitch defender? This is just an athlete. Who comes and chases him down? Is that the nose guard? No, it's the backside defensive end. That's... Oh. D lineman, stud play. He gets off the butt. Look at the angle he takes. He comes right off the butt. That's beautiful. He sees down block. He comes right off the butt. He could react to pinch fast. Actually, no. He reacts pretty darn fast. He sees. He goes. He plays right off the butt. He's a little bit high, but he plays right off the butt. He comes down the line, and he tackles Brooklyn Evans from behind. And that's beautiful. But again, Brooklyn Evans shouldn't have had to hesitate this long on the handoff. And I think that's because the O-line doesn't know whether it's zone dive or inside veer. Eagan, what was the play call? Coach Lance needs assistance. Was it zone dive or was it inside veer? The O-line would also like to know. Ooh, unbalanced. Yep. Unbalanced eye again. We need to get inside veer to the top. Yes. No. It's another zone. It can't be zone dive. Or is this outside veer this time? I think we finally have an outside veer. We do. He's reading the D-gap defender. D-gap defender is coming. But who did the D-gap defender take? Double team at the point of attack. Oh. Need a bet. This is why it doesn't get off. He's supposed to go to backer. These two have a double team at the point of attack up there. These two have a double team at the point of attack. They can also get up to there. There's all these other defenders we can work up to, and we get to none of them. The real MVP, though, once again, is this backside defensive end. We talked about how last play he chased down Brooklyn Evans. So, play side tackle messes up. He does take half of them, but he escapes right away. The play side tight end, that I think is another offensive lineman, because they bring in a sixth O lineman to play up here. That's an actual tight end. These six are all O linemen. He struggles to get the double team at the point of attack. And this is why, like I said, Eagan, double team at the point of attack. Need to work on that. If you get the double team here and wall this kid off, he's coming there. There's your outside veer running lane. But they can't get the double team at the point of attack because Edina's D lineman. And I'm not a fan that he's playing both men here. You see his left hand gets a little bit stuck on this guy. What I'd really like to see is if he's coming into this gap, his man's the tackle. Hand inside, other hand outside of the tackle. Work to get your left foot in between. I messed up there. Work to get left foot in between these two. Get that left foot right in there. Turn your hips. Then you're able to make the play. But either way, because he's able to hold the line there, Eagan doesn't have a good double team at the point of attack, so there's no veer block. See how, like with Shakopee, if I go back here, Shakopee would have him turn down there. He comes down, and then there's your wall. There's your veer block wall, and you run outside veer right behind it. That's how Shakopee does it. But because this kid makes such a good play, now instead of your wall being here, it's here. Well, that's hard to run through. He has to bounce it out, and he bounces it out right into the next defender. So, yeah. Defensive end for Edina. Fantastically played. May not have gotten the tackle, but how he played did great. Look at number 20. He's like, dang it, man. What are we doing? I fully agree. I'm asking myself that same question. Again, I love the play call. They're giving you outside veer. Look at that beautiful triangle right there. That is the correct play call. Outside veer is there all day. It's just the execution. The double teams at the point of attack for Eagan. Clean those up, and Eagan could have one of the most potent offenses in 6A. Because their coach is making all the right calls. It's I think every single play, other than like with some of those first down plays where they got inside veer and zone dive mixed up, there's only been like 2 of those. Other than those 2 first down plays, it's been like spot on perfect. I need water for this, man. Jeez, we just hit 4 hours and I still have like 50 plays to go. Oh. Eesh. Also, shout out to the PC for not crashing yet. I wonder, because I was looking through my error log, and it's like, oh, PC just randomly lost power. I'm like, well, why? Is it that my CPU is overperforming, which is kind of weird because my CPU, I don't overclock my CPU, but it's running faster than its base clock speed. Apparently that's just a default of the new Ryzen 9 7950X 3Ds. If they have a high workload, they just go over, but it's not overheating. I mean, it's only at 30 degrees. My GPU is at 29. Like, we're not using that much. I'm only using like 24% of my RAM. I got 64 gigs of RAM, so like nothing's overheating or crashing. Ooh, my CPU's at 33 degrees, not 30. Oof. Shame. Yeah, strange. Okay, so now we're in an unbalanced wing slot. They're going to run counter option. They're behind the sticks. They're in a desperate situation. And there's counter option. So what's the right play? Give the dive. Actually, no. They didn't block the nose. So if you're not going to block the nose, this is the correct play. See, I'll avoid the nose guard. Nose guard tries to do a good... Ooh. This must have been something they coached. Look at how high his butt is. He is not trying to make the tackle. He is just trying to prevent those two from getting to the next level. You want to talk about Eagan struggling with double teams at the point of attack? Edina is also doing a lot to try and stop the double teams at the point of attack. I'm not a fan of their 4-4 rules against the triple option, like the way they have the edge guys playing both the pitch and the quarterback. That needs to be cleaned up. But what they're doing with the D-line, fantastic. Oh, why did we change colors there? Come on, NVIDIA, what are we doing? Counter option, what's he doing? He forces the pitch right away. We got blocking. Oh, but he cuts it back inside instead of following his blockers. He pulled a Forest Lake. Remember on Forest Lake's bubble? What did they do? They always cut it up inside. Follow your blockers. And what would make this easier? Do a Shakopee switch block. You go out there. You come in there. Or, even better, he can reach there. He goes to the safety. He comes around there. And there you go. Once again, if that's done... and he actually stays outside, could have been touchdown Eagan. But instead, also, well, and it helps that Edina is making great plays. Outside backer for Edina is just driving the blocker back. Yeah. Eagan tight end, need to see better effort on blocking. Can't be driven. I mean, you're getting pushed backwards. Where's the line of scrimmage? The 20-yard line? So you start blocking him a yard behind the line of scrimmage. You get blocked 4 yards into the backfield. On the one hand, number 20 is fighting the edge, which he's supposed to. He's an edge defender. He's forcing it back in the wash. Excuse me, but he could do a better job staying inside a little bit more, maintaining this gap. Because then if he does cut it back harder, there's all the rest of the Hornets coming to fill. You have a safety that's coming up to fill. Could have been a block in the back. Safety makes a fill. Boom, DB comes off. And look at all, see, that's culture. Look at all the Edina Hornets getting to the football. Fantastic job, Edina. And now, once again, I think that's another 3 and out for Eagan. They have to punt. I didn't know what happened on first down. Second down, we had a bad double team at the point of attack. They got desperate and called counter option, and blocking was not very sound on it, at least on the edge. Go back and see. What did I draw up there for him? I'll do it again really fast, because I think it could have been better. He reach, and then you have a switch block. And there you go. Much better way to do it. He stays outside. Touchdown Eagan. Be my recommendation. You know, I don't think Eagan has called a single switch block, have they? Not like, so what I just drew up there with those two switching like that, Shakopee does a ton of switch blocks. I don't know if Centennial does. I'm only playing Centennial once. Watched way more Shakopee film, but Shakopee loves to do switch blocking. I'm shocked that Eagan doesn't have that as like a tag in their offense. Oh, and it doesn't get across the 40. Only 59 yards for Edina to go score. Oh, personal foul running into the kicker. Did I miss that? Who ran into the kicker? Let's go back and watch. He's sliding, though. He's not... Look, see, he's down on his knee. He doesn't run into him. He slides. I guess he's sliding into his legs. That's a tough call. But it was called. On to the next play. And Eagan actually gets a break. Okay, your unbalanced slot, or unbalanced trips. If we draw the line down the middle, There's way fewer defenders on the weak side. You've got, I think the big boy here is in a 2-eye technique, so he's an A-gap defender. You have inside veer this way all day. Let's see if they do it. They ran the other way. Okay, you know what? I'm dumb. Maybe he wasn't an A-gap. Maybe they're both in 2s. He pinches inside to A-gap, so we have inside veer over here. What is he doing? What's he doing, Mr. Evans? Do you attack the dive? Yes, he did. So good read. He keeps. Where's the pitchman? Pitchman's being blocked, so Brooklyn Evans keeps. That is a fantastic inside veer. Eagan executed it. How's the double team at the point of attack? Solid. See, there's the veer wall. Beautiful veer wall right there. He gets up to safety. Block, block. Actually, no, he blocks the backside corner. Pitchman's there. He's still going a little bit deep, but he's there at least. And then there's no one else to come play the pitchman. Both the DBs are getting blocked. So fantastic inside veer. Brooklyn Evans, gold star on that play. You get thumb up. All right, we got wing slot. Oh, no, we got balance. This is like some Lakeville North slot I here. You have tight end here. H is on this side. There's your X. You have your fullback, and then you have your running back. Although I guess technically if you're Lakeville North, X, Y, H, and they number these two. I want to say he's the 3 and he's a 2 if you go by Lakeville North numbers. I believe that's how they do it. All right, we're doing a veer. We have a tight end. Is it inside or outside? It's inside because we have a C-gap. First level C-gap defender is unblocked. What's he doing? He plays a quarterback, so we give the... Oh, I got to give Edina credit. See how they're... If he comes a little bit tighter and plays the dive, it forces him to keep it. Who's blocking the outside backer? The tight end is. So if you get around the edge and get around him, you just have 2 guys coming to play the pitch. So yeah. How's a double team at the point of attack? There isn't one. Let's play it slowly. Okay, you do a decent job, but again, I'd like to, kind of like with the reach block, I'd like to see the center work across, guard walls him off, and then steps up to backer. He's trying to, but he's not he turns his shoulder late. You sort of see the veer lane there, but once again, Egan's kind of struggling with that double team at the point of attack. And then who comes up and fills for Edina? Also, I don't know if it's as much they're struggling with the point of attack, or if Edina's nose guard is just giving them that much trouble. See how he's like mudding here so that they really can't get through? And he's getting his head past their knees so their knees can't fall on his head and concuss him. It's actually a decent technique for how to properly dive like that as a defensive lineman. That's really impressive. I think I talked about that earlier with Edina. And then the inside backers just come up and fill the dive, which is their assignment anyway. Yeah, Edina's edge defenders are not doing the best, but interior guys that are responsible for the dive, fantastic. Timeout Edina, interesting. I wouldn't have thought they would have taken a timeout. Their inside guys are doing fantastic thus far. Ooh, what do we got here? Inside V. Nope, this is counter option. So counter, he's unblocked. We do the pitch. 80 does a decent job with the hook this time. See how he finally is working outside shoulder, reaching around. That's actually solid technique. He's not holding. He's just pushing off that shoulder. Oh, but now I'm going to get after number 20. What does he do? He turns around and he looks at the ball carrier. Get up there and go hit the DB. Get up there. And then, oh, wow, we've talked about number 3's blocking. So I mean, they get decent yardage. But again, this could have been touchdown Eagan. You attack. You stop looking. You go attack. That could have been touchdown Eagan. There's so many Eagan touchdowns. I mean, maybe not because the safety's coming across, but you could have got, or he would have had a little bit better lane, and they're making the tackle down there instead of up here. So, yeah, decent execution, but they could be ripping off a lot bigger yardage if they wanted to, if they just cleaned up some of these things. Okay, this looks more like a zone dive. See how he just looks right at the handoff right away? That's a pretty easy sign. Yeah, Mr. Evans, if you're going to do zone dive, I'd like to see you carry out the fake a little bit. Get those defenders to go with you. Also, if we're zone... Oh. If it's supposed to be a zone dive, I'd love to see a better double team at the point of attack. Probably these two up to him. Because see how he's flowing that way? If you got these two double teaming up to that backer, then the center can help turn him outward. He's in a 3 technique, and he's just mudding anyway. So it's easy to turn him out. Also, not a fan of the hand placement of Eagan's right guard. If you're trying to turn him, you shouldn't be outside. This hand should be inside his shoulder pad. This one should be around, and you're actively trying to rotate him that way. You got a double team here. Then you can turn his shoulder, he reaches across, then he can get up to backer, and then there's your zone dive lane. And then he's going the wrong way, he's edge defender, he's working there. Now the safety has to come up and make a play. So, again, could be executed better, and he hits the right hole, and it doesn't help. The center goes right up to backer, and then he ends up missing the backer. Oh, boy. I love the play call. Like, Eagan is super close to taking a leap, man. Like, the stuff is right there. It's just like a few minor details if they clean up. Like, again, they called zone dive to the correct side, right? We said they have midline here. They have zone dive here. You have inside veer this way. And let me redraw it. Outside veer, midline, zone dive, inside veer. That's all right there. Those are the possible plays you can get from Eagan right here. And they're like, all right, you're going to give us zone dive right here. That's the one we're going to choose to take. They take it, and if they just clean up the execution, could have been a bigger play. I got to make note, that's a giveaway for zone dive. Anytime they do that, and Brooklyn Evans is like, handoff. Oh, let me just look and watch the play. Zone dive. And the nice thing about zone dive is, like I was saying earlier, it's a play that attacks the A gap. So you actually have to have someone watching the A gap. Whereas, like, say, against the Centennial or Shakopee, they don't really have, like, especially Shakopee, I don't think they have a play that attacks the A gap. So why bother pinching the A gap if they don't go there? Well, maybe a quarterback sneak, but I was about to say, are they really going to have Judah Forsberg do, like, a quarterback sneak on, like, 1st and 10? But then I thought back to when Brooklyn Evans did that against Lakeville South last year, and ooh, did not work out so well for us. That was embarrassing. But then again, you know, now that I'm seeing the play calling of Eagan, like, no wonder they were able to call that quarterback trap against us. But look at how spot on their play calling is against one of the best teams in the state in Edina. Like, yeah. Especially when I went back and I watched that game, I could tell by the 3rd quarter against Lakeville South, Eagan was totally doing, like, weird orbit motions against some of their plays just to see what our guys were reading. They figured out what our defense was reading, and they took advantage of that. They scored, like, 3 straight touchdowns in the 4th quarter, because we were winning, like, 27-14, and then we ended up losing 35-34. 35-33, I think, was the final score of that one. 35-34 was the Anoka loss. So and that was, funny enough, a game where they had to come from behind to win, and they were able to do it against us because our offense started going 3 and out. They got momentum, and our defensive scheme got I don't know if exposed is the right word, but they figured out what we were doing, and then we didn't adjust off of that. We didn't have another card to play. They countered us, and we're like, oh, well, what do we do now? It's like I had my grass Pokemon out there against their water Pokemon, and Coach Johnson's like, yeah, let me sub out a Charizard. And I'm just sitting there like, well, what do? I just keep my Venusaur against the Charizard? Like, no! You gotta adjust. So yeah, all the credit in the world to Eagan. Also, they're gonna run to the strong side here, because they've got inside veer to the strong side. I see end in the C-gap defender. It's gotta be. No, they blocked him. We got an outside veer. How's a double team at the point of attack? Boom. It's there. Oh, but he kept. Why did we keep? He ran upfield. That should be a give on outside veer. So why is this outside veer instead of inside veer? Who's unblocked? D-gap defender instead of C-gap. If he was unblocked, it'd be inside veer. He's unblocked, so it's outside veer. And the wall's pretty solid. See how they're building the wall this way instead of horizontal like before? There's the running lane. These two get a double team up to him. He should be going up there, and then he should be playing the pitch man. So there could be a few adjustments that Eagan does to run this a little bit better. Oh, he does get up there. But yeah, that should have been a dive. I do not understand why this ball was kept. I'm going to say this is on the quarterback. This is not a good read. If you look at his eyes, what's the defender doing? He went upfield. If the defender sits or runs upfield, you give the dive 100% of the time. Is he attacking the dive right away? No. So therefore, you give the dive. Give the dive. He stands or runs upfield, give the dive. All right, and then runs up. Ooh, so this is a good read. Pitchman, again, he's trying to play the quarterback and the pitch because he missed. Like, why is he trying to play both? If you're the outside defender, just run at the quarterback. Who cares if he gets the ball? That's not your job. That's their job to come up and fill that. Well, not him, but they're supposed to go over there. So this is why it's tough when you don't have anybody out there and you get the double team here. Outside veer is lethal against four front defenses that don't know how to scoot over to prevent that double team at the point of attack. And they called an underfront into this because see, you have an A-gap defender, a C-gap. Surprised they didn't run inside veer right there. You're giving inside veer, and look at this triangle here too. Like, oh boy, yeah. Edina, not a fan of the undercall right here. You're giving Eagan a whole lot of options. Funny, see what I did there? Not that it makes much of a difference because their execution's not quite there. This outside veer should have been a dive. I'm gonna say it. It could have been touchdown Eagan. It's there. Oh. I mean, they still get 4 yards out of it, but that was 2nd and 10, man. Like, we need more yardage. And you could have got, again, if we made the correct read, that could have been there. All right, inside veer, he attacks. All right, this is a great read. So we're redeeming ourselves. So we're in unbalanced trips. He dived defensive end, C-gap defender. We call inside veer. He's diving in right away. Look at that. Boom. Comes right off him. Pitchman comes up. He makes the pitch. Oh, but my good old bud. Is that number 3? It's number 9. Nope, it is. It's my buddy number 3. His shirt's just folded up to look like a 9. Once again, does not block one of the pitch defenders, and the corner for Edina makes a great play coming off him and forces the pitch man. Oh, he misses the tackle. I'm going to say it again. Look at all these guys that are defending. If he comes up, he's the pitch player. Why is he turned around? You're not supposed to block him anyway. You get up there, you get up there. If those two get those 2 blocks, he gets up here, he forces the pitch. Pitchman's out there, those 2 are blocked. Once again, could have been touchdown Eagan. Eagan easily could have scored on so many plays this game, but instead, we stand around. Oh, it's not letting me click on. Oh, I thought I froze for a second. I was about to freak out. Instead, once again, number 20 gets caught looking at his own offense again. Like, no, my dude, go block somebody. You never turn around and look in your own backfield. Unless it's a pass play and you're looking for the ball. But it's not. It's inside veered. No one's throwing the ball. Go block. Look, he's got his hands out like he's going to go catch a pass. And then, yeah, number 3, got to have better blocking of it. I mean, maybe they should just put an offensive lineman out there and have him block. I don't know. Yeah, 20 turned around. He's looking his own backfield. Number 3, I don't know if he gave up or just got beat. At least 80's trying to block downfield, but again, he gave up and then his man makes the tackle. Like, we need, again, receiver blocking makes big plays. Eventually, Eagan will figure that out. But again, I love their play calling. Their play calling is 100% spot on. They are taking exactly what Edina is giving them, like to a T. I mean, it's nearly perfect. But just gotta clean up some of the execution. Receivers have to be able to block. Gotta get blocks downfield and double teams the point of attack. And Brooklyn Evans has done a pretty solid job with his reads. There are only, like, I think 3 that I've really picked apart. Other than that, I mean, you consider that's only 3 plays out of how many times they've run inside or outside veer. It's fantastic. What do we got this time? Is it outside or inside? It's inside. C-gap defenders left unblocked. No. I'm an idiot. It's zone dive. Look at where his eyes go. At the handoff, he's looking at the handoff, not reading a defender. See when he opens off, how he turns and he looks back like this? That is zone dive. He's not looking at our C-gap defender, so it's a zone dive. They just go to that on, oh. So remember what I said like an hour ago about how it's tough for these teams like your Centennials, your Eagans, your Eden Prairies to play from behind? I said that at the, what was it? It was like the 5.5 minute mark of the third quarter. Well, now it's the fourth quarter. There's only 12 minutes left, and Eagan still has not scored. They're still driving the ball down. So even if they do score here, they have to get essentially a 3 and out. They can give up a little bit of time, but you're going to need at least like 6 minutes left on the clock to be able to go down like this and score. Assuming you don't get stopped. Oh, it's a pass. No, Brooklyn Evans just takes it himself. It's not even a midline. It's like a quarterback lead. What? Okay, I'm just as confused as Edina is here. Actually, no, I'm just as confused as number 20. Once again, he bumps him, and then he gives up. What? Eagan, we can't give up, my dudes. Look, receiver out here is standing. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything. Number 3, I don't want to pick on that kid anymore. We've already, we know all about that. We need better blocking effort. Receiver up here, need a better blocking effort. You know what? I got a bright idea. Instead of having receivers and running 30 personnel, put 2 tight ends out there, run 32 personnel. You can't have receivers that don't block if you don't put any receivers on the field. I like that. Shakopee did some double wing with their 32 personnel. It worked out pretty good for them. Maybe that's what Eagan needs to do from now on. I don't know. But anyways, we get QB far, essentially like a quarterback lead here. Number 20 gave up. If number 20 like kicks that guy out and is like, all right, I need to look up field, and he goes and blocks that DB instead of standing there, that's touchdown. Once again, that could have been touchdown Eagan. So many of these plays could have been touchdown Eagan. Yet none of them are. All right, unbalanced eye. It's not the one where they have the H-back over here. It's like actual 22 personnel instead of like 31 personnel. So let's see it. Outside veer. Yes, sir. D-gap defenders left unblocked. What does he do? Is he taking the dive? So this is the correct read. What goes wrong? Oh. Nose guard. Yes. Look at the technique. This. Oh. I'm going to play this in slow motion. Watch the right foot here. Right foot steps out. Great use of hands. O-line's helmet is down. Oh, that's a beautiful move. And then he just wraps up the dive right away. Because Brooklyn Evans makes the correct read here. See how this guy's coming around for the quarterback? He's like, okay, you're coming for my quarterback? Then I'm going to give the dive. The play side guard really screws up here. And again, if you're running outside veer the way Centennial does, then you've got double team up there at the point of attack. You should have... Who is he getting? I gotta watch some of these blocks. They're missing double teams here. They're trying to have the center do... The center does nothing. He's a waste. So if you wanted to run this the way that Centennial does, I showed that clip like an hour or two ago of Centennial killing Lakeville South with outside veer on 2 of their touchdowns, or it was on at least one of the touchdowns. Double team here, up to backer. Double team here, up to backer. Then there's your outside veer running lane right there. If he attacks the... and we don't need to worry about that guy because that's a pitch defender. He's not filling the run. He shouldn't be. You run out there, he should go out there with him. He takes the quarterback. There's your option. There's your touchdown. And then if you want the center, center can either cut him if you want to. Well, no, because then that'd be low to high. Center can just scoop. And you know what? The center could probably scoop up to the backer to get to next level. He can just scoop. He scoops. There's so many ways to do this. And they're just not doing it. And again, this is the correct read, but our double teams at the point of attack just are not there. All right, we're at play 119. Remember that, putting in chat. We're going to go back once again to the outside veer that Centennial killed us with in the Lakeville South game. So we want D, we want result to be touchdown, and here it is. No, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Let's go to the end zone view, shall we? Washa double teams the point of attack. Double team, and then they just scoop, scoop, scoop. But you see how you have 2 double teams at the point of attack? That's what you need. Because see what happened with, they had him just go to backer. They tried to have a double team here, and then this guy just reached over the center, made the step, and tackled the dive. And then he correctly went for the quarterback, and that shut the play down. What you should have done, Eagan, is double team, and there's your wall. Now you can have Maverick Harper dive right off the outside veer, and there's your outside veer. Now just read him. Simple. And how does it work? Look at the beautiful veer blocking. What does he do? He attacks the dive, quarterback keeps. Boom. They don't do as good a job with the double team here. Tight end needed to get up a little bit more. But hey, he's a dive defender, and we already said dive's not getting the ball anyway. Plus, even if they were tackling Maverick Harper, he still would have scored. Centennial was just a bunch of studs this year. Yeah. That's how you run outside veer, Eagan. Highly recommend fixing double teams the point of attack. Ooh, I got to flip. We're over on play 119. Yeah, I got notes all over it. Okay, so this was the outside veer. Like I said, we didn't have the correct double teams. Fantastic play by Edina's nose guard. I will give him credit. He had great use of his hands to fight off his block and make the tackle, and he secured the tackle. He didn't run upfield. That was all great technique. Had Eagan actually had correct blocking scheme up front and had 2 double teams at the point of attack there, they would have easily scored. But as we saw, that's not their blocking scheme on outside veer. So, yay. All right, Mr. Evans, what do we got this time? We got outside veer to the top. We have inside veer to the top. We have inside veer to the bottom down here. I think this guy, B gap. No, they're playing 22, so midline isn't really there on either side. We call inside, or is it zone dive? Nope, inside veer. What does the C-gap defender that's unblocked do? He attacks the dive. Good oh, we're pitching too early. Get a little bit closer. See, especially if you see, so if you're a triple option team and you have a defender that's playing both of you, run at him, get closer, and force him to make a decision. If he commits to the quarterback, then you can pitch. If he's not committed and you pitch it, then he can run out there, and that's a fast kid. He chases it down. You gotta make him commit before you pitch the ball. Yeah, pitch is too early, and do I need to say anything about receiver blocking? Slot back just bumps him. Don't just bump him. Drive him through the back of the end zone. Same thing here. Drive him through the back of the end zone. Look at this at the edge. Not only does he not block him, his hands aren't there. He's literally like standing with hands back like this. Like, no, I don't want to block you. Like, what? And then he comes up and plays the pitch man and he makes the tackle. Once again, this is the correct play call. Eagan could have scored there. They had the correct play call and an inside veer. Brooklyn Evans made the right read. Pitch was just a little bit early. No downfield blocking from your skill positions. Slot back, just jiff the safety and then let him come up. Wide receiver, did not block at all on the corner. And then, like I said, because Mr. Evans pitched it a little bit early, before that outside linebacker committed to the quarterback, he was able to peel off and chase down the pitch from behind. Ooh. It is the first game of the season, though, just like with Park, Cottage Grove, and Eastridge, so we're going to give a little bit of leeway on some of this. Quarterback lead again. And that makes sense. When you're struggling, give the ball to your best player and let him be a stud. That's a decent kick out block, too. It's almost like a belly, just with the running, or, yeah. With him getting a kick out block. It almost looks like power, and look at the lane they're creating there. Who's supposed to get up to the safety, though? Nice double team at the point of attack. He's washing him down. I don't like that we left him unblocked. That's pretty solid, though. If you need short yardage, that's a great play. Love that QB lead. Oh, no receivers. We're double tight. We are double tight. Our buddy number 3 can't take a play off now. Well, I guess he is taking the play off because he's over on the sideline, but can't take a play off while standing on the field. Quarterback sneak. Yeah. At the goal line, now is when you probably want to pinch the A gap. Nice double team at the point of attack over here. Tackle crashes down in the 3 tech. And again. So, why was a quarterback sneak on this side? You get a double team here because, just like with zone dive, you have a 1 technique, or maybe he's a 2-eye, and a 3 technique. Where's your open lane? A gap to Mr. Evans' right. He sees that. I want to see him come up to the line here. Does he notice that as he's coming up? Where is he? Yeah, look at him. Look, his head's literally right there. He's looking at the defense. He was looking right at that gap, dude. Yeah, he knew the whole time he was going that way. No! False start, Eagan? That's crazy. Wow. Who falls? I didn't even see that. Who falls started? I'm going to play it slowly here. Oh, they weren't set. Illegal procedure. 80. They snapped the ball before. Why is he so late getting... Look, everyone gets in their stance. He shifts in and then tries to get down. And then they snap the ball before he's set. Dang. Dude. I don't think that was 80. Who was the tight end on that side? Was that 80? 85. Oh. That's killer. Oh, well, they're not running quarterback sneak from the 5-yard line or 6-yard line now. What do they got in store? We're unbalanced eye. We have H-back on the backside this time. Timeout Edina. Is this a false start again? He's not quite set. Okay, he does get set. He just cocks back a little bit. It's like a loaded pistol. See? Chick, boom. Reverse. Oh, the ball's fumbled. No. No. Where's the defense go? Quarterback opens this way. Defense is all coming at him. Is this supposed to be a reverse option that he pitches to number 20? Because he's out there taking the pitch, man. I'm not a fan of this design. This is great play by Edina. I will give them credit here. He's low gear. He sees the quarterback open the opposite way. He's coming down the line, taking the reverse. He's coming out to take the pitch, man. Well defended. Edina gets a gold star on the backside. They were not fooled for... They were disciplined and ready for a reverse. And obviously the little shovel pass here didn't go well. A little toss. That wasn't even a toss. It was a handoff. Oh, well. So remember how I said don't dive up A gap? He's supposed to aim wider on a fake dive. But he doesn't. He comes up way too tight to Brooklyn Evans. Maybe he needs to get his left foot back a little further. But you can see he gets smacked across the helmet. We'll slow motion. Doink. You can actually see his head tilt back a little bit like that and then come back. So he got hit. Maybe that's why the handoff wasn't that clean. Two bobbles it. Nice job by Edina outside backers. At 36, pops him, sees the ball come out, falls right on it. Nice. Wow. You know what I just realized? I forgot. I think the final score of this game was 35-14. I don't think Eagan scores again, and Edina gets one more touchdown. That means Eagan got shut out in the second half, even though Edina's defense was not the most sound to defend the triple option. Eagan shot themselves in the foot on offense this entire second half. Ooh, and they had that touchdown that they called back all because the left tight end was not set. And again, how many times have they run 32 personnel? None. 85 hasn't been in the game, so he probably doesn't have nearly as much reps as number 80 does. So that's another thing. If you're going to run 32 personnel like Shakopee does, that kid needs reps. You have to practice that, which Shakopee does. They're like, all right, we only have 9 plays in our playbook. Well, it's the same thing with Eagan, though. They have less. Like, I think Shakopee's 11 total that I've seen or whatever. They'll have, like, one-off pass plays, but, like, 11 solid plays that they run. Eagan's had less than that. What have we seen today? Inside veer, outside veer, post wheel, zone dive, counter option, rocket toss, and I guess quarterback sneak. 7. Maybe I'm missing one here. I don't think I've seen any midline from them, which is really weird. I guess Rosemount's too busy running midline, so Eagan didn't want to do it. Who knows? And then they did that trick play reverse. 8 plays. Where's... Oh, duh. 8. There we go. I have no clue how to count. I don't know what fingers are, apparently. Jet motion. No jet fake, though. Switching to 11. Slot trips open. Oh, so don't fall for this jet. Why is this not a jet handoff? H and the running back are on the wrong side. This... Why? Like... Edina, there's no reason to do that. And look! They're falling... Well, okay. The only reason that this sort of works is because Eagan is playing man coverage. Like we said, we see all these defenders here. Matched up there. Man, man. You have your 5 here. I don't know why he's stacked down. He should be deeper because he's one of the 2 deep safeties and the deep safety here and then man. You're playing 2 man under against Edina, which I don't know why you're doing that. And I don't know why Edina just now is doing more jet motion with the receivers. If they've been in man coverage all game, hit him with some of that stuff. Give him the zest. Power again. It's our buddy number 55. This time he does a kick out. Oh, who misses? Where's our double team at the point of attack? Double team good. Do we get up to backer? No, we miss getting up to backer. Plays side guard. Plays side tackle. Struggles a little bit. Eagan's defensive end does a good job fighting inside. H-back also misses. He kind of trips. Why is he going so wide here? I think it's confused because that guy's still going in coverage, but that's the... If it's supposed to be like a trap, which I'm going to just call this trap. This is probably more of a trap instead of a power. Double team here up to backer. Double team here up to backer. You kick him out. He's still going in motion, so you don't have to worry about him. And then Mr. Beauregard just follows right there, goes with the kick, and there's your run lane. There's your touchdown. But what misses? He doesn't get to backer. He misses the backer. So these 2 backers come off, and they get Mr. Beauregard. 55 gets more credit. I love that kid for Edina. He does great blocks. All right, what do we got? Third and short. Are we going to hit a run play? They motion him inside. Is it going to be split zone where he comes across and he strikes there? Look at that. Yeesh. Oh, but the cutback lane was there. What do we do wrong with our zone blocking here? So, guy in my gap, got to take him. Does he go outside? He does. So, what we mess up is he takes him out. You should have double team here, up to backer, up to backer. That should be our zone blocking scheme. But we don't do that. These 2, I mean, neither of the guards double team. Like, there were no double teams there. It was fun. I think this is the first inside zone we've seen from Edina. They did way more power, trap, and GH counter. Yeah, where's the... Oh, holding. Yeah. See, this is another reason why I'm confused that you didn't have a double team at the point of attack. Now you have a holding penalty. Like, I guess there's a block in the back here too. Oh, that's holding right there. And a block in the back, sort of. That could have been corrected if there were just correct double teams the point of attack. So again, that's Edina mostly. Yeah, they called holding there. That's Edina shooting themselves in the foot now. Where's the double teams the point of attack? They took a page out of Blaine's playbook. They're like, we could do split zone really well, but let's just run it like Blaine where we don't have double teams the point of attack and we just get tackled for a loss. That seems smart. Yeah, that was a rare miss for Edina. I don't know about that one. Maybe they just don't practice inside zone all that much. Also, we're 130 plays into this game. We've talked so much about how their defenses really have not adjusted. Forest Lake made minor adjustments, but they wouldn't fix that weird issue when they stacked a safety down. Their safety and outside backer to the wide side were in the same zone, so it was kind of a waste in the cover 3. Prior Lake would not budge out of cover 4. Anoka didn't need to adjust Blaine because, their defense was working against Blaine. If Blaine's not going to change anything offensively and Anoka's stopping him, why bother changing? Smart on Anoka's part. Blaine never adjusted to Anoka. And then we saw Park had that weird cover 1. Kind of some of the stuff we've seen from Eagan in the red zone. Just it looked so bizarre. And they would not budge out of it. Even when Eastridge kind of exposed, they wouldn't adjust. Eastridge made some decent defensive adjustments. I'll give Eastridge credit. And they disguised their coverages. So, yeah. Eastridge and... I don't even want to give Edina too much credit because Egan's mostly shot themselves in the foot. But, yeah, I think Eastridge and Anoka, ironically, are my 2 favorite defenses I've seen on film thus far. And neither of them are defensive-based schools. You got Coach Fritzy and Coach Wasserich, offensive guys. So, that's why it pays to watch film. You never know. DC's over at those schools. We got some good stuff going on. Man coverage, mismatch. Oh, it's the tunnel again. And C, why does it work? Look at the running back flare. Look at the backers. This time they don't react as well, but they get delayed just enough. We get there. Oh, we missed the block and he's able to get... That's tough. Number 27, fantastic read. Edina's O-line, just a little bit too late getting there. Delay of game. Or illegal substitution. They have 12 men. 1-3, 1-3, 1-3. Nope. They have, so you can count. When you have 3-3-3, you need snapper and punter. So they have 11. I think play clock just ran out on them. Okay, so Egan's going to get the ball back. I have no clue how much time is left, but I know it's well into the 4th quarter at this point. And Egan is still down 2 possessions, and it's 28-14. So, ooh. Hey, if I'm Egan, that's awesome. Defense got that stop. So, if Egan scored on the previous drive, defense goes out and gets the stop. Egan easily could have won this game. We did not shoot ourselves in the foot. This could have been a dub for Egan, and I think Edina was ranked number 1 team in the state in the preseason poll. You would have knocked off the number 1 team in the state week 1. That would have been absolutely bonkers. Oh. Because now you get the ball with a short field. You only have to go 40 yards to score. And we saw at the first drive of the game when they only had 43 yards to go, I think that drive was. They scored. They ran inside veer the wrong way because that is a B-gap defender. A little bit harder to push. Once again, nose guard, fantastic job. Same thing, oh, defensive lineman, yes. This is why, again, how many times have I said double team at the point of attack? The left tackle just completely ignores the double team. Great job by the Edina 3 technique here, the defensive tackle. Look at him. Well, I'm not a fan of the leg being extended, but he's keeping his legs churning. He's staying lower than the O lineman. He's great. I'd like to see him extend the elbow, or lock elbows, extend arms. I don't like how he's so close in. But what he does do is he holds up the guard. Dive can't get there. And then, look, Brooklyn Evans has no idea what to do here because the guy that comes out to take, or the guy that's supposed to play the dive, the D end, is waiting for him. The dive should work, but you can't have the veer lane because you didn't get the double team at the point of attack. Kind of hurts when you do that. I should say don't do that. And once again, look at all the Hornets flying to the football. That's culture right there. That's fantastic. Unbalanced wing slot. They called an underfront. It's got to be counter option at the top. You have a 1 technique here. We should be calling inside veer this way. All right, like I said, counter option. We don't block. We pitch. Correct. Dude, okay. What did I say on the last counter option? Number 20 needs to stop looking in the backfield. And what does he do this time around? He's looking in the backfield. Look, he's telling him, hey, cut up, cut up. I guess, but... Oh, another receiver that quits blocking. That's interesting because I think 80's their tight end, but they have him split out. Was he a tight end this play? Yeah, he's tight end. Didn't I talk earlier about a better way to block this would be he goes for safety, he switch blocks, and then you hook right there? Or even just kick him out. If you kick him out and then they get the, they get the switch block. It's a much better way to do it. Eagan could have touchdowns here, but instead, especially if your receiver is going to give up on blocking. Look, who's number 20 trying to block? Misses 2 guys that make the tackle. I'm so confused. Like, again, it's still a 10-yard play. It could have been a 40-yard touchdown. Like, that's the difference. Oh, yeah, definitely look at throwing in a switch block on your counter option, Eagan. And double teams the point of attack on inside veer and zone dive and everything else. And redo outside veer. Look at Centennial's outside veer. Do that. Play calling is fantastic. It's some of the blocking schemes. Oh, did they catch him? Go to the drawing board really fast. So, we're going to draw this up. They're in a 4-4, and it's 30 wing slot. So, get him out there, him split out. This is a 3-4. We're going to take one of our safeties and make him T for defensive tackle. Which way they call the strength? They called it to the right. So, you have your 1/2I, you have your 3, 5, 5, edge. They're off a little bit. So, what coverage do we have here? How many deep defenders, DBs, are there? 1, 2, 3. So, if we have coverage, it's a cover 3. Where do you not throw in a cover 3? Here. Here. And here. Remember how we talked about, I think it was the Forest Lake Prior Lake stream. Prior Lake did a good job calling verticals into this, because if you look at the verts that Prior Lake ran and then ran in the seams down the hash, this is what I was talking about, where you read that deep safety. Whichever one of those he goes to, throw to the opposite, because the corners are going to be focused on the fades to the outside. You just read the deep safety, and that's how you kill the cover 3. But what's happening here is, what was the route? I got to watch this again. It was a post. It's a post. So, when you have a 5 and out, and then you call a post into the middle of the field, why? I wondered why we don't want to throw over the middle of the field against a cover 3. Because who's sitting right there? The single high safety. Like, and you see that pre-snap. There he is. There he is. That's him. Look at him. See? See? Now what's he going to do? He goes back, he watches it, and you throw it right into his zone and he gets the pick. Like, and it's not like this is something they just switched to. This might be the one bad play call I give Eagan for this game. And I don't know if the 5 and out was there either, because what did the outside backer do? Did he come in hard, or is he playing the flat? He played the flat. Like, so he flows, hook to curl. He's got backside flat. He has the flat here. Where, like, he's covering the 5 and out. The 5 and out. if he goes vertical, corner's got that zone, safety's got the deep post. Like, I do not like that play call into a cover 3. I guess that's why Eagan doesn't pass the ball very much, but yeah. No. Don't do that. All the run plays Eagan has called at this point, boom. Other than those 2 first down plays where the O-line didn't know if it was zone dive or inside veer, that could be cleaned up. Otherwise, yeesh. Yeah. Either way, Edina football. Turnovers kill teams like Eagan and Centennial and EP because you can't dominate time of possession if your offense isn't on the field to do so. And if you turn the ball over, your drive ends right there. You don't score points. Anytime they have a drive where they don't score, that's pretty rough for them. GH counter. Yes, sir. Is there an RPO? No, because look at where Mason West's eyes are. They're just looking straight ahead. So he's not reading anything. That's just RPO. Or, I'm sorry, GH counter. Look at our buddies coming around. Nobody to kick out. So he does a good job taking shoulder. Mr. Beauregard reads it. Oh. Look at his pretty running. He sees edge defender. He's got blockers coming in. He cuts it back. He's got vision, man. I'm very impressed with Mr. Beauregard. 12 personnel. We got wing twins. Wing to the top with the tight end H-back. Twins to the bottom here. Sort of pistol. Move him to the side. We might have power to the left. Now we can do GH counter to the left because H-back motion across. No, they called like a lead power. This might be the actual power because, yeah, the kick out one is more of a trap. This looks like actual power. You see how they lead up? Ooh, yeah, he sees defenders are kind of making a wash. Again, look at his vision, and he stays tight to the butts instead of bouncing it out too far. Yeah. I would say Prior Lake ball carriers need to watch the Edina film to learn how to follow their blockers, but after we broke down Prior Lake's blocking schemes, I don't know that there's really any blockers to follow. Again, that's kind of the caveman offense over there. Fast kid, run behind big kid, make play. That's Prior Lake. Another ice call, 3rd and short. They're going to be conservative. They're probably just going to run a play here. Easy first down. Probably GH counter. It can't be GH counter because he's not offset. No, it's outside zone. You know, that's a good thing to note. When he's been sidecar, it's been trap power and GH counter. When he's been behind Mason West and pistol, it's outside zone. Boom, we found a tendency. That might come in handy for week 6 in the 2025 season. Also, nice footwork. You can tell it's outside zone. Watch his backside foot swing around, pivots off the play side foot so he can gain ground. Get the handoff out there. Mr. Beauregard does a great job reading his blocks. Oh, that's a nice kick out. Stay in bounds. That's not Mr. Beauregard, is it? I thought he was 21. Oh, and then there's a face mask on the end of that. Is this the backup offense? Is that not Chase Beauregard? Or is it? Yeah, it is. It's 21. I'm just dumb. I can't see. Where's a face mask here? No. Huh. I don't know if I saw one. Oh, he's hurting after that, though. Where was the face mask? Okay, where did I not see the face mask? What am I missing? Oh, well, interesting, no call on the hold right there. Ooh, face mask. Was there a face mask here that I missed? Oh, yeah, that is what I missed. My B. Look at him. Grabs him right there, turns his whole head around and snaps it. Oof. That's where the flag came in. Yep, okay. I see it now. Coach Lance blind. Next play. Icing again. Once again, we have wing twins, 12 personnel, wing twins. GH counter, going to the left. There's no RPO read, because again, look at what side his eyes are on. The tight end just has a seal block. Give the tackle some credit here. He has a good job taking the man in front of him, stepping inside, getting butt to center. Ooh, double team at the point of attack, though. Not quite there. Why are we not helping? At the very least, the tackle's washing him down. Oh, look, this is what I was saying Eastridge needs to do. See how edge defender does a good job engaging the pulling blocks so they can't kick him out? Watch the adjustment. Look at how the H-back changes course. He's like, oh, okay, you're turning him. I'm going to go around you now. Instead of going up the inside, trying to look for a back. Look, you can see him pivot off his foot. See, he's ready to go inside right there, and he's like, oh, never mind. Now we can go outside. That's beautiful adjustment. He steps inside, realizes it's not there, goes out. Mr. Bjorgard's like, oh, bet. We're going outside. I'll follow you. Look at that. Oh. Oh, not a fan of this. Should have gone this way. If he goes this way, there's your touchdown. You got your buddy on this side. He's engaged. He's kicking him out. Might be the one bit of bad ball carrier vision by Chase Bjorgard. Up until this point, it was fantastic in the play. Yeah. Get out there and go follow your blockers. It's the one time he didn't follow his blockers. This can't be stretch. It's play action. Yeah. How do we know that? Because when they run outside zone or stretch, he's in pistol. This is sidecar. And it also helps that all the receivers go out on routes. Oh. Dude, okay. First of all, what is weird about 12 personnel here, Eagan? Their number one receiver. Remember how I was talking about Eastridge like mixes or like mismatches their receiver and hides him like inside the formation as a sniffer or an H-back? Well, here's Edina's stud wide receiver, Myers Sweeney, lined up as an H-back. Wow. How did they not spot that? That's a number 5. That's him. And what are we in? Are we playing cover 1 or cover 2? Or 2-man under? What are we? Both the safety. Well, yeah, that safety took that vert. This safety took that one. And he hit a wheel route out here. This is so well designed to take away 2 high safeties. And again, you're just leaving a corner on an island manned up against Myers Sweeney with no safety help? I don't know if that's as much an Eagan mismatch. I'm going to assume that Coach Potts and the Edina staff saw that, and they're like, hey, they're giving us the same coverage. Move Meyer, hide him behind tight end as an H-back, have him go on a wheel route, have the tight end go vertical to take the safety with them against the 2 high safety. We get a one-on-one matchup of our best kid against a DB that's not as talented as him. Play made. Crazy. Is he still over here? Is this the same thing? No. Yeah, see, now they moved him out there. That was sneaky. Gold star Edina. Wow. Hey, put your mouthpiece in, please. Keep your teeth safe. Mr. Sweeney's back out there. Oh, he's behind. Was there a little... What did he signal there? He's telling him twice go that way? But he didn't. He handed it off this way. And I don't know what that hand signal was. Oh, maybe he's telling him, hey, come on this side. It's just outside zone. No, what is this? Is that supposed to be GH counter? It looks like it's supposed to be GH counter. But... Or is it inside split zone? It looks like split zone that's going this way, and then the H-back slashes across. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I guess Edina doesn't practice inside zone all that much. Okay, well, you have... That's not Myers Sweeney this time. No, he's up there. So you do have GH counter here if you want to run it. Is there another receiver down here? There's got to... No, because there's a tight end here. Motion across. Now you don't have GH counter. Is it going to be split zone again where he slashes back? Nope. Now they're running trap. Good kick out. Ooh, what would the better run have been? Better keep... Running lane would have been right there. But I do see where he's trying to go. There is a hole there. So yeah, I do have to give Mr. Bjorgard a lot of credit for his field vision. And this is going to be the dagger in the coffin for Eagan. I mean, they've shot themselves in the foot. Their defense is really worn out, and now Edina can just go score. And like I said, Edina's defense needed to adjust. They would not budge out of man coverage. Against Edina High School with some of the best receivers in the state, with one of the best quarterbacks in the state throwing to them, and a mastermind of an offensive coach. It's a little bit questionable playing man coverage into that. I would have stayed cover 4, cover 3 personally, and cheat down a safety. If you're going to blitz a backer, mess with their RPOs. Mason West sees a backer coming, he throws, there's a stack down safety behind that backer ready to pick it off. So it kind of messes with their RPO system. That's what I would do. This was an interesting play. I don't know why you would call like a goal line. Also, this play is illegal because Myers on the line of scrimmage. Once he comes in motion, you can't do that because he's off, he's on. He can't come in motion like that. If he comes in motion, there's only 6 men on the line of scrimmage. You can't snap the ball. It's illegal formation. So yeah, that was an illegal play. That should have been a penalty. I don't know how they got away with that. Am I miscounting? No, it's wing twins. You've got your wing with your tight end H-back here. You have twin receivers here. Where do they check in at? They don't check in. No, he did. See right there. Watch. Yeah. He checked in on the line of scrimmage. What about number 1? Well, number 1 just never checked in, but he's on the line of scrimmage. Penalty. Penalty. Illegal play. Illegal formation. 6 men on line of scrimmage. A man on the line motions. He has to be reset before you can snap the ball. Penalty. Also, strange play call into man coverage. They're playing press man coverage, and you're going to call that? Huh? It's rare miss for Edina. I think that's one of 2 weird or bad play calls I've given them today. I think that's their only bad one. The other bad play I was talking about earlier was the Eagan pass play, where they decided to throw it over the middle against a cover 3. Not a wise decision. GH counter. No, it can't be. There's no way they can run it at the goal line this tight. Well, I'm an idiot. They did run GH counter. Should have just stuck to my guns. Decent kick-out block. Oh, Mr. Bjorgard reads the blocks and touchdown. That kid is a dangerous running back. He's going to be something special this year. Him and the Stillwater running back. And I think Maple Grove's having another running back come through. I think his name's like Patrick Rice, something like that. He played a little bit in the state title game. I think he had a touchdown, actually, in that one. Yeah, this is Mr. Bjorgard making a great play. And again, it's man coverage, so look at all your DBs. Like, look at number 7 was completely useless on this play because he's playing man coverage, and he's so worried about Myers-Sweeney. Like, what? I don't understand Egan's game plan going into this, at least defensively. Offensively, their play calling was spot on. Defensively, it looks like they had no idea how to stop anything Edina threw at them. And it's not like Edina's done a whole lot. GH counter, trap, power. And a little, like 1 or 2 split zones. And then they did tunnel screen twice. They hit him with a few fades. They did sticks with the fade and the out on it. They really haven't done a whole lot. They didn't even call that many RPOs either. They haven't had to. Yeah. That's the dagger and the... Dagger? That was the dagger. There's the nail in the coffin. I cannot talk today. Yeesh. Oh boy, that was... Yeah. I don't know, Eagan. Tough loss. He gave up 22 straight points in the second half while being shut out. Like, Tale of 2 halves. Like I said, Eagan shot themselves in the foot offensively in the second half, and their defense would not adjust in the second half. They refused to budge out of their cover 1 or 2 man under. I think they just run 3 plays here to end the game. Yeah, they got the backups in. I don't know if there's anything to watch here. So that was game 1. See, what time is it? Oh, it's midnight. I'm 5 hours in. Do we want to start watching the Week 10 game? How many plays is this? You know what? We're going to do an experiment. Because remember how I said that the Eagan version of the game, like for the first one, only had 117 plays instead of 126? Let's go back to our league pool. So, Eagan, 126 clips. Is that this one? 126. So now let's go to the Edina version of that game. 146 clips. There's 20 plays missing from the Eagan game. Okay, well, that's a consistent pattern. Eagan is cutting plays out on Huddle when they upload it to the pool. Thankfully, though, their opponent doesn't do that, so add the Edina film. Now I've got the missing 20 plays. Sneaky. Refresh so I can get my beautiful new playlist. There it is. Oh, that's the one we just watched. If I'd look at the dates, I'd know better. Okay, so now we've totally flipped colors. Now we're at Eagan because Eagan was a 2 seed in the playoffs. Edina was a 3 seed behind Shakopee, who was a 2, and then Minnetonka was a 1 in Section 6 that year. Whereas Eagan was the number 2 seed. They had the tiebreaker over Lakeville South. We were both 5-3, and as I mentioned, we had that bad loss earlier. Actually, you know what? While we're talking about Eagan and bad loss, Lakeville South, we're gonna show the absolute nasty play. We're gonna throw Eagan a bone here. Oh no, wrong season. That's Lakeville North. Wrong game. There it is. So I want to go to defense. I want to go to result. Touchdowns. And then, here it is, 82 yards. This is the bad one. So, observe. Taking the dive, outside, or quarterback, and then that leaves you with DBs to take the pitch man. Keep in mind, there's no DB up here because it's unbalanced slot trips. So, we flipped a corner. You have corner here, corner out there, 2 safeties. So, watch this. It looks like it's going to be inside veer, right? They don't block him, but what happens? They identified what we were doing. Notice how our safeties both roll over with the orbit motion. They're running upfield. He's taking the quarterback. Blocked. He's supposed to go with the fullback. Fullback's going that way, so they all got duped, and then there goes Brooklyn Evans. And look, our other safety didn't even have any idea what was happening. Look at number 3 over here. He's looking like, where's the pitch man? And then he looks over, and there's Brooklyn Evans 10 yards downfield. Yeah. That's why it's important to understand how the flex bone works instead of just saying, oh, plug up A and B gap, and then you come off the edge. You really have to understand why the plays do what they do and make sure that you're not having easy to exploit rules like that where you have your whole defense flowing one way with motions. And you know what? This is something we talked about. I think this was supposed to be a zone dive because, again, what is he doing? Hands are up. This was not an inside veer or an outside veer that they called. This... And you have cut blocks on the backside. This is 100% like a quarterback trap or something they drew up on the sideline. And that's the game-winning touchdown, too. Keep in mind, they're behind the sticks. It is 2nd and 23. The play before that, we gave them the business, right? We backed them up 13 yards. I think they had a holding penalty, so actually, no, I don't remember what happened. I think they fumbled, and I'm like, oh, ain't no way. They're behind the sticks by 23 yards. We're about to get the ball back. And then Coach Johnson and the Wildcats gave us this. And I was like, okay, I am the biggest idiot on the face of the planet. Because, yeah, they are way smarter than me. Oof. Yeah, I gotta stop watching that. Defensive coordinators in 6A. Very important to learn what the flexbone offense is and how it functions. Otherwise... You give up 83-yard quarterback sneaks. Yeesh. So as I was saying a little bit earlier, this time the colors are flipped. Eagan is in the green with the white pants. Edina is in the all-white. It's kind of weird that they're both wearing white pants. If I'm Eagan, you think I'd... Especially wearing green. You think you would have wanted to wear blue against a team that You know what? Maybe it's a mind game thing. They purposefully wore green because Edina is normally green, and they think they can trick Mason West into throwing it to the defense. Oh, but I always throw to green. Yeah, wishful thinking there. Ooh. Is that Brooklyn Evans lead blocking? That is. Yeesh. Okay, Eagan on offense first. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I want to change the currently watching. Because this is no longer week 1. We are now on week... Let's say playoffs. There we go. Nice. All right, back we go. I just got an email saying I shared something in Huddle. It's like, okay, I'm sure I did. So what do we have this time? Who's unblocked? First of all, Edina is not playing the same defense. Edina has adjusted. This is the first play of the game. They only have 3 down linemen. Huh? Looks like DB, 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 DB. But they're playing a 3-4 defense. Edge defender, and then 2 inside backers to flow. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, nice. Look at the nose guard. Yes, sir. Or is that the 3 technique? No, they don't have a 3 technique. Duh. You know what? Give Edina all the credit in the world. They probably figured, kind of like we talked about with Anoka and Blaine. Blaine was clearly prepared for 3-4 defense. Anoka comes out in a 2-4 nickel. Blaine never adjusts and they're caught off guard. So their offense sputters in the beginning. And then, yeah, obviously they never adjusted after that. Who knows why. Really smart on Edina. Week 1, Edina, as we saw, played their 4-4 defense against Eagan. Well, now they came out with the 3, and Eagan probably practiced against that. They're like, all right, here we go. It's Edina with the 4-4 defense again. They come out and hit him with the 3-4 first play of the game, and Eagan is unprepared for it. Nose guard does a rip move right through. Oh, look at the wingspan. He gets both Brooklyn Evans and the dive. Look at that. And then the defensive end is getting a push. There's, oh, the double team at the point of attack isn't the best. Defensive end, he's getting a little bit high, but look, he gets his leg in between, breaks the double team. Edge defender's there. Brooklyn Evans can't keep the ball because he's already under duress. And he makes the right read. What does the edge defender do? He plays outside, so he gives the dive. That's just a great job by... And look at all the Hornets swarming to the ball. Oh. Dang. Yeah, way to set the tone, Edina. Caught him off guard. Look at Brooklyn Evans doesn't even know what's going on. He's like, what just happened? You're going to give them the same, yep, 3-4 defense. They're playing 0-4-0 on them. We got unbalanced wing slot this time. Yep, there's number 80 as a tight end. There's our buddy number 3. Let's see if his blocking has improved in the last 9 weeks. What do we got this time? Ooh, D-gap defender, hitting him with outside veer. So what is he doing? He plays the dive. Brooklyn Evans should keep. He does. Good read. And, oh, yep. What does the DB do? DB's playing the pitch. Nice read. That is a correct read, Brooklyn Evans. That's a big play. Fantastic execution on the outside veer. Remember we were talking earlier that, or in the last game, that Eagan was really struggling to run outside veer. They just could not get the double teams to the point of attack. A little bit tougher against a 4-man front. But, no, they did a great job that time. And Brooklyn Evans made a fantastic read. I think number 3 even got some downfield blocking. I want to watch his block here. Has he improved at all? He ran up there. Is he still blocking him? No. But, yeah. He's clapping. Well, don't clap and watch Brooklyn Evans. Block for him. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. Ooh, 32 personnel. Is 85 up there? Is that our other tight end? No, 26? Who's 26? That must have been an injury at this point. Or they're like, yeah, we want a different tight end blocking. Also, different slot back. It was 40 and 20 before. I see 40. I have number 5. Midline. So, we haven't seen midline yet. How do we know this is midline? Observe. Where does he go? First level B gap defender. And what is the first... stop playing, please. What does the first level B gap defender do? He takes the dive right away. So what does Brooklyn Evans do? He keeps. That is a nice midline. Ooh. And then Edina's trying to rally to go get the ball. They don't know what just hit him there. Eagan caught them off guard with midline. Great play call, Coach. I don't know if Coach Johnson does the offense. Whoever the Eagan OC is, again, your play calling is spot on. He knew that they're giving us a 3-4 defense. I see they're pinching in. Within 2 plays, he's like, hit him with midline. There it is. Fantastic adjustment right off the bat. So Eagan was caught off guard on first down. But you remember we talked about Blaine like 2 weeks ago? Even after the first drive, first 2 drives, no adjustment. First 3, and then throughout the whole game, they wouldn't adjust at all. Meanwhile, here's Eagan. Within 2 plays, they adjusted. 2 plays, not 2 drives, 2 plays. Or the week before this, Eastridge. No, it was Park Cottage Grove. It took them 2 drives before they finally adapted on off. Or I don't know if it was offense or defense. It was one of the 2. It was defense, because I remember they were playing a 2-4 nickel against 12 personnel, and it wasn't until the 3rd drive of the game they finally came out in a based 3-4 package instead of a nickel package against 12 personnel. It was like, why did it take you 3 drives to adapt? Eagan adapted within 2 plays. Fantastic job, Eagan coaching staff. So what we got this time? We're going to hit him with midline, we're going to hit him with veer. Oh, nope, it's midline again. If you're going to pinch into B gap, you're giving him midline all day. What does Brooklyn Evans see? Midline is blocked. Or midline runs upfield or stays there. Yes, he does. So the dive gets the ball. Oh, beautiful midline, Eagan. Beautiful. And that's how quick. That is just like coaching chess pieces right there. Edina was like, we're going to come out in a 3-4 and we're going to catch you off guard. Meanwhile, Eagan's like, within 2 plays, oh, they're running a 3-4 and they're pinching. Give him the midline, boys. Oh, nice. Oh. Look at the downfield blocking as well from the slot back. Dang, that's beautiful. That's how the triple option should be. You know what? I should go over midline really fast because I don't think a lot of people know what midline is. So we're gonna go wing slot again. Actually, we're gonna go 30 double slot because that's what they're running here. I'm looking like Shakopee. And we're going to get that 3-4 defense drawn up, which also is kind of an interesting choice for Edina because I think I said earlier, they're one of the 3 teams that still runs 4-3 defense. So changing that mid-season, kind of an odd choice. So this is the defense they're lined up in. So when defensive end pitches inside here, you have a double team at the point of attack. It's going to look eerily similar. I gotta draw blocking. It's gonna look eerily similar to midline, but again, it all depends on what the first level defender is. You go out there, you can go block a safety. I don't know why it did that weird hook thing. You go kill a safety, give him the sauce. You get a double team at the point of attack here. Double team him up to the backer, and then he can scoop. You want. You scoop and you can get up to back. Actually, yeah, I'd rather him try and scoop up to backer. You can get a double team there if you want to. Boom. Yeah, we know about Eagan receivers. Just go stand there, placeholders. You still get a tighter motion this time. And then there's your dive. You're aiming a little bit more at inside hip of guard instead of guard's butt. And there's your midline. See how it's tighter? Whereas we said with inside veer, it comes out here off the guard's butt and the tackle's crashing hard inside. Now the tackle's going outside because we wanted to let a guy into B gap. And then we're just reading that B gap defender here on midline. So we aim inside butt cheek of guard right off his butt. There's our midline. We read our defensive end. And you know what? I'm going to change the color so that we can actually see a little bit better. So red is our read key. So our defensive end here is our read key. And then outside here, the outside linebacker is our pitch key. That is a C, not a B. There we go. So first level defender we read, if he takes the dive and tackles in, then Brooklyn Evans is going to keep the ball and run it out towards that backer. If the backer takes him, what is he going to do? He pitches the ball and these two are blocked. Taken care of. And actually, it's more of like inline. He's more following these guys. So yeah, he expects the backer to crash down. If the backer stays outside more because he's playing the pitch, which is what happens then on the third down play, then Brooklyn Evans can just run up the middle right there. So yeah, you're basically forcing that defensive end that crashes down into B gap here to make a choice. Do I take the fullback? Do I take the quarterback? And you're going to be wrong 100% of the time. Whichever one you pick, Brooklyn Evans is going to pick the opposite. So that's what midline is. It's almost bedtime. I have over 100 more plays to go through. We're only halfway there. We started game 2. What do we got this time? This is adjustment. Eagan is adjusted. Wait a minute. Where's play 6? Edina, where is play 6? Why am I missing play 6? Why no? I'm going to be up until 2 a.m. Hey, if that's what we got to do for the game, why is play 6 disabled? I don't know if anyone can see it down here, but play 6 doesn't have an arrow next to it. Why not? I don't know. Maybe it's just a wasted play. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't actually exist. Anyway, let's see what we got here. So, we've already had 2 adjustments within the first 6 plays of the game, basically, or 5, I guess, at this point. It's first down and 10. So yeah, nothing happened. There probably wasn't a play 6. So within the first 5 plays of the game, Edina came out in a 3-4 defense. Eagan got caught off guard first down. Second and third down, Eagan took advantage, hit him with midline twice. Big plays, ran right down the field. Edina's like, crap, they ran right down the field. They exposed our 3-4 defense. Go back to our go back to our 4-4 package against them. And see, is it 4-4 or is it 4-3? Is that a backer or a safety? He looks a little bit wide to be a backer, but he's too built to be a safety. So again, you've got your cover 3 here. You've got your over front. So we've got 1 technique here, 3 technique here, a 5 and a 5. So we've got inside veer here. Midline would still be there. It's a little bit tougher because we have a tackle at the front, but we do have a first level B gap defender. As you saw, it was way easier when that tackle was an outside backer there. Smaller kid, easier to go out. And you're not blocking him anyway. Whereas when you have midline with a tackle, you got to take that tackle. Otherwise, he can take the quarterback right away. So yeah. And there's no tight ends. We don't have outside veer. So I'm expecting... Oh, they ran inside veer to the right. I mean, you can do that because you do have a C-gap defender. Oh my god. Look at that double team at the point of attack. They learned. Well, then again, right guard, Cole Will, state champion heavyweight wrestler right there for Eagan. Yeah, absolute bulldozer. Oh, look at that pancake block. Beautiful. All right, now let's get into the inside veer. Now that we've, yeah, I'd say that Eagan adjusted their O-line play. So C-gap defender comes right off, takes the dive, Brooklyn Evan keeps. Boom, correct read. Now we go to the pitch man. Who's he playing? Pitchman stepped outside. Brooklyn Evans keeps. I want to see him run more at there. Oh, he does a fake pitch. Look at him. He's improved. See? He does like a fake little like that and then cuts back inside. Didn't quite fool the defender. Also, there's our buddy number 3 doing nothing. As usual. Dang. Yeah, still not a fan of Edina. Like, the fact they haven't adapted to that, where the outside backer only takes quarterback. It's a little bit hard to do that when you only have a single high safety. Kind of like I showed earlier, when you have 2 safeties to take the pitch, it's easier to scrape over to do that. But then that leaves 1 less defender inside. But against 30 personnel, you can get away with that. Also, I completely forgot to mention this, which is kind of sad because we're already 5.5 hours in. Eagan is a more traditional flexbone team. So with a traditional flexbone team, center's the biggest kid, guards are just as big, but then your tackles are smaller. And you can see that with Eagan right here. Like, look at these 3. Center, big. Obviously, Cole Will, monster. Left guard, monster. Compare him to the tackle, smaller. Other tackle, smaller. That is how flexbone teams are traditionally designed. And Eagan does it the traditional way. We're on play 8. Go ahead and type that in. Type it in. Did I hit the number lock? Yeah, I did. I'm an idiot. There we go. Play 8. So, going back, I'll look at Shakopee and Centennial really fast. If you look at, we'll just pull up Shako versus Hopkins here. Shako offense. If you look at Shakopee's offense, their tackles are bigger. That's a bad example because they're in, let me get double slot. I want their traditional offense. So if you look, yeah, 30 personnel. If you look, their tackles are bigger than their guards. See, like, Trey Boyd is way bigger than the guard next to him. Actually, that's not the case on the left side. The left guard is bigger than the left tackle. So I take that back. Shakopee also follows the traditional rules. And I want to say that I'm going to go to Centennial really fast. I think Centennial might. They're a little bit different because Centennial pulls their guards a lot. So harder to say. No, not. Oh, I want defense. There we go. Yeah, their guards look a little bit smaller than the tackle. I don't know. It's hard to say. They're all big kids. Yeah, so you can see it here. Tackles are definitely bigger than the guards from the end zone view. Here's a better view of it. Oh, yeah. The guards are definitely smaller than the tackles. Tackles are bigger. So Centennial's the one that doesn't follow the rules. So how would you defend that? I think I talked about like jam calls and up calls against all this. So I'm going to duplicate this really fast. If you get like a 30 double slot, that way I can actually delete this. So with a jam call and up call are two things you can do to mess with these triple option flexbone teams. So up call, you just move up the backers. But again, you have to consider which team you're playing. Centennial, they have smaller guards. The tackles are bigger. So you want your defensive ends matched up on the tackles, and you can get away with inside backers on the smaller guards. However, we just saw with Eagan, they don't do that. You can't just call an up call because those are bigger guards, and you're putting a smaller defender against them. That is not smart. What you want to do is give them a jam call. Jam your defensive ends inside. Now you've got bigger bodies on bigger bodies. And then if you want to do an up call off of that, there's your up call off of it. And then those five can attack the dive, have them slant with the motion, because if they counter option back the other way, those two aren't going to be blocked anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. He plays the pitch. He plays the pitch. He comes and takes the quarterback. Dive, dive, dive. And there you go. 0 yards Eagan. So there are ways to get around them. And then obviously like Shakopee, I think we saw in the Hopkins game, when you play a cover 3 with a single high safety, you're giving them slants and all that inside stuff, and Shako got a touchdown. But if I have a deep safety that's rolling up anyway, anytime you do a play like quarterback opens that way, I have my safety come down. Now your slant's picked. So yeah, there's definitely ways to counter the triple option teams. You just have to consider which one of the three you're playing, and what you can get away with. Like I said, you don't want to do a regular up call against Eagan. You want to give them a jam call. Whereas Centennial, you can just call a base up call because their guards are smaller. And that's more so because Eagan does not pull. How many times have we seen one of their guards pull in all of this film? 0. Whereas Centennial, just in those few clips I showed you, minus the touchdown and outside veer, their guards pull a lot because they run belly. And then same thing with Shakopee, which is kind of weird that Shakopee gets away with bigger guards because they run counter tray, but I guess that's more inside. They do belly and they don't really get outside that much. And they don't have jet sweep, which is a play that Centennial has. So yeah, Centennial needs a little bit more mobile guards. Plus, I think Shakopee just generally has bigger kids than Centennial anyway. So hard to say. Anyways, back to the game. We got our 4-4 defense from Edina playing against 30 personnel, but they're 30 personnel tight. So this might be a decent time to hit them with a rocket toss. And if I'm Eagan, remember, at this point in the season, Edina's been blown out by Shakopee in Shakopee week 6, I want to say that was. Yeah, because Edina played Prior Lake week 5. Tonka was week 3. Wyzetta would have been week 4. Prior Lake 5, and then Shako 6. So yeah, they've just been blown out by Shakopee, and they played Stillwater in a rainy game, and they smashed Hopkins after that. So yeah, they've had kind of an easy going at Edina prior to this. And then who did they play the week before this? They were 3. They would have played a 6 seed. They played White Bear Lake. So yeah, Edina had another solid win there. But But the main thing is that Shakopee game. Eagan runs the same flexbone offense, just with a few different plays. They're seeing how Shakopee killed Edina, and they're going to be bringing some of those adjustments. Zone dive. Yep, zone dive. He turns and he watches. C-gap defender is blocked. See how the H-bat or the slot bat comes up and blocks him. It's a zone dive. Everyone's accounted for. Although, did number 40 do his little that? I don't know if I saw that. I wasn't looking for it. No. I don't know. It looked more like a zone dive. They blocked the C-gap defender, so I don't think it was a veer. And there was no tight end on that side, so outside veer is not on the menu. Speaking of tight end, we have double tight. Yep, we have 26 as a tight end on top instead of 85. So 85 is no longer there. And like I said, instead of number 20, we now have number 5. So a little bit of changes on the Eagan side of things. Inside veer, ooh, nope. Outside veer, double team at the point of attack. Nice, get the dive, bounce it outside. Is that the right read? What does D-gap defender do? He's playing the quarterback. Dive is the correct read. Eagan gets a gold star. What about the double team at the point of attack? Sort of there, but then we never get up to the next level. Is that the backer? No, backer doesn't scrape. The DB that gets up there to make the play. Oh, there's another DB out there, isn't there? No, there's nobody out there. So, yeah, I understand. And maybe Edina's doing this on purpose to mess with the read. If he's playing the pitch, Brooklyn Evans comes out there, and then you can pitch. Actually, there's his running lane right there. Yeah, it's just hard to say. The Edina plays this weirdly, and it kind of messes with their read. But he did make the correct read based on what the defense gave him. Just need better blocking to get up to the DBs. So double tight again. Outside, nope. What do we have this time? Inside veer, C-gap defenders left unblocked. What happened? What? Huh? If it's inside veer, what did number 40 do? Why did he run? Huh? So look at this. He's left unblocked. He kicks out. He should be going up to safety. Why does he run into this guy? Eagan, what? Once again, what is the play call? Coach Lance, no understand. It looks like it's supposed to be. The O-line looks like they're doing inside veer. If that's the case, 40 should be going to get the safety. Brooklyn Evans should be reading, say he's attacking the dive. I keep and go out this way. And there's Brooklyn Evans out there. And that man comes up to get him. Pitch. Touchdown Eagan. We have our first one of the playoff game. Could have been a touchdown Eagan. Are we unbalanced wing slot? I don't see double tight. No. There's 2 tight ends on one side. They brought in an extra lineman. Oh boy, they got the big beef in here. They're unbalanced. Edina has not shifted over to the unbalanced formation. This could be interesting. Eagan hits him with a reverse, maybe? Outside. I guess it is outside veer, just with an E-gap defender. Yep, because where's Brooklyn Evans' eyes? Reading the man on the edge. He sees him come up to take quarterback. He gives the dive. Correct read. Oh, 1 yard line. All right, hey, Eagan. Oh, look at the double teams. Look at the double teams. Look at it. Double team at the point of attack. Double team at the point of attack. Up to backer. He's running up free. Oh, we got it figured out. Eagan learned. Outside veer has improved from week 1. Fantastic. Oh, that was pretty. All right, same formation. We're still unbalanced. You're going to hit him with midline this time. You do have a first-level B-gap defender right here. No, they're going to be conservative. They're hitting him with zone dive. Nope, same play. Outside veer. Touchdown Wildcats. Nice job. Hey. Give Eagan credit, man. They came out ready to play, and both times they played Edina, they went down and scored on the opening drive. Both times. That's wild. Wildcat. Yeesh. Again, it's just another outside veer. Backer comes hard off the edge, aiming at the quarterback, and they just give the dive. Almost identical to what Centennial did to Lakeville South. Just instead of crashing on the dive, they stayed with the quarterback. Quarterback made the correct read, said, all right, you're going to come to me. Here you go, Tate Gage, go score a touchdown. And he got it. They lined up to the swinging gate, and they bring it in. Boom. I want to say that Eagan got us with one of the swinging gate plays. I know Anoka did, which is funny because we actually practiced specifically against those. And we blew them up. But then come game time, all of a sudden it's like, oh, I don't know how to stop it now, coach. Okay. We are Eagan. That you are, Wildcats. That you are. So, how much time was left? 6? Ain't no way. They took... That's got to be an 8, right? There's no way they took 6 minutes off the clock with only like 10 plays. That's insane. But that is smart. Mason West and Myers Sweeney and Chase Bjorgard can't score touchdowns if they're not on the field, just like what Elk River did to Alexandria. You know, Chase Thompson is an amazing athlete. Not if he's sitting on the bench, though. Next little bit stiff. All right, so now they got to go 71 yards to score. Decent kick. We have not had special teams mistakes this time. I remember in the first matchup, first game of the season, we had 3 kicking game mistakes from the first 3 plays. GH counters. They're an RPO off of it. I want to say it's a pre-snap RPO on the bubble here because he's looking out there. He knows it's man coverage. And if you look at Mason's eyes, he's not looking all the way out here. He's looking more right here. Has Eagan adjusted? Are they playing man coverage again? No. You can't. You can't. I think they at least wisened up on the backside now. I think they still... How many do they have here? 1, 2... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's only a single high safety. Are they really playing cover 1 again? Didn't we see this not work last time? Also, defensive end, what does a guard do? Guard pulls. You see that? Follow pulling guard. I mean, it's GH counter. Edina's favorite run play is GH counter. If you see a guard pull, follow it. Why... Are you just running up into the tackle? My dude. And that might be a coaching point too. Like, what is Edina's favorite run play? It's GH counter. So if you see the pulling guard, you should be flowing down the line, following the guard's hip pocket. That I don't understand. And it's not like he needs to be the edge defender because you got an outside backer out there. Yeah, that, I don't know about that one. Also, Mr. Bjorgard is as patient as ever with his running. Look at this. He just follows right behind the GH counter. Once again, kick out block's not there. So the guard turns shoulder, turns him back inside. Mr. Bjorgard reads it. H-back reads it. They open up a hole. He's patient and he takes it. Oh, Edina's run game is nutty. You're still man coverage. Power this time. Or that's the more of the trap this time. And again, there's nobody to kick out. Number 28. Why? You're the outside. We saw this same thing week 1. He's making the same mistake. He's diving inside here instead of being the edge defender. Look at how easy that is. Oh, did we get receiver blocking? Yes, well, sort of. Safety has to come all the way up and make the tackle, though, which, came in like a missile and he was on target. But it's still a decent run play. Once again, because outside backer for Eagan made the same mistake and randomly steps inside instead of attacking the edge, which is his gap responsibility. So, yeah. No idea what's going on there, Eagan. I'm shocked. Like, Eagan's offensive adjustments, as we saw, they adjusted within 2 plays. Edina's defensive adjustment, within 4 plays, adjusted back to their base defense. Or their 4-4 defense they used previously. I don't know why they didn't study the flex bone further. You think after getting blown out by Shakopee, they would have learned a thing or two about it, but I don't know. I guess they figured they're just going to outscore Eagan, so it doesn't matter. Who knows? I don't know what the what the thought process is there. Split zone. Ooh, with an RPO this time. Why did he choose to throw it? Who's he reading? If he's reading the B-gap defender, which it doesn't look like he is, he sits, but he looks inside. It's weird to call bubble against man coverage, though. Which, again, Eagan has only ran cover one and cover one, which is man with a single high safety, or 2-man under. Same thing, man coverage with 2 high safeties against Edina. It's the only thing they did week 1, and thus far, it's the only thing they've done against you here. So why would you call a bubble into man coverage? Look at him. He sees that your receiver's going on a bubble. Nickel comes right up, if that is a nickel, and he makes the tackle. Like, yeah, I don't understand that one, Edina. It's the same thing. If they're in a nickel, because it's 11 personnel, outside backers with number 7, man, single deep safety. This might be a little interesting on the backside if he's blitzing, so he's manned up too. So man, blitzing 4, scrape, man, he's attacking, and then man, cover 1. Like, what? It's the same defense. Ooh, trap again. Look at the down blocking here. And once again, it's not even the same backer. They subbed in 20 this time instead of 28. He makes the same mistake. He actually, look at this. He actually steps inside and allows himself to get reached. Like, all the H-back number 7 had to do was just put his hands up. Look, he's like, oh, you're making it easy for me. Okay, but thanks. And then we all know about our buddy number 55. He comes around, hits the block. Mr. Bjorgard follows him. And once again, I mean, Egan's safety at least made a hit, but you gave up 5 yards. And again, if your safety's making the tackle in the run game, something is going wrong. 12 personnel here. We have tight end and H-back to the top. Trey look. He needs to back up a little bit because he might be making him ineligible. So we'll see about that. Pass down. Oh, Wildcat. I'm an idiot. They pulled a Daniel Free tag. Myers Sweeney is in at quarterback. Is that Mason West out there at running back? Or at receiver? It is. This is Mason West right here, isn't it? They put him at a receiver. And what do they run? They just run the trap? No, they just ran zone. I almost scored off of it. Wouldn't that have been funny if Mason West got up there and blocked a safety? Well, you know what's funny? If Mason keeps blocking this kid, Meyer might have gone. I don't know, because deep safety is able to get his hands around him, so... Wouldn't that have been funny if Mason West, as a wide receiver, had the touchdown block? That would have been funny. Is he back at QB now? Yeah. That's play. That's got to be play action. I don't think this is an RPO. And again, man coverage kind of makes those RPOs a little bit more difficult because they're not really putting a defender in conflict. He's in man coverage. He has to stay with his man. There's that same stick concept. So you've got the vertical on the outside, the go route, and you have the 5 and out underneath it. This is what they scored the touchdown on in the first play, but that was at the end zone. Oh, this time they got him beat deep. He has to come back for it. That's, yeah. I was about to say, as soon as you saw the hands on the inside here, preventing him from going up, yeah, you knew that was coming. So, not very good. Penalties are one of the fastest ways to lose football games. What do we got this time? Is this trap again? Yep, our buddy number 55 is coming around. I think we're in 12 personnel. Yeah, we're in 12 personnel this time. Tight ends towards the short side of the field. H-back is down here. We have slot trips closed out of 12 personnel. Still running trap, though. 55 gets out. Mr. Bjorgard reads the blocks. Oh, he's just knocking defenders down. Yeah, definitely we're going to have to watch for him for next season. Still in 12 personnel here. We have wing twins. Wing down there. Twin receivers up at the top side of the screen. It can't be GH counter. It'd be a weird handoff if it was. Yeah, and it's trap with an RPO. So why did he call it this time? This must have been a pre-snap RPO. Yeah, it's got to be pre-snap RPO. Look where his eyes are. He doesn't look out here at all. Yep. See? He's reading to see what he has. He's still looking over there. Okay, you're going to play off. Then I've actually got the bubble this time. I got a block. Bubble should go outside of it. Let's see if that happens. No, he pulled a Forest Lake and he cut back inside. Get your butt out there and go score a touchdown. That's where the blocker is. Block is here. You go outside. Also, why are we still calling bubbles into man coverage? I mean, it's getting yards. I'll give him that. It's because the safety was so far off. But I need a little bit better receiver block there. And another thing that made it difficult, I think I talked about this technique-wise with, I don't remember if it was Blaine or Anoka, and I mentioned Farmington does this. If you run a bubble, you run straight down the line. You don't open your shoulders this way. You keep your shoulders facing forward, and you catch the ball in stride like this, and then all you do, and there you go. Now you run forward, and you're going out here. But because he's backpedaling, watch where he catches the ball. He's facing this way. He has to run back inside. That's not where you want a bubble to go. Look at the blocking. You want bubble out there. Like, change how you run bubble routes. A lot of teams need to, or if you are going to run it like that and have him bounce it out inside, then the receiver should be over here blocking in like that. And again, I don't know why you'd want to do that because you're not blocking the defender that's there. You want to force that deeper defender to come up inside and try and make a tackle. I'm sorry, not come inside, but to race your receiver to the edge. So, I guess it still gets him the first down, but could be executed better. And again, that just comes up to how you're running that bubble route. You should, I don't know why anyone does backpedals on bubble routes. You should not do that. It does not, it shouldn't work. But as we see with the Eagan, maybe it works once in a while. 3rd and short, are they going to be, nope. They're in Wildcat. Mason, what? Dang, I didn't realize how tall he was. He's out here playing quarterback. I think Myers Sweeney's in it. Oh, that's dangerous. They just ran trap off of it. Oh. Oh, yeah. See, the Eagan coach is upset. I think he wanted Mason West to get called for a block in the back here. I mean, sort of, but on the other hand, what did the corner for Eagan do? He's running inside. Contain the edge, force it back in. As soon as you gave up the edge and ran inside, that's Chase Bjorgard. He's a fast kid. He hits the edge. Eagan can't hang. I think he was out at the 1. Did they call block in the back? They did not. All right. 12 personnel, wing twins. What do we say? When he's in pistol, they like to do outside zone. I don't think they're doing that here. Nope. Watch Mason West's foot works. If it was outside zone, this foot pulls around. See how his place side foot steps back and he opens? It's more of an inside handoff. They run that. Yep, there's trap again. This time they had the H-back trap inside. So noted, if they're in 12 personnel, he jumps inside. Interesting. Oh, 55. That's a nice kick-out block. See how he comes down the line off of everyone's butt instead of coming like that? He takes a better angle. He's aiming the correct shoulder. Look at that. He hits inside shoulder, turns him outside. Now number 12 is walled off. He's got to go completely through 55 to get to Mr. Bjorgard. Touchdown Hornets. Very well executed. I guess neither team knows how to play defense. Edina at least has good culture on defense. They're physical and they're flying around. Eagan will not adjust defensively. Like, why are we still playing man coverage? And if you go back to that long run play here that set it up, man coverage is essentially what ruined this. Because the corner is manned up on Mason West here at the left side of the screen. That's what draws him inside. Mason West hits him with a slant. Man coverage, he runs inside. He can't get back out to the edge to go tackle Chase Bjorgard. Man coverage gave up a big play on the run. And of course, Edina's going to score at the 1 yard line. Like, they got good push. They'll do just fine doing that. So, both teams scored on their opening drive. Shocking. All right, standard kick return. Nice. Keep it behind the 30. So now they got to go, what, 73 yards to score. Not too often you're going to see Eagan Wildcats doing that. So, yeah, let's see what they hit you with this time. Oh, we're in, what do we got? 3 techniques to the strong side at the bottom of the screen. They're back to a 3-4 defense. They're giving him different looks. They're going to hit him with midline. Nope. What do we got? Inside veer. He pinches inside. Inside veer. He sees him attacking the dive. He pulls. Good read. Why do we pitch right away? Okay. The keep by Brooklyn Evans. Good. But remember how I said, like, in the last game, he was pitching it too early? Run up. Force the guy that's playing both the quarterback and the pitch to make a read, and then pitch it here instead of all the way back here. Because now, look, you pitch it here, look at all the space. He knows who has the ball. He can come up and make the play. He misses the tackle. Oh, and then number 3 is blocking. Number 3 is blocking. He's learned. He made a great block. It allowed for a big play. Nice. Good receiver blocking. You get 1 gold star. I would have liked to see this pitch a little bit later. Yeah, we got very lucky that 38 missed the tackle. He's tackling his butt instead of his thigh. Yeah. Clean up that technique, Edina, and that would have been a TFL. Eagan, number 3. Good job figuring out how to block. We've made progress. We're all about making progress. Ooh, did we give him midline this time? We did. Hit him with midline. Brooklyn Evans should keep. He doesn't. He's like, ow, that hurt. Look at him right here. He's like, ooh, ow, my hand. Incorrect read. 3 technique comes through clean. And who does he hit? He smashes the 2 back. You should be pulling the ball and running it. But no, we give the handoff for some reason on a midline here, and I don't know why. Is that B-gap? Yeah, it's a B-gap defender. And the tackle goes outside of the B-gap defender, so you know it's midline. Going back to my diagram, this is just out of 30 personnel instead of 31. Yeah, here was midline. He came inside and took the dive. Why are you giving it to the dive? You should be keeping it and going out there. So, yeah. A little bit questionable there. I guess they did it the other way. I could flip it. There you go. That's the play they're running right there. Why do we do that? I don't know. Strange. Again, it's kind of falling under the theme. Eagan, fantastic play call. In fact, I'd say perfect play call. You are taking advantage of what the defense is giving you. Execution, not quite there. How was the double team on the nose guard? That was the other big thing I was talking about with the first game. The double teams at the point of attack. Well, the play side guard did not help with the nose all that much. He sort of jiffed him and then went up to the linebacker. That's actually pretty solid for a midline. He gets a good push on him. They turn him. Center works across him. It's much better than it was in the first game. We just make a bad read. Brooklyn Evans should have pulled the ball here. And look at that. Look at the running lane. Look at the running lane that's there. Oh, if we made the proper read, that would have been big play. Ooh, they switched defenses on him. Now we got the 4-man front. What in the world? Wing T. No, it's that unbalanced wing slot. Yeah, heavy unbalanced wing slot. 2 tight ends are on one side. You still have your 3 backs, so 32 personnel. Outside veer. He plays the quarterback. We do the correct read and give the dive. I mean, it's an easy first down, but if it's an outside veer, how are our double teams? Double team number 1's pretty solid. We get up to backer. That's good. What about double team number 2? Is that the guard? Yeah, that double team's solid. He gets straight up to backer. He's falling down, so you're not getting as much of a push on him. Does 80 get up to backer? Yes. What about the angle? Yeah, this is where it gets kind of messed up. They don't have the best double team right here against 56. He wants to take his outside veer over here. I think he needs to adjust his angle. This is supposed to be outside veer. He's supposed to get over here more. It's kind of hard when you have outside veer. I mean, you normally have a D-gap defender. Now you're doing it with an E-gap defender all the way out there. Consider A-gap, B-gap, C-gap, D, E. Because you have 2 tight ends. That's, yeah. I don't know if I like that as much. Hard to get, because how is your running back supposed to get all the way out there? Or I'm sorry, your fullback going to get all the way out there. It's, yeah. Oh. By the way, at the end of the first quarter, we're only like 30 plays in. Wow. Fast game. Chew that play clock, Eagan. Smart game plan. QB lead. Where's the blocking on this? Also, Edina switched their defense. What is this? It's a jam call. They're learning. They don't have an up call. Wow. So they're still playing a cover 3. There's another defensive back. There's your cover 3. 3 down linemen jammed in here. Help with the dive. Help with the dive. He takes. Do they have 12 men? 7, 8, 9, 10. No. I kind of like this. This is what I was saying with the jam call. They just don't have an up call. They have the 2 inside backers here. They stacked a safety down, which I don't think they needed to do. He can just help flow either way. But this is really smart. If they would have just cheat you up, put you up, and then these 2 take quarterback, oof, that'd be deadly. So they are learning. Yes. Yes. Oh, but they missed. Oh, the call was there. We're learning. Just got to execute better. But yes, Edina. Yeah. I'm so happy. Edina's learned. And we go back to our 4-4 defense here. Yeah, they use the good defense for one play. I guess it makes sense. They're like, okay, they're bringing in a heavy personnel package. We want bigger bodies in there, so that makes sense. We have outside veer this time or inside? Inside veer, C-gap defender comes unblocked. Who does he take? He runs upfield. Brooklyn Evans makes the correct read. Dive gets the ball. What about double teams the point of attack? Oof. Struggling with it. And he's a nose guard too. Like, or is he the 3 technique? What's the first step here of number... He steps out. No, that's the 3 technique. Why are we running veer at the 3 technique? That's not a good triangle. There's not a lot of space. There's way more space over here between the 1 and the 5. That's the way we should be running inside veer. Yeah, we probably should have flipped this play call to the other side. Again, like the play call, just flip it the other way. Run it at the 1 technique. Maybe they made it hard. It looks like they might be playing 2s here, so you can't really tell which side's which. We have a 5 technique to the top. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. It's 3rd and mid to long. What does Eagan like to call? Counter option. And I saw it right away here, because he's flipping back around. He keep, he pitch. Oh, but they're pitching way too early. Look, who's here taking you? Mr. Evans. Nobody is there. Don't pitch right away. Maybe they need to work on the way they run counter option. And remember how I said they need to like look at that switch blocking? He gets the kick out. He's trying to hit the edge. Eagan does a good job scraping over. I'm sorry, Edina does a good job scraping over. They stop it, and now Eagan has to punt. Edina, you stopped Eagan. Good job. We're making progress. Eagan did have a decent play call with the counter option on this play, but yeah, they did not take what the defense gave them. Mr. Evans decided to pitch it right away when what he should have done is ran it. If he runs it here, then he comes up, have the pitch man come tighter, then he'd still be running. He might have had a first down. And it also doesn't help that 80's kicking him out. If 80's kicking him out, you come out inside, take him, and you cut it up. Yeah. Tough. Anyways, punting. 1-3, 1-3. Yep. Legal punt formation. We're good there. Dangerously close to being blocked. All right. Solid punt coverage. Way to get down there. Oh. Neck is stiff, man. Oh, I've been sitting in this chair for... We just passed the 6-hour mark. Oh, boy. Tunnel. To the slot trips side. GH counter. Okay. Really smart designs. Remember what I was saying with tunnel screens that Hopkins was running? They ran it into all the linebackers. GH counter goes this way. Linebackers go that way. Tunnel comes back the other way. No linebackers running at him. O-line gets out in front. We need to get me a new chair. I fully agree. I need like a chair with a headrest. I don't know if you can see my office chair here if I lean back really fast. Like, you can see... Well, I'm kind of far away from the mic. You can see that my head sits up too high. It's not like I'm tall. I'm short. So, yeah. So there's just really no headrest with this chair. So I'm like sitting kind of hunched forward. And scaps are not a fan of that right now. Yeah, it's hard to see in the dark. GH counter. There's no pass off of it. Ooh. See, this is why it's so hard to run GH counter with running back on the or opposite of the counter side. It just doesn't work. Must go to Alta? I don't think so. Oh, yeah. It just does not work going to this side. Gotta get him over here so you can let the blocks develop. Because like I said, when you do the handoff on this side, the pulling guard just can't get there in time. So, yeah, that's why you can't run GH counter. Just that's why you can't run GH counter into with running back on the opposite side of your H-back. It just does not work. I think I talked about that in the first game. I was like, oh, you know, they can't run GH counter because it's stupid to give the handoff on that side because the guard doesn't have enough time to get over. Well, case in point, Edina came and proved it to me 9 weeks later why that's a bad idea. And, you know, I will give Eagan credit there. Way to fly to the football. So, obvious passing down. Was there a hand signal for that? No. We are going to get an Edina hand signal, though. That's how they call offense. Take a peek. We got a bunch of coaches here. Who's doing it? Him. Call the formation. Whatever this is. That might be flood, but he didn't call a side. Flood right. Maybe that's a stick call, or like come back to the sticks. Come down to the sticks. Alright. File that away for future reference. Is that what they all do? Yeah, they all came back to the sticks. Oh, stop dancing! Get the first down! Okay. He almost backed up so far that he ran out of, or went back and lost his forward progress, and he would not have gotten the first down. Dangerous, but we got there. 11 personnel, slot trips open to the top side, GH counter off the menu, as we saw. You shouldn't run it when running back, H-back, or opposite. It looks like they tried to run trap here, but number 7 messed up. He goes out and hits the kick out man. He should have gone up to backer, so that was a mistake. Weird. Edina just messed up on a run play that has been like bread and butter for them. And we know they can do it right. They did it correctly earlier on their first drive. Now we got pass play, 2nd and 10, hitches. Again, kind of a strange call against man coverage. Barely got any yards off of it. Okay, deep passing down. Are we taking a timeout here? Yeah, he's taking a timeout. Offense was a little confused. You could see that from the receiver at the top of the screen there. 10 personnel, 3rd and 7, passing situation. They haven't done any sprint out passes. It's like straight dropbacks. Oh, verts with a clear out. Why did he throw the verts? Why are we throwing the vert? It's man coverage, and there's a deep safety. And it's Brooklyn Evans at the deep safety. Yeah, I don't like this read. It looks like Mr. West was not patient enough. He's like, yeah, we can beat him deep. Even though, like, just looking at it, that's not there. Brooklyn Evans is hovering over it. This is going to be open, and it is. There's your first down. Why didn't we take it? Instead, we throw into double coverage. That's just staring down a receiver. It's like, I'm just going to throw the ball up to Myers-Sweeney. I don't care what the defense is giving me. Do you not know it's man coverage? When you have man coverage, crossing patterns kill it. Here's a crossing pattern. You have verts clearing it out, and you have a guy coming underneath. Hit the guy coming underneath. He's the one crossing. Now you have to punt. That was a weird sequence of plays there for Edina. They messed up on the trap. The tight end or the H-back kicked a guy out instead of coming inside to the backer, and then the guard had nobody to hit, so that was really bizarrely run. This is the last game I have to go through. I already went through the first one. There are 100 more plays for me to go through of this game. Inside veer to the right. Makes sense. That was a really nice punt. I don't think I commented on that. Way to pin Eagan back deep. Oh. 85 yards. Yeah, I don't know if the Wildcats are going 85 yards to score. Give a little bit of credit to Eagan defense, but that was mostly Edina shooting themselves in the foot. Second down, they didn't execute the run play properly. Third down, Mason West stared down Meyer instead of taking the crossing route coming underneath. That would have given them a first down. I don't even know what the play call is here. It can't be inside veer because he just dove at that guy. This looks more like a zone dive. But then again, if it is, why aren't you blocking the backer? You just missed him. Again, what did I say about Eagan? First play of drives. Sometimes they don't know if they called inside veer zone dive. Here it is again 9 weeks later, still having that same issue. I need water for that. Like, what? Why didn't we fix that? Oh, 1 a.m. and they still be doing this to me. All right, what are they giving them here? We got inside veer to the top of the screen. We have midline to the bottom of the screen. Yeah, because he's jammed in. They're in a 3-4 defense again. They just cheat up a backer. Okay, what plays it this time? Oh, midline. Yep, it's midline. Are they going to hit him with it? Nice. Brooklyn Evans made the correct read in the midline this time. What does the 3 technique or the defensive end do that's coming into B-gap? First level B-gap defender hits the quarterback. He makes the right read, and hits the fullback, makes the right read, and he keeps. But then he randomly dives inside. As soon as you see 42 comes up and is forcing it, you should be pitching. But once again, the pitch man is running too horizontal. He's not north and south. He's playing east to west. So he's not within pitching range. Yeah, again, correct play call. Gold star for Eagan play calling. Execution leaves a little bit to be desired. Now it's third and mid. Are they really going to go counter option again? Are they that desperate? Hit him with a fake. Now you hit him with counter option, right? No motion at all. They just went in raw. No, they called zone dive. Everyone is blocked. Wait, why did he keep it on zone dive, though? Huh? It can't be outside veer. There's no tight end. Are we trying not to block him? I think he's supposed to be unblocked. I think it's supposed to be another midline, but then why is he diving inside? It looks more like a lead. Or more like, zone dive. But then, why are you running zone dive on 3rd and 5? False start. That must have been on number 40. Because they do a fake, he comes back, and then he kind of leans. Yeah, see how he... He sits back. I don't know if that quite counts. Oh, no. Look at the right guard. I don't know. Must have missed something. Playing in tight. They're going to rocket toss. Oh, no. They called waggle. They have waggle. I knew it. Oh, it's Shakopee. Except... Where does 2 go? Do we have the wheel? We should have... So if we're running waggle correctly, he should be going deep. If it's run correctly, there, shallow, deep, backside post, wheel route coming around. That should be waggle if it's run correctly here. Oh, they're giving you the wheel. Oh, but it's dropped. Also, the go route, number 7, no one is on him. Look at this. There's no, well, I guess the safety there is running with him, and then the safety comes up once the ball's thrown. So I guess you could say that's covered. The only thing that's really not is accounted for. Oh my, dude. Number 5 didn't run a wheel route like Shakopee runs waggle. He just sits out there. If he keeps running up here, throw it to him right there, and there's your first down. Like, okay, there's another note for Eagan. Add wheel route, slot back, backside wheel route to waggle. Please. That's what Shakopee does. Also, think about the order of play calling. This might be the one time I go after Eagan's play calling. Before Shakopee runs waggle, they run rocket toss, because rocket toss sets up belly and waggle. Rocket toss has to come first. You didn't do that. You put waggle first without rocket toss. And it's like, again, rocket toss is a very common Shakopee play. It is not for Eagan. They barely run rocket toss. So when a team sees it, they know, hey, something's a little bit sus here. Especially since you haven't called it yet, so the defense isn't keyed in on it. Okay, waggle is a pass play. This is waggle. When you do a fake toss and then boot back the other way. It is a very common, it is like the most common pass play out of for triple option teams. In fact, going back to Centennial Youth Football, I still have the playlist pulled up. Waggle, here we go. Oh, look at, funny enough, here's another waggle clip against Edina. How about that? Except they do it more out of, you still have your levels and everything. This is Centennial's waggle. They do it a little bit different than Shakopee, but it's the same concept. They do it, yeah, see, it's a fake off of belly. Because, and I guess that makes sense, because remember, Centennial does not have rocket toss in their playbook, but they do have belly. Watch the guard pull out. I don't know, he doesn't pull out here, but it's still set up off belly, just no guard pulls. And then there it is. But it's all about, and they run belly before they run this. That's why you're able to set up those pass plays. They're not putting the cart before the horse. Eagan definitely just put the cart before the horse. Oh, did Edina pick that? Oh no, they punted. I missed the punt. Might be. I think I skipped the punt. Almost blocked. Dangerous. 14 is a little bit faster. That's a good play. And again, you're giving Edina a short field now. So Eagan had a short field. No, Eagan had to go 85 yards. Edina's had a short field now. So definitely not a position you want to be in. What do we have, 12 personnel? Or is it 11? I only see 12. There's a tight end down here. Yeah, because there's number 7. So GH counter to the backside. 55 makes a great read. Oh, not like what Mr. Bjorgard does here. He kind of bounces outside. So the defense isn't sure who to block. 55 should be going out there to get him because he's the edge defender. And then he goes up to get him. And then there it is. Eagan's playing it so strangely. They're playing like a zone now? Who's his man? Why is he out there? He's doing nothing. Yeah, I don't know what they got going on here. And why did he look back out there? Look, see right here? He turns. What does he look at here? For a second. He turns there and he looks... Let me get a frame of that. Why... Man must be seeing ghosts or something out there. Ain't nothing there. Then he comes back inside. Of course, oh. Mr. Bjorgard following blockers is always fantastic. Yeesh. And again, how is Eagan not prepared for this? It's their top run play. It's GH counter. That's what they do. It's like when Anoka had to play Minnetonka in the state semis, and they're like, well, what's quarterback GH counter? Like, you mean the top run play for Minnetonka that's gotten them this far this season? Like, you gotta know what other teams do, man. Pays to study. GH counter is their favorite run play. This looks like inside zone. See how he opens with his feet. I don't think there's an RPO here. See how play side foot steps back. That's inside zone. Could have better double teams at the point of attack. Decent block shedding by Eagan. Still solid 4-yard run on first down. 12 personnel again. Tight end realized, oh, I'm not an H-back. I have an H-back. Yes. Other H-backs like, hey, you have to be a tight end this time. Dude, number 7 does it all. He's an on-the-line tight end. He's an H-back. He's a slot receiver. Very versatile kid. Makes it hard to ID packages. Oh, he's coming in tight. What in the Lakeville North are we running here? Oh, Lord. Pass play. Get a mismatch. Ain't no way. Where's the deep safety? Please, tell me we're not. Why? Why is he coming up? What? On the one hand, cool that we switched from... The other safety didn't move. I see his shadow over here. Is he rotating back? No, he stayed there. I thought for a moment they put him back and rolled him down. I'm like, oh, they're running a cover 3. That's smart. But no. The deep safety went over here. It's literally that same play we looked at in the last game where they had the vert going up the seam. See? There it is against the cover 3. So, going back and drawing it up. Remember how we talked about the post doesn't work when you have something like that? Well, now suppose you've got him going up the seam here. Where's that safety going? Safety has to go look and say, oh, crap, there's someone in my zone. I have to go take that. And now, Mason West just has to read that deep safety against the cover 3. Whichever way he goes, he throws opposite. He does that here. I don't know why they had that safety cheat down. That wasn't exactly intelligent. And easy touchdown to Edina. Great read by Mason West, reading the deep safety of the cover 3 there. Fantastic play call. It's almost like Edina knew Eagan was going to roll down into cover 3, because that was the perfect pass play to beat cover 3. Maybe they called it and they're like, ah, crap, they're in cover 4. We'll just take whatever they give us. Then they switch to cover 3. They're like, oh, never mind. I guess they're giving us a touchdown. Works for me. Ugh. Scoot my chair and get a little bit closer. Lean back a bit. What do we got this time? Oh, wait. He's calling for a timeout? Eagan's calling for a timeout. My dude, it's a kick return. Something they really did not like right there. Maybe they thought they were about to get an onside kick. That would have been a nutty way for Edina to put this game away already. Dang. No, why is the ball on the ground? Kicking game mistake. It's the same thing as week 1. Ball's on the ground and we're not getting it. Why aren't we getting the football? Huh? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Eagan. Question marks. And again, they're behind the 20. Now they have to go over 80 yards to score. That's a tough ask for almost any team in 6A, let alone a triple option flexbone team that doesn't pass. Well, as long as they can just grind down Edina's defense, who, by the way, they're back. Yep, we have a jam call. We have an up call, sort of. Oh, I'm loving this. Yes. Oh, look at how beautiful a jam and up call is against triple option. Beautifully done. Are these games from this past season? Yes. So this is the 2024 matchup from this past season of Eagan versus Edina. Oh, the jam call and the up call is fantastic. Look at how look, when you call this, there's no double teams at the point of attack. They try, but a backer comes up because there's a backer that's up there. So there's no double teams at the point of attack. You're forcing the offense to have to try and win every single battle at the line of scrimmage, one-on-one. And we've shown Edina has a better defense than Eagan has an O-line. They're going to win those battles, except for Cole Will, right guard. He gets turned around because he's not expecting the backer to come to him. Or maybe he's left guard. I don't know which one Cole Will is. But, yeah, fantastic play. They attack the dive right away. Actually, I don't know what Brooklyn Evans read. Why did he tuck it? Who's the edge defender here? He must have thought this was the edge defender, so he kept it himself. But look at that. See, look at what a great job the nose guard does. The defensive end dives in. The linebacker dives in. They all take away the dive, which they're supposed to. Now you still have the pitchman or the outside backer there to go play the quarterback. Or is this the outside back? No, that's the inside backer that got through clean. So now the dive's already taken away. You already forced him to make a read. Now you can go smack the quarterback for a loss. DBs, they're both coming up to go play the pitchman. He can take the quarterback. Oh, I love that jam and up call. Isn't that what I literally, before we went over any of this, before we watched the game, wasn't that what I was just talking about with right here? I mean, that's essentially what they're doing. They're just having their backers start there, and these guys are more 3 techniques, kind of like that. I mean, that's essentially what they're doing. It's fantastic. Edina has figured out how to stop the triple option. Are they going to stick with it? Double tight. Well, they brought in so that anytime that Eagan's going into the heavy, like 32 personnel, Edina's going back to a 4-4, which... understandable. There's no receivers out there. There's no reason to have extra DBs. Get some more beef in there. What do we get? We get inside veer this time. C-gap is left unblocked. Yep, it's inside veer. He stays there, so you give the dive. Correct read, and 58 does such a great job here. He's like, all right, you made your read. I'm attacking the dive. And why doesn't this get off? Look at the double team at the point of attack right here. What do the play side guard and tackle do? The center does not help the guard at all with the double team. Give a ton of credit to Edina's nose guard. He's holding his ground. That forces the fullback to have to bounce it outside, because what they want is they want to veer that a little bit harder so he gets to run upfield more. Like we said, inside veer is a C-gap run, and he is technically running a C-gap, but because of the job the nose guard's doing, it's forcing him to bounce it out into the defensive end. So even though the defensive end, 58, made the wrong decision, he played quarterback instead of the dive. So you get a thumbs down for that. Nose guard did such a good job, and I guess the backer did such a good job holding up Eagan's O-line that you were able to recover from it. That forced the halfback to literally bounce into you, and you tackled him. Okay, and once again, Eagan's in 3rd and long. 30. There's no way they go right back to waggle, right? It's got to be post wheel this time, or they're just gonna run the ball. Are we in 3-4? Do we get a jam call? No, we're still in a 4-4 in 3rd and a mile. Don't know how I feel about that. Again, they switched to 30 personnel. You saw them switch to 30 personnel, and it's 3rd and 11. Probably want to go back to your 3-4 defense here, Edina. All right, he made the correct read, so it's an inside veer. C-gap defender's left unblocked. He attacks the dive, which he does. Brooklyn Evans makes the right read. This is where he makes the wrong read, though. 20's attacking the quarterback. What do you do when the pitchman attacks the quarterback? You pitch the ball. But again, he's a little bit wide out. Tighter, get out there, pitch it. You could have had a first. Would have had a first down. But then again, that hinges on number 3 being able to block. If number 3 can't block the corner in front of him, do a switch block. Like, why haven't we adapted to doing a switch block yet, Eagan? Add switch blocks in. Better double teams at the point of attack. Call rocket toss before we call waggle. And then pitch the ball when the pitchman attacks the quarterback. But we don't do that, and we have to punt. Oh, punt was almost blocked again. Okay, I don't like how he's taking such a wide angle. If he's blocking, come off his butt and run there instead of going out like this. You see how much faster it is to get to the punter when you're not bubbling out so wide? Oh, that could have been a punt block. It could have been if he takes that shorter distance. And once again, Edina has a short field. So talking about field positioning battle, Edina is blowing Eagan out of the water with that. Once again, I mean, look, they're at the 42-yard line. 47, my bad, 47. You only have to go 47 yards to score. Edina can easily do that. They could probably do that in one play. And they're already up, what, 14-7 at this point? And you just held Eagan to multiple 3-and-outs. Fake tunnel, screen back the other way. Nice play call. So what confuses me is if this is man coverage, where do the backers go? So the one that's manned up on the H-back goes across with him. They blitzed both inside backers. No one went with the running back. So there's no man left to take the running back. Downfield blocking could be better, but I love the play call. And, oh, yeah. Where's the block in the back? I think it was by, yeah, right here, right? Yep. Oh, yeah. That's an easy call. Especially right in front of the Eagan bench. Not a very wise decision. So now that puts you behind the sticks by, oh, it's 1st and 20. Gonna pass here. Oh, they get him? Oh, that's got to be grounding. Well, then again, there is a running back right there. He technically threw it at the running back. Yep, so smart heads-up play. You got a running back in the vicinity, throw it at his feet. Avoid the sack, otherwise you would have had the ball back there. So, yeah, definitely a setback from a penalty. Let's see if Edina can recover. Throw a slant. Wow. And again, you're giving man coverage. What beats man coverage? Crossing patterns. We called this rub at Jefferson. Out, and then a slant underneath it. Beautiful. Safety comes up to fill. But funny enough, that's Brooklyn Evans at safety. What did it look like on the other side? Do we have it over here? Oh, there's less space to work with. Plus, it gets Myers Sweeney the ball, and you never know. Whenever he gets the ball, you could have something special happen. Either way, it sets up 3rd and 11. Edina can pick up 11 yards. Quick strike offense. Not quite quick strike as Andover, but he can get it done. Oh, a rail route. So what is a rail? Rail is a wheel out of the backfield like that. And beautiful. You get a post in here. Meyer H-back's coming across to clear out the backers underneath so that they don't pick them up. And again, if it's man coverage, who's manned up on him? Oh, you know what? This is sneaky. Speaking of sneaky, why is Anoka playing... Or Anoka? Goodness, dude. I just called them referred to Eagan as Anoka because they're playing a 2-4 nickel package. 2 inside backers, 2 down linemen, 2 edge guys, nickel here, and then you have 2 high safeties. Oh boy. But then who picks up the running back out of the backfield? 7 comes across. Inside backer goes with 7. This is why the post is so well designed. Actually, you know what? This is intentional. This is really, again, a little bit sneaky by Edina. Watch what Meyer does here, Mr. Sweeney. He's not running a route. He's running at the linebacker that's manned up on the running back. And because he does that, see how he actually hits him? That is 100% intentional. He's trying to go around him. He gets the defender caught on him. And it's too late for Brooklyn Evans to get over there to hit the rail route. He stay in bounds. Oh, he did. Nice. But no, that was intentional because if the man covering Meyer happens to run into the man covering Mr. Bjorgard, then he can't get across. He can't phase through other humans, so Mr. Beauregard ends up wide open. It's too late for the safety to get over there, even if it is Brooklyn Evans a fast kid. Yeah. Got it. Oof. Again, Eagan. Why are we still running like 2-man under in cover 1? That's the only thing you've done against Edina. They know that. They are dialed into it. And they, like, Eagan just will not budge out of the defense. Like, they're at least trying a 2-4 nickel. Well, no, they put him as a stand-up end. But again, it's just not working. This might even be more of a dime defense. Now you have 1D linemen. I think those two are both outside backers. Oh, nice to see number 20's back. I don't know why he's not playing offense. Oh. Oh, dropped. That was decent coverage. Do we have another high safety over the top helping him? We did, but again, it's 2-man under. Yeah, 2-man under. Like, and why are you going deep against 2-man under? That makes no sense. Crossing patterns. You need crossing patterns against man coverage. Oh, well, there's a hold. Throws it up. Does he happen to catch it? Oh. Of course, Myers Sweeney comes down with just a random ball like that. But we had the holding call. Dude, Edina's having some killer penalties on this drive. That's rough. Come back to the sticks. At least makes it 3rd and 10. Nice comeback route. Is that Meyer? No, it's a different kid. Well run, though. Give Edina credit. They know how to do it. Are they going to do the same comeback because they're giving it to him? Ain't no way. They did. But he threw it to the wide side. 4th down. Yeah, personally, I would have thrown it to the top side again. Eagan was giving you that. Again, they're playing man coverage. They are so scared of the deep ball, they're just bailing, and you had them. Eagan, where's the adjustment? Why are we playing man coverage against Edina? Why is he running across to take him? Who's taking him? There's nobody over there. Oh! What a grab. They're just kind of throwing up like verticals here, and it works because, again, when you call verticals against 2 high safety, that safety's got, even though it's man coverage, safety's got a pick. So you're basically throwing up a 50 ball with your receiver, and considering it's an Edina receiver versus an Eagan DB, it's more of a 70, maybe 80-20 ball, 70-30. Somewhere around there. 75-25 in favor of Edina. We'll go in the middle there. Nice catch. Oof. And now this is like the worst possible scenario for Eagan. That was right before halftime. That is danger. Oh. So yeah, like I was saying, worst case scenario for Eagan. You're down 14 points, and Edina gets the ball to start the second half. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, this is gonna get ugly fast. Called a fair catch. That's decent. Only have to go 69 yards to score. So we got 12 personnel. Ooh, nice adjustment. And as you can see, 2 defenders went with those 2 receivers. Eagan is still playing man coverage. You'd think after you've given up, what? They gave up 35 points in the first game. They've given up 21 now. So what is that? 56 points in 6 quarters against Edina running man coverage. And we're still going to do it. And this is a do or die game. This is the playoffs. If you lose, that's the end of the season. Yeah, not sure about the adjustment there. Once again, we're calling a bubble against man coverage. This time we actually go to the outside. Ooh, if you're going to do a double team, remember what I was saying with Forest Lake, if you're going to do a double team up to the safety, then you got to do what the old lineman does. Number 7's got to work to get on this shoulder and turn him in that way. Then you get that way. That's your touchdown. but because he's stuck on the inside shoulder, he's not able to get a great block. DB gets off it, makes the tackle. So, yeah, execution improved, and that could have been a touchdown at Edina, but no. Ooh, same adjustment. I love the bunch trips. Now they're going to do a run play. Yep, fake off of it. Oh, block in the back. Well, they didn't call it this time. It's just inside zone. It's not even split zone. There's only 5 linemen. Where's he looking? Your gap is right there. Gap. Where are his eyes? Who's he reading? Huh? Inside linebacker. Why did we not fill? Run play, mesh, handoff, run fit gap. Run fit gap. Run fit gap. Unless, now that I'm looking at it, did the defensive end go in the wrong gap? It looks like the defensive end is supposed to be in the B gap here. And he's expecting to go inside. But what happens is, if you watch, right here, both of them end up going inside. Mr. Bjorgard, being the smart young ball carrier that he is, sees that, bounces outside because he follows his blockers. There's nobody in that gap left to take him. Dude, got it. I mean, they're not like, Egan's not even playing gap sound defense in the run game. They're still in man coverage with 2 high safeties. Where is the adjustment? Actually, there's only a single high safety here because he's cheated down in the box now. So we're trying to bring more pressure by bringing 4. Okay, this time they try and run power. The right tackle struggles against the defensive end. He can't quite turn him out. If you look at his hand placement, hand placement's inside. He should be trying to get a hand on this shoulder and turn him out that way. You got a good double team up to backer. Then he pulls through and hits backer. And then there's your run play. So, yeah, this is kind of more on the right tackle. Oh, and I guess the pulling guard misses his block. So, clean up that execution a little bit, especially from the play side tackle, and that could have been a much better play. Instead, it's a 1-yard gain. Ooh, Egan is jammed. They have a jam call. We have 3 techniques. GH counter. So what do? There's nobody to kick out. You look inside. Ooh, okay. Mr. Bjorgard, I've given you a ton of credit. You've got blockers out here. Why are we not following our blockers? Why are we I mean, I guess there's a hole there. But that's where your guard pulled from. Normally, you don't want to cut back in there. But then again, we saw Egan's not exactly playing gap sound defense. Their defense has been on the field for quite a bit at this point. And Edina's just dialed into what they're doing. They're not adjusting. So, yeah. Although, speaking of not adjusting, we're in 12 personnel here. We've got Trey open, tight end, slot, and wideout are on the same side on the top. Lone receiver at the bottom. You have both outside linebackers up. I'm assuming he's probably manned, but then who's safety manned up there? Manned here, and that leaves him to come blitz. 52 probably has the running back. Yep. Oh, what was this? Oh, it's Wildcat. I missed that. Is Mason West on the field? Is that him down here? No. Is that him up top? No. He's just not on the field. That's a pretty dangerous package. You put Chase Bjorgard and Myers Sweeney in the backfield. I guess Mr. Sweeney is not very good with his handoffs, though. As you see, he pulls it, but watch. He doesn't pull it tight enough, and it hits off of the hip right there of Mr. Bjorgard, falls out of his hands. Oh, is it Egan football? Dude, huge break for Egan. Wow. Again, that comes down to technique. Oh, coach is running down there. One of the Egan coaches is... Oh, look at that sprint. Might be as fast as Brooklyn Evans. Dang. Hey, huge turning point. If Edina goes and scores there, the game's pretty much over. But this gives life back to Egan. Now they can stick to playing their game a little bit. If they get a touchdown, they're only down 1 possession with just about a quarter and a half left. They can make something happen. Zone dive. They're blocking everybody. Oh, did we block everybody? Or is this outside veer? See, I can't tell because it looks like they're blocking everybody, and number 5 dives inside more. How? How did 48 get through there? I think it's supposed to be zone dive. They let number 5 alone to get 48, but he misses him too. What was a play call? Again, it's another Eagan first down where I can't tell if it's inside veer or zone dive. And Eagan doesn't know either. If you're leaving him to come through untouched, and it looks like you are, he's right there. Why isn't Brooklyn Evans pulling it? Number 48's going right for the dive. Like, what? Is it zone dive or is it inside veer? We need to know. Your players need to know, because I don't think they do. If it's inside veer, get out there and go block him. You go up there. Like, what? Don't touch him. And if it's midline, you have a 3 technique. It can't be, because look, what do you do with the 3 technique right away? You smack him. And if it is inside veer, why are we running it to a 3 technique side instead of to the 1 technique side? That's why I want to say it's zone dive, because Egan's been like spot on with how they call their plays. It looks like it should be a zone dive going right there, but it's not. So 30 double slot, counter option. Here we go. They're getting desperate. They don't block. Pitch right away. Yep. Oh, tackle around the helmet. How did number 5 block? He didn't. Eagan skill position blocking. We need to see improvement. Ooh, now you're on 3rd and long. Well, okay. For some teams, it's 3rd and medium. For Eagan, 6 yards is 3rd and long. There's no way they're burning counter option. They just burned that. Edina did switch to their 3-4 defense in this long 3rd down, so we'll give them that. Yep, smart call. Oh yeah, they got the jam call. They got an up call. Ooh, yes. Jam and up call. I'm loving it, Edina. Boom. See, that's why jam calls are so beautiful against triple options. If they want to run midline, fumbles the snap, nose guard makes enough of a fuss. He's there. Boom. Jam up call. If teams only hit you with midline, inside veer, and that's it, give them the zest. Like, you can easily do that jam call against Eagan and just mess with them all day. Jamming it up, ooh, they will not be able to go against that. Unless they start running rocket toss a whole lot. But if you still have 2 deep safeties, doesn't matter which side they run rocket toss to, my deep safety's getting up there to go make the play. And if it forces your kid back inside, I've got all my guys in the line that are pursuing down. So, yeah, as long as they stick to their assignments, we got you toasted. So I'm loving that Edina made that adjustment for this matchup. It's like they messed up versus Shakopee, and they're like, hey, here's how we actually need to defend Flexbone teams. And they came out, they tested against Eagan, and it works great. Orbit motion into a swing pass. Kind of a weird thing to do in man coverage. I do like the motion. It gets the ball to your best player, but again, running back swing, he's not coming straight down the line as much. I guess he sort of is. Hey, he's moving forward, so that's pretty solid. Where's number 7 coming from? All the way across the formation to chase him down. Give number 7 of Eagan credit. But again, Edina knows you're in man coverage. They're taking advantage of it. And Eagan still won't adjust to said man coverage. I'm sorry, they won't get out of it. Like, Edina is so dialed into what Eagan's doing. Oh no, it's GH counter with the same side handoff. This time they got lucky and were able to bounce it outside. Mr. Bjorgard, good field vision. And you know what they did? See, I think they had an RPO called here. Actually, no, they didn't, because it's just a straight up block. Weird, but see how they hesitate just a little bit more here? Read the mesh a little bit, allows the guard to get across. So that's pretty solid. All right, now we're in 12 personnel. We got wing twins, wing here, twin receivers up there. Running back is opposite of the wing. So we could have trap coming down this way. Nope, GH counter. Nice vision. It's almost like watching Le'Veon Bell almost. Look at this running. He follows his blockers. Even watch his vision here. Look at the eyes. He looks up. He sees his blockers go. He follows his blockers. He's actually pushing his blocker forward. And again, kick out block isn't there, so what does the guard do? All right, kick out's not there, turn him inside. H-back, all right, you're turning him inside, I'll go around you, I'll turn my guy inside, go get the edge chase, and then boom. Oh, Mr. Sweeney. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Why do we give up? No giving up. Mr. Bjorgard needs you to block for him so we can go score. Wing twins again. Okay. Sneaky. Who's your H-back sniffer? Myers Sweeney. Interesting. Why is the number 1 receiver lined up as an H-back? That's rather peculiar, isn't it, Eagan? Not to mention, number 7 is spying him. Maybe they just told number 7, go with Myers Sweeney wherever he goes. I don't care if that's Damian Lillard. I don't care if that's CJ McCollum. I don't care if that's Michael Jordan. You guard him. Basically what they're saying. Also, it's trap. Like a weird variation of power, though. If it's supposed to be trap, the tight end should be blocking down, and 71 should be kicking him out. So, I don't know why 71 is, like, trying to turn him outside. There's potential for holding, and you get fewer yards out of it. I don't know why Edina made that change. Your trap play's been killer thus far. Why bother changing it to something that doesn't work as well? All right, we got 11 personnel again. We got Trey open. I think tight end's down here. Actually, my bad. He's an H-back, so it's slot, trips open, slot, and then trips. Pass play, second to medium. Oh, yeah. Hit him with it. Going deep. So, what is Eagan still playing? Man coverage. If we look at the box here, you've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That means they're playing man cover 1. There's 1 deep safety. So you have one-on-one coverage on the back side. I don't know if that's Myers Sweeney. No, because Myers over here. But it's not like he's the only receiver they have. Like, dude. And it's cover 1. How is that deep safety, especially when he gets other guys? Because he's got to worry about him coming over the middle, the tight end, or the H-back. It's essentially the same play they scored on earlier. They're just forcing the deep safety to read one of those 2 verts. Whichever one he doesn't take, Mason West throws to. Where's the defensive adjustment? Wildcats. I don't understand why we're still playing man coverage into Edina. So what are they up in that 28-0? And it's still the 3rd quarter. So in 7 quarters, you've given up 35 plus 28. That's whatever's just below 70. 63 points in 7 quarters, 63 points. And we're still going to stick with man coverage. Or does that say 4th quarter? It's weird. It doesn't say what quarter it is. It just says quarter and then blank. I want to say it's still the 3rd quarter. And yeah, look at how late in the game it is. There's only 6 minutes left, less than 6 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. And you're down by 21. Like, you're pretty much out of the game at this point. It's just, Eagan doesn't have the quick strike offense to make up a 21-point deficit unless Edina turns the ball over deep in their territory or has a kicking game mistake. As long as Edina just kicks the ball deep here and forces Eagan to drive the field, they won't be able to do that. There is not enough time left in this game for them to overcome a 21-point deficit. Unless they're playing Lakeville South. Then, yeah, that's about how much time it took them to come back against us. But then again, we had no clue how to defend the triple option this past season. And they're behind the 20. They got to go 82 yards to score. Eagan just is not going to do that. 3-4. Oh, yeah. We got a jam call. We got an up call. Oh. If they call inside veer, midline, any of it, it's not going anywhere. Oh, it did go somewhere. Why did it work this time? Okay, so I can tell you why. They're not taking the correct gaps. He dove inside. I don't know why he chose to dove inside. The quarterback opened this way. He should have gone in there and you come across there. If it's a jam call and he's jamming inside, then you should be coming off the edge. Because nose guard can go there. And normally what I like to do is if you see a motion like this, so they motion that way, slant that way. So if it's a jam call, he should be in a 2. He should be in a 2. He's up, and then they all slant that way. Slant, slant, nose, slant. He's in a 2, slants to there. And then you're up here, you slant here. And if you're right here, well, then you're making the tackle. Instead, they both dive inside, and then they give them the veer. You do not crash inside. Remember what I was saying with like when Hopkins was loading like A and B gap, right? We did that at Lakeville South. We loaded A and B gap because so many teams think stop the dive. Inside veer is not a gap dive. It's going to the C gap, and there it is. So I like the misalignment there by Edina. I like the play call. We just weren't sure how to align with it. Let's see. Now we're doing better. Now we have a jam. Slant that way. Get over there. Oh, grr. Okay. Front 5, taking the dive. You did a good job. Outside backer, you messed up. If you're the quarterback player, don't come up and play the pitch. Get in there and go smash Brooklyn Evans. Like, what are you waiting for? If these guys all take the dive, and I don't like that they're playing so wide. He's doing good. He's in tighter. You are too wide. Get in here. Come off. Go. I drew that too wide. Get in here. Come off the butt. Go smack Brooklyn Evans. Because then you could be right here. So if he keeps it, you can tackle him. And if he hands it off, your other buddies that are jamming and up can tackle the dive right away. The dive can't get off. And if they want to pitch it, well, you got DBs coming up to take the pitch man. So that's not even your worry. Instead, he plays it too far wide. Yeah, they do a decent job slowing him down, but he still gets too many yards. So Edina hasn't quite mastered the jam and the up yet, but they're toying with it. They're starting to figure out what works. All right. We're in double wing here, 32 personnel, short yardage. I'm assuming they're just going to zone dive it, play it safe. Yep. Did they call outside veer? No, because number 5 dove in. He's not going for a safety. He's just diving inside. That's zone dive. And did my buddy here do his hands? Nope. Safe play call. Good job, Eagan. Back to double. I'm surprised they're doing way more double slot than 31 wing slot. It's like this tells me that they watched the Shakopee game. They're like, oh, we're just gonna do what Shakopee did because Shakopee smoked Edina. You forget about rocket toss. I don't know. Counter tray. That's another big one Shakopee has that Eagan doesn't have in their playbook. Belly. All right, here we have inside veer. All right. I think it might be midline. It's so hard to tell because, look, he dips inside, but nobody touches the B-gap defender. Is it supposed to be midline? No, that's not B-gap. He dives into the A-gap. That's your nose guard. Why is the nose guard unblocked? Is it a counter option just without a motion? I think that might be a counter option without the motion. See, they don't block any of these guys. They just all go up to the next level. Interesting. Oh. And there's our buddy number 3 playing patty cake. Why did you let your guy go? Has the running back gotten past you yet? No. Then keep blocking. Yeah. That's tough. And they tackled him in bounds. Keeps the clock running. That's rough. All right, inside veer to the bottom is what they're giving you. Dude. Eagan. So actually, this is more of an Edina thing. Like I said, if you know about the triangles in there, you know what plays Eagan are gonna run because their coaches are smart. They know, okay, we're gonna take what the defense gives us. Brooklyn Evans knows how to do that, but Edina doesn't know that. They don't know what play is coming. But obviously, you see, I don't have anything labeled up there. You just know what's gonna happen. It's just easy to tell as a flexbone team. What does the defense give you? Call that play. Easy. Although I'm not liking the read here. What does he do? He comes up field and he sits. You should have given the dive. We didn't give the dive. We keep. And he's unable to pitch. 38 kind of plays this weird. And then the guy that was supposed to be playing the dive sticks with the quarterback, again, because it was a bad read. Dive should have gotten the ball on this inside veer here. And the veer isn't quite there either. Look at how weirdly mismatched this is. He'd have to, like, go up here. So they had to push him out. Yeah. Edina's playing tight man coverage. I guess you might as well, because your DBs are probably better than Egan's wide receivers. Also, number 7 here is a wide receiver, plays both ways. Brooklyn Evans plays both ways a little bit. I think we saw 40 on defense a little bit. 5 has played some defense. What do we have this time? Inside veer. Yep, it's another inside veer. C-gap runs upfield, so they give the dive. Correct read. Take Gauge keeps chugging yards. Ooh, illegal blow to the head. Really? I gotta see what happens at the end here. I must have missed that. Oh, yeah, that was helmet to helmet. Oh, and he stayed down after that. Is he in the huddle? No, I don't think he is. Nope. They knocked him out of the game. Dang, that's awful. Poor Mr. Gage. Can't be running up helmet to helmet like that. Bad Edina safety. Oh, we're passing. It's not waggle, it's post wheel. The post is there. Didn't I say that? Isn't that funny? Post, wheel. There it is. It's one of the only 2 pass plays that waggle, post, wheel. It's what they like to do. And there it is. Touchdown Eagan. How did Edina blow this? Where'd the high safety go? Where'd the corner go? The safety bit on a wheel route, and okay, if it's an exchange, what should you be doing? As soon as he goes in the post, safety should be taking the post, corner comes up and plays the wheel route. The wheel route's actually decently covered by the outside backer there. Once he identifies it's a pass play, he stays with him pretty well, but yeah, I'd say this is on the safety. Made a bad read, let the defender get behind him, and it looks like they're playing a cover 3. Yeah, they're in a cover 3 here. Deep, deep, deep. So I don't know why the safety rotates down and just completely evacuates his zone. It's the whole reason the play gets off. If he just stays back in his zone, post wheel doesn't score. It's all covered. You can't run a post wheel into a cover 3. Going back to our diagram, where's my cover 3? So we talked about post wheel. If you literally just sit in your zone, post, covered. Wheel, covered. You just sit in cover 3 and they don't have a play here. Why did this safety go down here and then try and come back? If he just stays where he's supposed to, it's not, then there's no touchdown. Eagan, it's all covered. Eagan doesn't score. So, yeah, Edina, question mark. Why did safety abandon cover 3? Was it just, it must have just been a brain fart. Because it looked like they were playing cover 3. He just came down for no reason. And hey, Egan's only down 14 with a whole quarter left to play. They get 2 stops, 3 and outs. They can make something happen. Oh, ball's in the ground. Oh, no way. No way. Dude. Egan's making something happen. Watch this onside kick. It actually doinks off of an Edina frontline player, and then Egan's speedy guys just get there. Look at the... Oh, boy. Look at this Edina coach right here. He is not happy about this. He's right there, and he's just like, oh, come on, man. Really? Now we have a game again. Okay, Egan. We have life. Unbalanced. Yep, because they have the 2 tight ends down on this side. We talked about if they do run outside veer here, which they do. It's a little bit too wide. Oh, they did a better job. And he made the correct read. Watch. D-gap defender. I guess E-gap defender. Oh, look at the veer blocking. Much better veer right there. He's able to get the wall. He's got a nice running lane. And Brooklyn Evans makes the right read because the edge defender's coming after him, not the dive. That's a great run. Easy 5 yards for Eagan. Well executed outside veer. What do we got this play? Are we going to do it again to the other side? Yep. No, this is just zone dive. See how the number 5 dives inside? It's zone dive. And look at Brooklyn Evans' eyes. See how he turns and looks right away? Yeah, he's not even... Watch where his eyes go. I don't think he's even reading the D-gap defender here. He's just like, nope, zone dive. Oh, yeah, interesting call. I would have gone back to the outside veer. What are they giving us here? Midline to the right, inside veer left. Or quarterback sneak. If Brooklyn Evans keeps his feet, if he doesn't dive, this could have been touchdown. Look at this. If he just keeps his feet, he blocks there, he bounces it. I'm getting Lakeville South PTSD. That could have been a quarterback sneak touchdown, Brooklyn Evans. Dang. He almost made some magic happen, and then it would have been only a 7-point game with a whole quarter left. Ooh, that's tough sledding for Edina. And their defense has been on the field for quite a while, and they're not built to give their defense a rest. They're a quick strike offense. Now we're starting to see the momentum swing for Eagan. Edina has to get a stop here if they want to survive. Outside veer, because you're double tight. Guy off the edge is left unblocked. Veer blocking is pretty solid. Oh, yeah. Yep, it's an actual outside veer. He's reading the D-gap defender. Kid all the way out here is left unblocked on the edge. Right there. Outside veer. We have a solid wall. 36 is running pretty hard. I know that's their backup fullback because we saw Tate Gage got hurt earlier, which is a total bummer. Dang, so they have 2 backup running backs. 40 is still the same, but this used to be 20. It's not anymore. Maybe number 5 was always meant to start over 20, and 20 was filling in. Who knows? And this is supposed to be number 2, but yeah. We saw what happened to number 2. What do we got this time? We got inside veer right. We're going to run it. Yes. Correct read. Oh, but where's the pitch? Dive man goes for the dive right away. Brooklyn Evans keeps it. Oh, but he loses his balance and he stumbles. That's why. As soon as he gets right here. Where's number 37? 37's attacking you. Right here. Slow it down. Here. Good. Pitch. 37's there. Pitch. And then he can run outside all the way out here. Oh, no. 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 Oh. It's just inside veer. They've run this play a million times. How did they end up fumbling? Someone bump into his feet? No, he just lost balance. Leaned too far forward. He was a little bit too eager to take that ball. Looks like his right foot actually goes a little bit wide. He was hoping his right foot got here more instead of out there. Oh, and that is a fumble. The ball's out. His knees, as you see, they're not down. Oh, what a heartbreak for Eagan. And that was at the 4th quarter, too. Wow. After you get the onside kick, that's a tough break. Oh, wait. They kept the ball? They called him down. No, they called him down. Let's say 1st and 10 still? Or was there a timeout? What happened? Did I miss something? Did Edina immediately give the ball back and that was cut out of the film? How did Eagan get the ball back? Oh, they fumbled it. Maybe, I guess they called him down by contact. All right, what do we have? Outside veer. Oh, Tate Gage is back in the game. Number 2. No, it's zone dive. Look at the eyes. See how he just looks inside? If it is an outside veer, it's a little bit hard to get out there. Looks like more of a zone dive. All Alright, same unbalanced formations. That unbalanced, they got 2 linemen over on the top side, but they still have their wing slot, essentially. Just 2 linemen over there. All the same plays out of it. Ooh, quarterback lead. We have a jam call. Jam call and an up call. Linebacker does a great job filling. Is that the D end again? Dude, number 45 is a stud for Edina. Look at that. He's making such great plays. Why aren't you blocking him? Again, it looks like the backs are acting as if it's quarterback lead, but the line is blocking as if it's inside veer. See how they let him go? That's inside veer blocking. Why? Like, what? Do we not know the play? He's got to bounce. Oh, and then he just throws it away. Okay, I guess that's kind of smart. Oh, no. Ineligible man downfield. Rough break, Eagan. I guess penalty declined. You know, at 3rd and 10. Edina's probably pretty confident they're not going to pick this up. Outside veer. He made the correct read and he gave the dive, but yeah, you got what, 2 yards? I think. Yeah, I got 2 yards. Okay, well, 2.5. It's in between the 9 and the 10-yard line. All right, he just told the lineman what the play was. Is it an actual pass? Oh, it is. It's a throwback. Oh, he's open. Oh, and it was just barely overthrown. I mean, well, it's not even that open. The Edina DB is with him. I give the Edina DB credit. He's really getting in there and covering a guy that's like a foot taller than him. Dang. So, on Egan's, one of their last gasps, they came up empty. Now Edina has a chance to put the nail in the coffin here. I didn't even see what play they're running. They're in 12 personnel. Trap. Oh, I think it's this weird, like, power. I'm surprised that they're not having him block down. They have him kick out, down block, down block. He leads, but then he also pulls around. It's like a weird power lead type play. What do we have this time? GH counter? No, it's split zone. So split zone, it's inside zone this way, coming down here, and then split on the backside. H back slashes across, closes off backside C gap, so that the cutback lane's there for Mr. Bjorgard. Cutback lane's there, 52 misses. Oh. Stay in bounds, stay in bounds, stay in bounds. Smart. Mr. Bjorgard, wow. Way to follow blockers. And I've been talking crap about receiver blocking downfield. Gotta give credit to the receiver blocking here. Yep, receivers blocking. Number 4 still blocking. Number 1 gives up a little bit early, but then comes back to it and is like, you know what? I'll keep blocking. Oh. So, this is why receiver blocking makes big plays. Sure, this is like a 40-yard gain, but if number 1 does not give up, if number 1 stays on his block here, this is a touchdown, because that kid is not chasing him down. You get that block, Mr. Bjorgard's running into the end zone. Receiver blocking makes big plays, man. Block for Chase Bjorgard. Feed him stats. All right, we're back in 11 personnel. Running back and H-back on the same side. My guess is GH counter's coming down this way. Let's see if we get it. No, it's inside split zone again. Oh, this time, give credit to Egan's D-line. They dove inside. The defensive end got through untouched. But he's laying on the ground, and then he tackles his own guy. Tackles his linebacker. He's like, oh, I'm going to tackle you. Oh, wait, we're on the same team. It's the other inside. No, it's the other defensive end. Does a good job. Pushes a man up. Gets off. Don't like that he kind of pushes him away. I wish he would have ripped through to get the hands off. But thankfully, Edina's left tackle wasn't all that good with his hands. So nice play. We got 11 personnel again. They're on the same side. Maybe we got split zone right again, where he slashes across. And then we got down blocks. Let's see. Nope. Trap. Ooh, number 20. Nice fill. Where'd he come from? Is he the backside backer? Okay, am I dumb? Where is number 20 coming from? Is this him here? No, he's the outside backer on this side. He ducks inside. He shouldn't have been able to make this play, but he ends up making it because... Oh, that's sneaky. They sent him inside, and they put the inside backer on the edge. If that was a designed, like, blitz that was called like that, that was real smart, Eagan. You get a gold star for that. Not for the man coverage. We're not a fan of that. Speaking of, there it is. Oh, like, I mean, just what do you do against that? It's a deep crosser. He's double covered. But again, look at the way he runs the route. He gets the inside backer caught on the nickel back there. I guess the outside backer, whichever one that is. I don't know if they're in a nickel or not. It looks like they're just playing their base 3-4. I assume they gotta be, because otherwise it's safety manned up, corners man, and then you just cover one again. But then he looks like he's dropping in a zone. Like, what do you do with him? If you're calling man coverage, why do you have one guy in a zone? He is useless in this zone. He's not doing anything. Send him there. And that's just a great catch by number 7. Way to stick with the route. And a great toss by Mr. West. We in 12 personnel? We are in 12 personnel. I don't think it's GH counter. Hand off on the backside. They really haven't done a lot of RPOs. I'm shocked. Against, I think I was watching a little bit of the Edina Eden Prairie game from last season, and Edina was really dialing up RPOs against EP, and I was like, oh, they're cooking them with them. And then funny enough, Wyzetta managed to upset EP. Everyone's like, whoa, how did that happen? Well, you know, after going back and watching the Edina game, it's like, oh, Edina was exposing Eden Prairie to all these RPOs. What does Wyzetta run? RPOs. So, yeah. Little details like that. I might have been able to pick up on in the regular season, but, you know, I got so much going on in the regular season, I never see that. Also, great job by 18 looking inside. Great GH counter. Touchdown, Chase Bjorgard. You got it? Yep. Dude. And again, Eagan. It's GH counter. That's their bread and butter run play. Yeesh. 35 points again. Eventually, Eagan will get out of man coverage. Eventually. So that's what? 70 points in 3.5 or 7.5 quarters? Less than 7.5 quarters? 70 points? Averaging almost 10 points a quarter at this point with that man coverage. Not 10 points a game. 10 points a quarter, almost. Kick it back deep. Make him drive the length of the field. Do it. Ooh, nice moves here. Caught it deep. Works back. Snakes his way. Nice blocking. Ooh, hey. That's the one thing Edina could not afford to do was give Eagan any type of pulse. There's only 7 minutes left and they're down 21 points. So a comeback is very unlikely for a flexbone team like Eagan. We'll see if they can make it interesting, though. That's why I said, like, not scoring off that onside kick was super deadly. Because think about it. That would have made it a 1-score game. Now it's a 3-score game because they didn't punch it in. And then Edina goes down and scores. And Eagan won't adjust, like, defensively. So, yeah. What's the point? Passing. Ooh, do we hit him? That post wheel again? No, it's post out. It's that thing I drew earlier. This is the play they threw the pick on. Week 1. But once again, why is the safety dropping down? They blitzed him. Why? You man there. You stay in your deep zone. And then you pick that off again. Just like you did week 1. Nice catch. Again, that was Edina's fault. I don't know why they switched to cover 0. Yeah, not smart. Don't go cover 0 against Eagan. If you just stick cover 3 or even cover 4, you've got them smoked. They can't pass. But against man coverage, they might be able to make something happen. Because they like to do crossing routes or post wheel. Why are we jumping? What play did we call here? It's the forefront. It looks like we called inside veer. C-gap defender comes unblocked. But he attacks the dive. Did Brooklyn Evans keep the ball? No. Also, great job by the nose guard of Edina. Once again, double team at the point of attack stinks because he gets such a good push. Yes, he's got to try and jump. Nose guard did such a great job. Also, bad read, Mr. Evans. Why are we giving the ball on the dive when the read key is tackling the dive? This should have been quarterback keep and then force him to make a read. Really get up close in his business. Make him commit to you, and then once he does, pitch a ball. So yeah, that was the incorrect read there. That could have been a bigger play, but once again, it is not touchdown for Edina. I'm sorry, not a touchdown for Eagan. Edina's got plenty of touchdowns these two games. What do we have this time? Another inside veer. Yep, C-gap defender unblocked. Yet again, inside veer. Do we make the correct read this time? No, he stands there. So both times the incorrect read has been made. These last two plays an inside veer. Last time he attacked the dive and the quarterback decided to give it to the dive. This time he's sitting there waiting for the quarterback and the quarterback keeps it. Pitches it. And again, he pitches it because the quarterback, this is not the guy you want to force the pitch. You want him to force the pitch. That's your pitch key. This is your read key. If you're pitching on your read key, there's nobody to block the pitch key. He comes up and he just makes the tackle on the pitch man. So once again, another bad read for Eagan. But by this point, they're down 21. Their morale is pretty much shattered. They're just trying to make something happen. Counter option. Yep, it's the third down play that they love. 20 actually gets a good block here. Anytime Eagan gets desperate, goes to counter option. Their play calling is pretty predictable, but as long as they execute it well, it doesn't matter. They can smash you in, I shouldn't say smash, they can kick you around a little bit. Pass. Oh, it's the reverse. It's a double pass. They caught, wow, what a play. So Eagan scored on a deep... That's funny. Would you ever have thought that two of Eagan's touchdowns against Edina would be passes? And this is a reverse pass, too. It's a wide receiver pass into a wide receiver. I don't know why there's... Number 3, what are you doing in the same spot? Is that... Why do we have two receivers in the same spot? Something was messed up there. Yeah. At least number 3's happy his teammate scored and he celebrates him. It's a good energy kid. He's like Russell Westbrook. Good energy guy. Or, I don't know. Who else is a good energy guy that may not necessarily be all that good at basketball? That's number 3 for Eagan. Really good energy guy. I'm sure he's a very nice young man. Alright, what does that say? 21-35. Only 4.5 minutes left. Obviously, Eagan's got to go for an onside. They're lined up 6 and 4. Does it go 10 yards? Edina, get away from it. It didn't go... Yeah, see? Look at what their coach is saying. He's saying, no, get away from it. It didn't go 10 yards. Get back. Get back. And Eagan's like, well, we got no choice but to touch it. Can they force a turnover? Or is Edina, who's come out in 12 personnel, wing twins, wing to the top, twin receivers to the bottom. I'm just going to run the clock out with only 4 minutes left with Eagan down 14 points. How many timeouts did it say that Eagan had left? Oh, I can't really see because it's so bright. I want to say that says 1. Yeesh. I think didn't they burn a timeout on a kickoff? I think that was in the first half, though. We saw that. Saw the first down run. What do they do on second down? Trap. Oh, yeah. Wide traps there. Beautiful, Mr. Bjorgard. And you stay in bounds. What are we doing downfield? Linemen are downfield. Number 55 got turned around a little bit. Got to stay with the block. But does a decent job. 12 personnel again. This time Trey open. Motioning Myers Sweeney inside. Now we kind of got that double slot look. Trey open tight. Ooh, what is this? Playside guard pulls. This is more like belly. It is. Edina just ran belly like Shakopee or Centennial does. Huh. Well, I'll be. And it works. It's a great play to run against a 3-4 defense. Belly kills 3-4 defenses, especially ones that like to pinch their 3 technique in. Pinch them in, have them fill that hole that no longer, that gap that no longer exists. Have your backer go kick out the, or your play side guard go kick out the outside backer, and there's your hole. Beautiful. Still 12 personnel, wing twins to the, well, I guess they're middle of the field. Wing is to the Edina side. Mr. Bjorgard is to the wing side, so maybe they're going to hit GH counter to the right here. I imagine Edina's just going to keep running the ball. No, they just called inside zone right. Not even split. There's no split, because H-back's on the same side. Right, H-back's opposite of the zone. I guess it's safe. They're just going to call inside zone. They're going to do it again. Feed Mr. Bjorgard again. Edina just looks, or Eagan just looks so gassed at this point. Oop, GH counter. Touchdown. I think he was just short. Yeah, just short. So close on that GH counter, though. Eagan is, I guess you can see their goal line here. They're sort of playing a jam front. They have one of their D linemen jam, but then they have him out wide. Backer's cheated up. He's going to blitz. Yep. Ooh, but he blitzed outside instead of inside. Interesting choice. Oh, that's a nice job by this backer coming through clean. They tried to get they're trying to zone block, get a double team at the point of attack, but none of the O-linemen's heads are up, so none of them know to get the backer. He makes a great play in the backfield. Nice job. All right, so now it's... Oh. They're not kicking a field goal. They're going for it? And it's in the middle of the field, too. That's the same as an extra point. Just kick a field goal and help put the game away. Oh, my goodness. Edina. Why... Oh, boy. We're laying some cake up at Eagan right now. Yeesh. You know, a slice of cake sounds real tasty right now. I doubt there's anywhere I can get cake at 2:30 in the morning, though, on a Saturday. I guess Sunday morning, technically. What do they call it? They call it trap. Yep. That wide trap. Get in there. Touched, and he was untouched. Look at this. Once again, 71 does a great job with the kick-out block. 55, the other guards doing a great job. I gotta give Edina's guards a lot of credit. They're fantastic with their pulls. Mr. Bjorgard, I hope you bought number 71 some Chipotle after this. He earned it. And I think that's the... Oh, yeah. And there were 5 seconds left in the game. So Edina scored right before each half. And I just realized, now we can see the timeouts. Eagan had all their timeouts left. You just made cake from scratch, and I don't have any cake. Sad. Yeah, squib kick, just run the clock out. Eagan just falls on it, and that's the end of the game. Oh, no, I guess they're going to have him take a knee or run one more play. Get all the seniors on the field. Eagan is running a spread offense. They're in 11 personnel. They're not set, and they're already snapping the ball. But hey, they're going to run a pass play. Okay, Eagan, show me what you got out of spread. Hook and ladder. And Edina tackled it. And that's the end of the game. I'll make cake when I come up. Cake sounds so tasty. That is. So, wow. I'm impressed. 7.5 hours, and we've got through the doubleheader of both Eagan and Edina matchups from last season. Let me gather some of my final thoughts. I'll start with Edina first. First of all, I owe Mr. Bjorgard a huge apology and the Edina run game. Because I think in the podcast I did with Minnesota High School Football Network, the second one, I was saying, oh yeah, you know, Edina wasn't as good last year because their run game wasn't as solid. Well, I guess I didn't watch enough film. Mr. Bjorgard has a very bright future, and they have some nice guards that can pull around on GH counter in that wide trap that they do. And if they do, I think they should add Belly back in their playbook. That was pretty successful. Stick with those 3 run plays. Inside zone, maybe not as much, or split zone. Especially if your guards can pull like that, you don't need to run inside zone. So yeah, very potent running attack. I think Edina is going to be pretty scary next year. I don't know what their defense is going to look like. Their defense did not make a whole lot of adjustments. Not that they needed to. They didn't really play that well against Egan's offense. But then again, as we saw, Egan mostly shot themselves in the foot offensively, which I'll get to in a second. Yeah, I think the main thing with Edina is do not quit games early like they kind of did against Minnetonka. Keep the pedal to the metal and keep running up the score. Now let's go to the Eagan Wildcats. Too many E's. I'm working on it. So I'm super impressed with Egan's offensive play calling. I mean, they're like dialed in, spot on, the correct play for what the defense is giving them, like literally 100% of the time. Other than, I want to say like 4 first down plays where the O-line was confused as to whether it was a zone dive or an inside veer. I think those were the only times they got confused, were those few first downs. Other than that, it's just minor execution things. Like, double teams the point of attack. I talked a lot about those. Those need to be cleaned up. Switch block. Talk about adding in switch block with your slot back and your wide receiver. Go talk to Shakopee. Well, I guess you can't talk to Shakopee about that now since you play Shakopee. When do they play each other? I want to say it's like a week 2 matchup, isn't it? Ian and Shakopee? Oh, no, I'm dumb. It's a week 1 matchup. So, yeah, I don't think Shakopee's going to be telling Eagan anything about how they switch block if they play each other week 1. Oops. Wait, no, that can't be, because I thought week 1 is a non-conference game. I guess... Okay, I think I cleaned this up over here, yeah. Because Rosemount's obviously not playing Rosemount. I've looked at that. They're playing Centennial. I'm wrong. Shakopee is playing Eagan. Is that the only... Different? That is the only section, like, in-district game we have week 1. Wow. I don't understand that. Huh. I guess, how did I not notice that earlier? Usually week 1 is a non-district matchup. But who are Egan's non-district matchups? Eastview, Rogers, weeks 3 and 8. So, weird one there. But yeah, okay. Tangent done. Yeah, look up, just watch film, work on switch blocks from them. Run rocket toss more so you actually have a play that can stretch the defense a little bit better. Iron out the blocking scheme. Like we said, clean up that first down stuff. Because the play calling's there. It's just minor execution. And then receiver blocking. Eagan receivers need to block. Like, that's got to be something they focus on in practice, like, every single game. Or, I'm sorry, every day. Because it really was not there. And it was the difference between a lot of big plays. Yeah, poor Eagan. They're definitely trending in the right direction. It's just some of those things they could clean up, I think, will make them a contender in the near future if they make some of those adjustments. And then that's offensively. Talk about Egan's defense. I did not know they played that much man coverage. I knew they were a base 3-4. It's always hard for us at Lakeville South to know what other teams do defensively because no team plays their base defense against us. Just, you have to adjust to the power T. Otherwise, we're going to score 50 on you. Just ask Farmington. But I did not... So I knew Eagan was a base 3-4, but why did they play so much man coverage? Especially against a team as athletic as Edina. Like, what weapons they have on offense. And you think your kids match up well with them one-on-one? I don't know about that. Especially, like, with only cover 1 most of the time. Only a single high safety to help. And then the fact that, like we said, they gave up 77 points in 8 quarters. That's almost 10 points a quarter in the 2 games that they played against Edina, and they never once adjusted the defense. That is pretty baffling to me. So, yeah, definitely look at more zone coverage against Edina. And again, if you want to talk about Edina and their reads and everything, I think I might have their EP game up here. Yeah, here we go. I did not label any of this. I don't know if any of these labels are correct. So let's see if there's like an RPO slant. All right. It's mislabeled because there's no mention of the run play on here. But so, what do they do when they read RPO slant? It's GH counter, D-gap defender attacks. There is a safety cheated down, but they still make it happen. What's another one here? Let me see if there's another one. There's another RPO slant. Might be a better example. I think they score a touchdown on this one. No, it's incomplete. Might be. But this should have been a touchdown. So it's GH counter to the top. So GH counter going this way. What does the D-gap defender do? He comes inside. Look at that big open space it creates. Mason West makes the correct read. He throws it. And it's just behind the receiver. If he hits him, he's walking into the end zone. That's how lethal that RPO can be. And he makes the right read. But ball's just misthrown. That might be Coach Potts down there. He's like, oh, guys, come on. That's a walk-in touchdown against Eden Prairie of all teams. So, but yeah, I think those are my final thoughts. Eagan, close. They're kind of on the cusp of being a contender. Just got to clean up some of those things. Their offensive play calling, fantastic. Clean up the execution. You'll be scoring at will. And then defense, more zone coverage. Have to have safety help over the top, especially against teams with athletic receivers. They're not going to see a whole lot of that. Yeah, now that I'm looking at their schedule, they don't play any spread teams like Flexbone, Wing T, Maroon, Power I, Power T, Single Wing Gun, Flexbone. And then Rogers has, I guess, a spread, but they're way more run heavy out of their spread. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see how it plays out. Eagan just continues to be physical and keep stacking those blocks and building off it. I'm sure they'll be just as good as next year as they were last year. Just got to clean up some of those things. But yeah, we got through this entire double header, I guess I called it. Thank you all for watching. If you have not, please make sure go ahead and go follow the Instagram account. It's where I do all the updates and post about streams. And then obviously if you have not, go follow, click channel. Go follow the YouTube channel. This is where I do all the live streams. I'd hope if you're watching, you know that this is going on over here. So yeah, thank you all for watching, especially if you stuck with it the entire